Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes, on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket live from Leeds from a cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Mitchell Marsh, the hated one, or so he said 4 years ago, albeit with a glint in his eye. Back then, his relationship with the Australian public was strained. As he said the night after taking an Ashes fifer, he understood where it came from. They wanted him to dominate, but he hadn't often enough. But the story since the Oval in 2019 is a different one to how it was before. Through these 4 years, he hasn't been picked at all. Indeed, he's only played 4 Shield games, largely due to injury, years that should have been the peak of an all-rounder's career. Between times, he remodelled himself as a white ball banker, player of the World Cup final in 2021 at number 3. However, getting to wear his baggy green again felt less likely than ever before due to a 6'7" impediment, Cameron Green. Quite abruptly, Marsh went from being the great hope for the future, the Test vice-captain, to something of yesterday's man. It can be a nasty game like that. And it made yesterday all the more glorious. A man liberated from all that baggage and expectations, batting with a smile and smashing the ball on a pitch tailor-made for a player from the West. Truly one of the great Ashes centuries of the modern era, and one the Australian cricketing public, I am certain, will forever be grateful for. Then to pick up a wicket late in the day, well, that was just the cherry on top. So the job for Pat Cummins in his quicks this morning is to get into England before batting gets an awful lot easier. It's a stunning Yorkshire morning, likely to be the best conditions of the Test match. And it's two proud Yorkshiremen, Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow, resuming on 17 and 1 respectively, with England 195 behind. If the big boys can get the ball through with anything like the pace that Mark Wood did yesterday, this is going to be yet another unmissable day of Test cricket. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our broadcast, Bharat Sundaresan from Crick Buzz, Peter Lalor from The Australian, as always. It would have been a lovely night to have written about, especially in relation to Mitch Marsh. Let's start, Baz, with your interview with him last night on SEN, which was a lovely one, and the moment he had on 88 when he realised that his dad and his brother were going to be watching somewhere in a pub.
Morning, Adam. Morning, Pete. Morning, everybody listening to us around the world and in Australia. Yeah, it was so sweet. He's such a sweet guy, right? I think he has to be the sweet. What Tim Payne was called the sweetest or toughest sweet boy or whatever by Pretty Boy by Justin Langer all those years ago. Mitch Marsh is the sweetest bison I've ever met in my life. And yeah, that moment when he said at 88, he thought about his dad, his brother, what pub they would be at, and at that moment he said, I need to get to a ton, not for myself, but for them. I want them celebrating. And what a celebration it was. Sean Marsh 2 days before his 40th birthday. No wonder Mitch Marsh said, I hope he gets to 40.
Pete, you've been following the Mitch Marsh story from the very start, when he was this prodigiously talented teenager dominating for the Australian under-19s, winning a World Cup and all the rest of it. Probably in hindsight fast-tracked into the Australian Test team in 2014. It was sink or swim stuff as a younger man, and often he did sink, and the public were all over him, and we know that story well. But the team, the dressing room, I think Pat Cummins was nearly crying when he raised 3 figures yesterday, Mitch Marsh. I think it says a lot about the regard he's held in.
It's very, there's a lot of emotion around this story, isn't there? The family emotion's fantastic. They're a unique family, the Marshes. They have that thing that there's no sibling rivalry, and what sort of who takes their family for their 40th to Bali? You know, mum and dad, and to see that joy on their faces. And you've got to understand what a bruising experience it is being the family of elite sports people, and to be the family of Sean and of Mitch, and to be Sean and Mitch is to have experienced so much disappointment for each other and having to suck so much up, because I've never known two players to be so widely criticised. That said, you said in your intro that was one of the great innings. The more I think about it, the better it was. You know, there was Travis Head, unable to get a run up the other end. This is Travis free-flowing Head. Every other batter sort of, barely got out of the blocks. He was batting on another planet. We saw 2 performances yesterday that were head, shoulders, and a little bit more above everybody around them. And they were by 2 players who hadn't played any part in the series to this point.
And just going back to that Mitch Marsh, Sean Marsh relationship, there's this lovely piece out in Rediff An Indian journalist has spoken to a few IPL players who played alongside Mitch Marsh, and just how close the brothers are. Apparently, he would call Sean every day and just have a chat, because he would just randomly tell his teammates, I really miss Sean. So they are a really close-knit family. And I think Mitch Marsh would have enjoyed what he did yesterday, and just the way he pointed at his baggy green when someone asked him, what keeps you going? He said, I just wanted a chance to put that back on my head one more time. Just tells you how much. But if given a choice, I mean, if say he wasn't part of this test squad, he would have been in Bali. So I think one half of him was in Bali celebrating Sean's 40th birthday. It's a great story. And the other guy you mentioned as well, Mark Wood. I mean, can there be two more likable guys in cricket? They play with their heart. They play with a big smile on their face. And the cricket, the style of cricket is brutal. It's brute force, raw power versus raw pace, I said in my piece. But still, they're so lovable. There's something so, and there's something so cerebral about watching two guys like that go at each other, right? Adam and Pete. It's great watching Anderson to Smith in these conditions, or Ashwin to Smith in India. But Mitchell Marsh and Mark Wood is how all of us wanted to play cricket. Bowl as fast as you can, hit the ball as hard as you can. I think it's just so much more relatable.
And it's also this vulnerability they both have. We spoke about Mitch, but Mark Wood, I mean, his body breaks down twice a year.
Yeah.
The way he turns at the top of his mark, the longest run-up in world cricket, like he's an Olympic sprinter. He hits the deck every second ball falling over in his follow-through. So there's great personal risk for Wood. I suspect he'll be a very sore man as an old man, for instance, but he doesn't care, because he feels like in the short term, that's his mission. And his bowling yesterday on by far the best pitch of the series so far was an utter joy.
He's a rare case, isn't he? Because I think England have given up on trying to make him into sort of a permanent fixture in their team, or even in cricket. They know he's got so many deliveries in him, and there are no more. So they won't let him bowl them in any other form of the game. They just kind of nurse him back to health, and then they take him off the respirator and wheel him out and say, go your hardest, and then he's back in the iron lung again, isn't he, for the next 3 months. But that was goosebump cricket, and I was foolish enough to, I loved what Mark Wood did. I loved the way he bowled. I loved the way he just blew Australia 6 for 16 or something, wasn't it? But the way Marsh stood up for him was another level. And I owe Marsh an apology, because before lunch he attempted a pull shot off Wood, and I said, that's foolish. After lunch he just went whack, whack, whack. God, I've underestimated you.
And just on that pull shot, apparently Pat Cummins, again, it tells you a lot about this team, this environment that these players are thriving in. Pat Cummins apparently walked up to Mitch Marsh and said, if you want to hit the first ball for 6, go for it. And I said, oh, you did not, but you did try hooking Mark with the first ball you faced from him. I said, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
and he won that battle. Mark Wood admitted that Marsh won that battle. I think he bowled 18 balls to him. He hit him for 3 4s and 2 6s, I think. So he beat the bat a couple of times. But apart from that, I think Marsh won that battle, and the crucial wicket late in the day.
Yes. I mean, finding an outside edge with the ball moving around. I mean, that's going to be It was a feature yesterday. It was a feature last night. I wonder whether it'll be a feature today. We know that the overheads, for whatever reason, the further north you get in England, the more the overheads play a role. And there's no science to back this up. It's probably psychological. But we did, however, 4 years ago, come out on a day like today. Australia were all out 191 on a shortened day one due to rain. And they took the ball on morning 2 and bowled out England in conditions almost identical to this for 67, when they got the Ferrari on the road for the first time, with Pattinson and Cummins and Hazelwood playing in a test match for the first time. We'll replace Pattinson with Mitchell Starc, and of course the supporting actors Mitch Marsh, and who knows what Todd Murphy might be able to achieve here. It makes a really interesting day.
Hey fellas, what happens next? If Marsh plays like this for the rest of this test, and perhaps gets a chance in the next test, does he just go back in the cupboard again? There's no place for him in the
There
team,
might be if they recalibrate the top 6 after Warner and Khawaja.
That's the only way. They need to find someone to open within this team, and the only man I can think of is Travis Head. They want him to open in the subcontinent. If they can find a way of getting him to open in Australia.
But you're sacrificing Travis Head to fit Mitch Marsh in,
but then with Mitch Marsh, you get a game breaker in the middle order and a game breaker at the top of the order. I mean, that's the only way.
Yeah, bird in the hand and one in the bush and all that stuff. Yeah, but it's going to be a fascinating situation if it develops further.
And look, on the other hand, on the other side of this, if it turns out that Mitch Marsh can't force his way back in as a permanent member of the top six, at least he had yesterday. At least he's had this week. I don't think it's, a lot of players feel liberated towards the end of their careers knowing that the expectations are gone. And I know he's only not yet 32. He could still have time on his side as more a specialist bat than an all-rounder.
Yeah, well, I guess he suffers from being the all-rounder, which, like the wicket-keeper or the spinner, there's only one spot for you. But he'll forever be the understudy to Green. One can't imagine that Green will get through his career without injury and without missing tests here and there and rotations. But I guess he's also the understudy for the other batters as well, is he? Or would he push ahead of Marcus Harris?
I think so. I mean, the one slot they don't have is a reserve middle order batter. Now, based on this performance, they can look at Mitch Marsh not just as an all-rounder, the understudy to the all-rounder, but they can look at him as a reserve batter, middle order batter going forward, not just in this series, in the home summer as well. So just in case, there's a vacancy, you can sort it.
Bharat, Pete, great to chat to start our coverage on SEN Test Cricket. The third test for Macca's, the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. On the other side of the break, as we make our way towards the first ball in 19 minutes from now, we'll have Adam White chatting with Damien, Fleming and Jeremy Coney.
Welcome back to Headingley, a sunny Headingley for day 2 of the third Ashes test between England and Australia. The ground is being cleared, so we're only about 15 minutes away from the opening ball on day 2, with England resuming shortly. Adam White with you. Also, it's a cast of thousands in here. We've got Damien, Fleming, we've got Jeremy Coney, and we've also got Jarrod Kimber. Flem, we'll start with you because you've been out on the ground trespassing. Who did you speak to?
Trespassing. I just went down with Glenn McGrath and Michael Bourne. Marked out the run-ups. The run-ups, they're pretty flat. They're good. Pitch looks an absolute cracker. Really interesting, and we've seen it all series, with the landing marks for the fast bowlers, they're almost concreted in.
Yes.
And Mark Wood, because he jumps out and crosses over himself, you can see the actual angle of his footmarks. Most of the bowlers are actually getting closer towards that, but now the Aussies are up. They feel good batting day, but talking to a few of the batters, they've found throughout the whole series, even on the best pitch on day 1 that we've seen for the series, you never totally feel in. And they think it's a lot to do with the juke ball. If it just hits a different angle of the seam, if it misses the seam, there's some natural variation for the bowlers. So now that we're bowling, we've just got to be patient, keep bowling a huge percentage of good stock balls with the odd bouncer and be patient. And when we take the opportunity, compared to England's catching, you've got to take every opportunity.
Yeah. Jeremy, England resuming at 3 for 68. What do you think's going to happen in the first session? Joe Root's there, Johnny Bairstow's there, Ben Stokes is to come. What are you drinking, by the way?
Water.
Okay.
I've got bad eyes. I thought it said lager. I go, Jeremy,
He also
come on.
scolded a little, didn't he? Or it would be Wager then, because it starts with a W.
Yeah, my eyes aren't great.
Yeah, I know. They look bad. Right. What's going to happen? What are they?
It's hard to predict.
60-odd? I think there's menace in the blue skies for Australia. They won't like that. It means that the first session becomes pretty important, I think. Can they get 2 or 3 wickets? I think as this pitch, you'll find today, it'll get easier. And I think also that means that players like Boland might find it a little harder. But there is more pace, let's be fair about that, and that will suit the Australians a bit more. So, and wobble ball bowls like Cummins, for example, he might find it a bit harder to get movement. They've got 2 swing bowlers in Marsh and in Stark. So there's a wee bit of variety. It's going to take them to just before, I reckon, tea to get to the second new ball, if that's the case, if they need to get there. That's if... I'm looking forward to seeing Todd bowl with his glasses on. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So can he get... What sort of flight is he? Where does he let the ball go from? What release points and all those kinds of things. Can he control it? Because there's going to be a high percentage of boundaries, I think, today. 66%, or I worked out nearly, 63%. Boundaries to the first innings for Australia. That's quite high, I would have thought, in the first innings. Well, at the moment, England are going at 30 odd, but they're trying to stay in at the moment. It's absolutely the opposite of Bazball.
Yeah. Well, I think you're going to be impressed with Todd Murphy. I can't wait either. Jarrod, Kimber, turning up today, what's the storyline? What are the English press talking about downstairs? What was some of the things that caught your attention?
I was talking to Bumble.
Things that you can actually talk about on air.
Yeah, and Bumble was talking about his boat for a long time.
Right.
So there was a lot of talk about
Not
boats.
his book, it was more the boat.
No, he's got a boat. He does the canal work. I mean, he probably has a new book coming out as well. I think it's just the first 40 minutes.
Marine book, is it?
It could be a boat book.
It could be a boat book.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's the first 40 minutes, right? Because Australia have still got a new enough ball. If they can get a wicket in the first half an hour or so, maybe even get 2 within that first hour, then Australia's well on top. If that doesn't happen, this could be a very good day for batting. So everyone's expecting that. The only thing I would add is, I think the minute the ball stops moving, we're just going to see bounces, right?
Yeah.
So we might see 40 minutes of conventional bowling, and then we might see an hour and 20 minutes of bounces.
And that'll be interesting too, because
It's quicker pitch.
quicker pitch, the bouncer bore at Lords, why it was so effective was the two-pace nature of the pitch. If this is quicker but more consistent, I don't know how much more effective it will be.
Also,
we'll see batsmen probably middling more, taking it on more.
And Mitch Marsh probably won't bowl them, and Boland probably won't bowl a lot of them either, so they've got less options available to use them.
I know that players say they never play to the weather, that they can't afford to do that, but I wonder whether England will play to the weather. And what I mean by that is the forecast for the next 3 days is horrendous. This is not one of those days. This is a great day where you get a full day of cricket. Whether England have to do things differently, because a draw's not enough for them. They've got to find a way to win it, and I don't know how they necessarily do it from this position when you look at what the forecast is, unless they go real fast today. So I wonder what they'll do.
I mean, we saw how quickly Australia scored at times yesterday. We know the outfield's incredibly fast here. If they get away, I think they'll try and put the foot down, but that should keep Australia in it the whole time.
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah. So I think even if England have a good innings, it might be that they score 300 to 350 rather than traditional cricket where you probably try and get 450 to 500. So I think that's a possibility. And look, I think bowling to the England players, whether they're defending or attacking, you're always in the game because their techniques aren't quite as strong as some of the, certainly as the Australians or the Indian batters. So you've always got a bit of a chance with them, no matter how they play it. It just depends on the conditions.
And 2 wickets, you're into Ali, who's a fine lower order batsman, and so is Wokes, but it's backing up what Jarrod's saying. You know, you'd imagine your best ball is going to be able to knock them over and then through the tail. So, and the forecast, I mean, it changes a lot, but, you know, they're thinking that rain will be later in the day tomorrow, that we'll get significant cricket. Sunday looks fine. Monday the same. It might be late rain. So, yeah, there's a bit of urgency, but I think even on the rain days, we're going to get a fair bit of cricket.
Did you, as a captain, Jeremy, did you ever talk about weather? Or was that seen as a distraction to your teammates? No, you've just got to play the next ball.
Yeah. we just got on with the playing, really. Sorry, my voice today, I don't know where it's gone. Maybe
it's that water.
Talking to Jerry.
It's that water.
Such an energetic walk on the way and vigour.
Yeah, we almost lost Jezza on the way in. I'm going to be honest. We did about half an hour of a nice solid walk through a park. Then we went up the hill in the sun, and
talking stopped.
He didn't talk for a while.
Okay. Look after yourself.
Yeah, thanks.
Please.
Well,
no, I think the only weather you talked about was whether you're going to battle bowl.
Well,
sounds like it, as captain.
We'll let you have a break. Jarrod, thank you. Flem, we'll see you shortly.
Boom.
SEN Test Cricket. Thanks to Maccas, live from Headingley. The first ball on the other side of the break.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas, the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas, and what a roar from the England crowd as the players make their way back out with Johnny Bairstow and Joe Root, the 2 Yorkshiremen, charged with the responsibility of getting England into a good position on a gorgeous day here in Yorkshire, welcoming listeners joining us in Queensland for the first time tonight. Ahead of the first ball, Root and Bairstow resuming on 17 and 1 respectively. Adam Collins with you, and our experts for Red Energy 100% Australian electricity and gas are Damien, Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan. Flem, we know here at Headingley that it can get very nice to bat on days 2 and 3 when the sun's out, and it's a belter of a day.
It is, Colo. G'day, Bharat. G'day, listeners. Flat pitch looks good. I sense more atmosphere and intensity walking in today from the English fans. They know this is a significant day. They're 2-0 down in the series. They're in a pretty good position here. They bat well in this first session. They're on their way to getting themselves their first victory in this Ashes series.
So they're 195 runs away from parity. But Australia are only 2 wickets away from Moeen Ali, which is a factor as well. England deciding to go with the extra bowler, extra all-rounder this week. Pat Cummins will start from our Kirkstall Lane end. Picked up 2 wickets last night in the space of a couple of overs. 3 slips and a gully to start. Cummins away from us to start the day. Bowling here, delivering to Root. Root defending from the middle stump, out towards the onside no run. Good morning, Bharat.
Good morning, Adam. Good morning, Flem. Andrew. Just on warm-ups today, England claim to be baseball about everything. But when it comes to keep uppy, Adam Collins, I think Australia are more baseball-y. I saw David Warner kick a ball straight into the Team Sykes' face, unintentionally. There was some aggression there. And also I saw David Warner, while the English team were practicing some slip catches, there was no first slip, so he went and stood there. He wasn't taking catches, but just getting his eyes going.
Root thumps the bat into the turf before standing up tall, as he does, and Cummins bowls here, and he enters to first slip. He's gone second ball of the day. Cummins does it. He always does it. Root's caught it slip for 19. A fine catch from Warner away to his right. The Aussie fans are on their feet. England are 4 for 68. What a huge blow to start this second morning, Damien Fleming.
It was such a great first ball, wasn't it? Straight away, uncomfortable. He squirted out to square leg. All Pat did was adjust his line. It was fast. It was bouncy. Bharat was talking about Warner getting some eyes, and now he's actually alluding to Pat Cummins that had actually swung after he found the edge. Massive wicket. The great thing about Pat Cummins' career is he's always backed himself to get the best player out in the opposition team. You do that, and all of a sudden the batting team lose a lot of confidence. He does it to Virat Kohli. He's done it again to Joe Root.
Yeah, reminiscent of Glenn McGrath for all those years when he targeted the best player, so does Cummins. Mr. Consistent. Walking out for England here, their skipper Ben Stokes, who they rely so heavily upon. Australia getting to celebrate a wicket. Second ball of the day for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. Bharat, Cummins on the mark, and Warner's response as well. Took 4 catches here in the all-out 67 4 years ago at first slip. Not always the easiest ground to catch on. Made that hand movement. That ball was swinging in the air after it found the edge.
Brilliant.
Yeah, he got into an awkward position as well. But now I know what he was visualising. He was just visualising an outside edge from Joe Root in the first over of the day. Excellent bowling. Again, got him on the hop, got him moving. That's how Hazelwood and Cummins have got Joe Root out so many times. Not just here, but in Australia as well. But early doors, Australia needed Joe Root out of the way.
Isn't it good that, Pat Cummins, no warm-up deliveries? That first ball, Root was surprised by the pace and the bounce on the money, and it was just a slight adjustment. That the first ball just angled in a little one. That ball just all it did was straighten, but it was that extra pace and bounce. Great signs, because these have great batting conditions. That type of ball, that first delivery from Cummins, the wobbled seam that angled into Root is going to angle away from Stokes. The Australian captain, he's got his first target out. Now he's bowling to his second one.
Cummins to Stokes. Look around with such fond memories for him. Over the wicket bowls here. Stokes' first ball, defends out to the offside, gets one for it. First run of the day, 4 for 69. Stokes coming into this match with scores in the series of 143-17 and that quite extraordinary 155 at Lord's on Sunday.
Very different to the last ball Cummins bowled to Stokes in Headingley. That ball has been replayed many, many times, and poor Pat Cummins had to speak about it in the press conference.
I saw Nasser Hussain yesterday before playing. I said, I've been mimicking you all week on the podcast. Cut the way for 4. The Ashes are alive because of one man, Benjamin Stokes, and all the rest. And he's like, oh, stop it. I have to hear it enough.
Yeah, it's like, that's the trouble. Tony goes here a lot with his, where does West Indies cricket go from here? Do these guys bowl them over 51 in Port of Spain?
Here is Cummins away from us, Kirkstall Lane end. Into Bairstow, his first ball of the day is pushed into the onside. There won't be a single there.
Just on Ben Stokes, I asked him a question in the last press conference about how he's approached his innings differently to the other batters. And Flem, you touched upon it pretty much every time he's walked out to bat. And his explanation was most times he's walked in, it's been towards the end of the day, so he's sort of played for stumps, got his eye in. But now he's walked in to bat in the first over of the day. Will we see some baseball from him today? Maybe.
Cummins has 2 left in the over. 3 slips in a gully behind. Bairstow bowls here, plays and misses. He might have withdrawn the blade at the last possible moment, but the fact that he was flirting is a good sign for Cummins.
Yeah, one more wicket and you get into Mo and Ali. This is a big partnership for England. Bairstow at home. The controversies, he played up to it last night, but I sensed a lot of nerves in Johnny last night. Didn't have another good keeping day, but we know if anyone epitomises baseball, it's Johnny Bairstow.
Get Andrew Sampson to catalogue the first over of the day in this series. Something's always happened, isn't it? The Crawley boundary.
You haven't seen a boring mate.
Stokes wicket.
Is that what you're saying?
Cummins bowls off the back foot, through point. Lovely shot from Bairstow. Out towards the rope on the eastern side of the ground, across the practice pitches for 4 it goes. Bairstow's first boundary, he's 5. Into the over, 4 for 73. 20 gone England, trailing by 190. But if you're just picking up the coverage, first over of the day again. Second ball, Joe Root caught by David Warner at first slip. Cummins has 3 wickets already, 3 for 33. His figures going through the England top order. The Australian team for Red Energy awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar. And that'll be a contender for our delivery of the day for Macca's. Order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app.
Yeah, looks like they're starting with Scott Boland. Mitchell Starc was the one who got Ben Stokes very early on in the first innings in Lords. All that jumped on Stokes and had him caught in the gully by Cam Green.
That's another one. You go back to the World Test Championship final. Boland got a wicket on the first over of day 2. There was... at Lords, we had Stark get a wicket. We had Root with the reverse ramp.
Yes.
In the second innings at Edgbaston on day 3.
So David Warner hit a boundary, yes.
David Warner hit it and got out yesterday to Broad.
True.
I think the message here, Flem, is if you've got a ticket, get in for the first ball.
Don't miss the first over.
So Scotty Boland from the football stand end. In towards Stokes. He's on 1. 3 slips a gully round the wicket, bowls here. Oh, he squares him up as well. It goes for 4 through about 5th slip. But it was a genuine outside edge. He might have played it with soft enough hands not to carry had there been a catcher in that position. 4 for 77. Stokes joins Bairstow on 5.
He'll take the runs, but Scott Boland, yeah, that's pretty much what we come to expect, isn't it? Always challenging the outside edge. Good line and length. He'll hit the seam. Whatever movement there is in this pitch early, Scott Boland will maximise it.
Watching the replay there for Tyre Power. Falcon tyres 25% off. Quintessential Boland, isn't it? Wobble seam, spot on straight away. Asking good questions from the get-go. Bowling again to Stokes, who leaves alone. A more genuine outswinger. That's moved into the gloves of Carey, taking it in front of first slip.
These are the kind of pitches you don't get very often in Shield cricket. But when you do, the one bowler you want in your side is Scott Boland. We've already seen with those 2 deliveries why that is the case, Flem.
Didn't get a replay of that one.
So we've had the cutter or the wobble seam, then the genuine outswinger. What's next for Boland? Up to Stokes. Catches in the cordon, shuffles forward before defending. Boland collects in a follow through and gestures to throw. Doesn't do so. Remember that first innings here at Headingley? We all talk about the second innings, but the first innings getting out to a wide tempter from Pattinson, hitting the Q end of his bat and his trudge off the ground, knowing how he disappointed the side. They were all out 67. There were front page, back page headlines about what a disgrace England were, only for Stokes to go and pull off a miracle on the final afternoon.
But we've seen some signs, what they've talked about, to walk at Boland.
Yeah. Boland to Stokes, halfway through the over, wide of the crease again. Stokes turns him just behind square for 1. Stokes to 6, 4 for 79, make that 2. Good outfield here. It really is quick, isn't it? Todd Murphy does the fielding. Andrew Sampson's with us as well for Red Energy. Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Good morning. Cummins has now got Root out 10 times in this cricket. An average of just 22.6.
It's tasty.
And what about some of the other big batters like Flem said? I'm sure he's got Coney out, Pujara out a few times as well.
Yeah, he's got Pujara 8 times at an average of 22. And Coney 5 times at an average of 19.
4th slip jumps in. Boland delivers here and Stokes leaves alone.
Good stuff. Scotty Boland, loves that angle from around. The left-hander needs to be totally switched on to where their off stump is. Don't need to play at every delivery, but just that natural angle in, and he hits the seam and moves it away. It's a no ball. Doesn't bowl a lot, does he, Scotty Boland?
Very rare from Scott Boland,
4 for 80, therefore. To the crowd silent so far. They were desperate to see Root bat all day. England need to bat all day, you fancy. Boland up to Stokes, who defends out towards mid-on. No run. It could be a decisive day in the series for England. And if they lose today, the ability for them to win the test match will be that much harder, and they're already 2-0 down.
Yeah, it's certainly so. And there'll be no excuses, because this is the best batting track. If we had criticisms of the first two, slightly with batting, well, you weren't worried about the ball moving around everywhere, but the pace was a bit slow and a bit inconsistent. This just looks a belter.
Boland up to finish into Stokes. And Stokes plays and misses. Again, the outswinger. That is superb bowling from Scott Boland. Stokes had to play at it. Nearly a second wicket early on. Stokes is 7, Bairstow 5 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sail on now. England 4 for 80.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
The groans around the commentary box during the break as we watched a replay of the final delivery for Tyre Power. Fulton Tyres 25% off. Talk about the proverbial coat of paint. What a ball from Boland.
It was scrambled seam, that one, and it did just angle back across. Here we go, Bairstow again. We actually need him out, because the game will progress quicker, because he's just going to, for the whole time he's batting, he is going to need everything perfect to face the bowler.
So Cummins to Bairstow. A lot said between the pair during the week. Bowls here full and straight, and Cummins collects in his follow through.
And what I mean is, if there's something up on the top tier, if someone scratches their head, he will pull away and, I'm not going to face this ball.
So Cummins immediately is talking to umpire Damasona about where he's landing.
But it's also, I was down there, I think it can be annoying for the fast bowlers. It looks like it's concreted in. The footmarks that Wood was creating. So it might be a bit slippery, and you don't want any instability when you're landing. 10 times your body weight going through. You want your back foot to plant nicely, then your front foot get through the crease.
Cummins skipping in, bowling to Bairstow, who leaves alone outside the line of the off stump, only just. It dies into the gloves of Carey, but that hit the seam and moved back.
And like you said,
Sorry, Brett.
One thing Australia have done so successfully in the last 18 months is win these big moments. Right? And Red always has been Pat Cummins. Adam, we were there in Pakistan, both in Karachi and Lahore. There were those spells from Cummins and Stark, but always Cummins, which turned the game and the series around. And Cummins realizes this is it. If you can knock Bairstow over now, you're into Moeen Ali and the rest.
In conditions that should suit him so well, Cummins with that extra yard. Up here, he's got 3 for 33. Bowls to Bairstow, who leaves alone very late again. So he's on top early. That's up at 141 kilometres an hour.
Really good pace. He generally is a wobbled seam bowler, but he does have the big in-swinger. The previous one seemed to continue into Johnny Bairstow. That one angled in and then straightened. So the captain of Australia's got the ball in hand, and so often as he does, he leads by example. One more wicket into Moeen Ali.
Game on from there. Cummins up, bowls to Bairstow. Over the wicket, hit on the pad via the inside edge. They're about to go up in unison to appeal for leg before, but just got the bat down in time.
Yeah, he doesn't look very comfortable at the crease. He looked a little edgy last evening. Not sure what his focus is on.
It's come back a long
way.
Watching it back for Tyre Power. Falcon Tyres 25% off. We get the reverse angle here.
And those percentage, there is that big gap with Johnny, isn't there? You can see he gets bowled more than any other top order batsman in Test cricket. Get LBW. There's a gap.
It's a great start from Cummins. Conventional field, 3 slips a gully, 3 on the leg side. Away from us, bowls here to Bairstow. Bairstow driving from the inside part of the bat to mid-on again, not convincing whatsoever.
Oh, he's just throwing his bat at it. And at the moment, I think Flem, he's not sure which way the ball's going. I mean, the big hooping in-swinger, the last one, there have been balls that have straightened. And he's a little stuck in this innings. He hit that boundary where he got a little bit of width in the first over.
Well, he's going in, he's cramping him. I just wonder if he changes the angle of the seam now and see if he can get an outside edge.
Cummins to finish his 8th over. A brilliant one at that. Bowls to Bairstow, outside part of the bat, out towards cover, quick single taken. Bairstow retains the strike. He's 6, Stokes is 7 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sale on now, England, 182 behind, they're 4 for 81.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. We're seeing shots of 2 lads on the roof where they were sat yesterday with the Velux window about 5 metres beneath them. That's not a particularly safe place.
Would you commentate from there?
Don't put ideas in his head, please, Flem.
Trying to think, where's the weirdest place I've commentated? The roof at Gaul, probably.
Oh, yeah, we were almost blown away.
Went before Mary Poppins. Here's Boland towards us, towards Bairstow, cutting straight to backward point. Murphy does well there.
That's a bonus.
Yeah, should have been 4. Boland doesn't give you many poor deliveries.
No. You watch Big Scotty, he'll tighten up that line. Do like this matchup, actually. I mean, Bairstow, such a great eye. You're going to get full value for shots today. I mean, you know, as a putting green, I reckon this is running at about 13. But Boland does hit the seam. He moves the ball. Ugly line.
Plenty there for him. 2 slips of gully, bowls to Bairstow, who drives through, or drives square through point for 4. Just enough width there, a little bit too full, and Bairstow got a chance to free the arms and play out to his beloved Western Terrace. He's up to 10 from 30 balls, England 4 for 85.
Yeah, we wrapped Bolo up, but he bowled a similar delivery, so he didn't adjust. And as I was just saying, you know, if it's not fielded, it's 4. I tell you what, just watching side on there, that looked very close to a no ball. And Bolo doesn't normally pressure the line as much as other fast bowlers, but we can't afford a wicket that's overturned with a no ball here.
No, not in these conditions.
On a beautiful day, blameless. Sun out. Boland delivers to Bairstow, who defends out to mid-on. No run. You were out there this morning on the surface, Flem. We were wrapping up the curator last night. Brett and I saw the ground staff after filming our end of play video and all the rest, and we thanked them. We said, thank you for this gift.
Good on you.
But what is it about it out in the middle that makes it appear as though it's, I mean, just such a good pitch so far?
Well, I think it's got more an even covering of grass. It looks hard and flat. The other wickets where they're worn are actually around where the bowler lands and the batsman's in the crease.
Boland up, bowls to Bairstow, inside edge onto the pad, albeit from back of the length.
And the Australians just said it just straight away from ball 1. They knew it was a better pitch. You know, they felt like Edgbaston might as well been back in Pakistan. and Lords, you know, it's never quick and bouncy. But Lords, traditionally, if you bowl full, the ball's moving, and that wasn't the case unless there was really strong overcast conditions. So they just felt like this is easily the best pitch they've played on.
Just enough green in it, isn't there?
Yeah, and it's mainly to the sides. You know, stump to stump, you know, it looks pretty flat.
Boland delivers. Bairstow tucks out the deep square leg, or deep fine leg in the end, where Stark collects it. Bairstow 11, 4 for 86. They're 177 behind.
Fast and flat is what Ben Stokes wanted, right? We heard that a few months out. He's got a pitch which has pace, and it is still pretty flat. He's still look at some of the shots that have been played, Flem, and you realize there are runs to be scored still here. And if Australia can knock over England with a decent enough lead, they'll back themselves to bat long in the second innings.
I think we're just grateful for the pace, aren't we? having seen such a turgid surface at Birmingham, and Lord's not really living up to the hype. This is fast and furious and a joy to watch. Stokes finishing Boland, wide of the crease to finish, pushing out to cover, knows the call. Besto wanted one, but there wasn't one there. So at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. England, a 4 for 86 with Besto 11 and Stokes on 7.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Damien, Fleming and Jeremy Coney jumping in as well.
Yeah, and we'll have a little chat about the pitches so far after this. Well, hopefully a wicket.
Cummins to Bairstow, back of a length, turn into the onside, no square leg, they get 1.
Okay,
second man set back, it's 4 for 87 and Bairstow's 12.
But it's an interesting thing. I like in theory what Stokes has requested, fast, flat, bouncy, but you can't make something that's actually impossible to do. And so different grounds have different clay content. Normally the higher the clay content, the quicker and harder it is. But to use an Australian example, you can't just go to the SCG a week before the test. We want a fast, quick, bouncy one like the Wacker because the clay content's 15-20% less than the Gabba per stadium and that. So you can only produce what's actually underneath the clay content.
Comes to Stokes. Stokes leaves on length.
But it's come together here. This is exactly what Bazball wanted, and then we're seeing the most un-Bazball batting of the series.
Their run rate at the moment is 3.74. It was 3.6 overnight. And yeah, I doubt there are, and Samo can confirm this, I doubt there'll be many innings in the Bazball era where their run rate's been in the 3s. There was one innings at Manchester where they had to get out of a hole with Stokes and Folkes, which people often conveniently overlook when talking about last year's success for England. But other than that, all guns are blazing. Cummins bowls it again. Stokes able to leave alone on length. Just a bit of a tempter there through the gloves of Alex Carey. I think, he's had the reputation of being the quickest pitch in England, partly due to the downhill nature of it, and the oval back in the 90s as well.
Definitely
had that,
the oval.
Being quick here in the oval.
And then it turned, didn't it? The oval.
And now it's probably reputationally Manchester is the pitch in the last few years that's really gone through. We saw Unrick Norkia bowl some quick spells there last year. As Jeremy Coney cracks open a can of water.
Where are you getting the cans of water? I want one.
Hello, Jeremy.
Morning, everybody.
Cummins in, bowls to Stokes on 7 and leaves alone outside the off stump. Why don't I turn you down to just clear your throat?
It's a bit of a growly sort of voice today.
You know what I'm liking, though?
What?
I'm assuming, is it a John Arlett impression?
I'm really impressed by John Arlett, and I've wanted to see him for years.
It is.
This is the first sign, I think, that I might be able to one day, not the Hampshire Burr, I'll find that very difficult. Yeah.
And I think he used to crack open a red about lunchtime.
You could hear the glasses.
If you're going to be authentic, Jeremy.
3 slips in a gully, he's stuck. Cummins rather away from us to Stokes, who from the leg stump pushes out to mid-on. They run. Even lunch is being a bit generous. I think John Arlett didn't mind a tipple before work as well.
Okay, yeah.
He used to arrive with his little leather case, didn't he? And bring it all and had the bottle shape in it and so on. It was perfect.
So Ian Botham had a great line. I was talking to him one night. Arlett would ring the dressing rooms, both them. And he'd get on, he goes, both them, come over and bring your thirst with you. Bring your thirst with you.
Of course, it's John Arlett who was on commentary when Bradman was dismissed at the Oval in 1948. Bradman, Bowl, Hollies.
Voice, wasn't it?
How do you suppose you can see through tears in your eyes? As the commentary went on to say. A bit over the top, probably. But Cummins, says I, to finish to Stokes. 3 slips in the gully, pushing out to extra cover. No run into the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. England trailing by 176. They're 4 for 87. Bairstow 12, Stokes 7.
The supercars are on track. And
and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test cricket for Headingley homes. Let's see if I can get this one out. Brand new Headingley completed homes in Bonnybrook for $619,900. Centimetre perfect. Whitey and I struggled with that one yesterday. It's going to be Mitchell Starc for the first time today. Andrew Sampson's with us as well.
29 innings England have had before this in the Bazball era. The lowest run rate in completed innings is 3.29, which was against New Zealand in the first innings at Lord's last year. 23 of those 29 have gone at over 4 and over.
I don't think we count that first innings against New Zealand. It didn't. Remember, Jeremy, they just batted really badly.
Yeah, they did. They were taking a while to sort of absorb what it all meant.
Yes. Stark's over
of a test match.
Yes. Football stand-in. Bowls to Bairstow. He's 12. Bairstow stays on 12 with a push out to cover.
This has been a good start, hasn't it, for Australia? Just perfect start to keep them just reduced a little. To pick up that wicket, second ball in its root. Did Warner see it late?
Yeah, well, he
got in an awkward position for a moment.
He was gesturing to Paddy that it was like a snake. It was like a snake in the air.
Yeah.
So
well,
in the end, he took his time to take it. Great catch.
So Stark's run-up starts all the way back at the rope here at the football stand-in. Short boundary straight for Bairstow, who's facing here, left arm over, delivers, and Bairstow drives out towards mid-off where there won't be a single. Jeremy, you were one of the best to ever catch in the slips. You toured England a number of times. Why is it harder in England?
I think because sometimes the seam is so prominent, it acts like a rudder. Yep. So sometimes we can see that so many times to the keeper, can't we? Once it hits the pitch and alters the seam slightly, it might straighten it. And suddenly you've got a seamer going on as it passes the stumps. So I think that's why. It can actually, sometimes it can go up and down as well. That's when that's the worst.
Stark up, passing umpire Menon. Football stand in, Bairstow edging, and he's gone! Caught at second slip. Stark strikes with his second ball of the day. Johnny Bairstow couldn't help himself, threw his hands at one he should have been leaving. He's gone for 12. England in a world of pain now. They're 5 for 87. They've lost both their Yorkshiremen this morning, both caught in the cordon. Root. And now Bairstow inside the first half an hour. Damien Fleming.
I was going to say it's the corridor of collapse now for England, but that was wide, wasn't it? Bairstow did not have to play at that. He could have waited for Stark to come to him. Johnny looked distracted through his whole innings. Couldn't get going last night. Was getting into the Aussies a little bit, and then today, losing root. Now Bairstow. You were already saying this over, Jeremy, what a great start for the Australians, and now that puts the Aussies ahead. Getting into Moeen Ali. Stark's rhythms look great this over, and good captaincy. Bolo not quite right. I can see why they started with him, but Mitchell Stark's rhythm, pace, the angle as a left-hander is always a threat. So brilliant start by the Aussies.
He's been a bit straighter. Remember, you were talking about the drives, Colo, just going out and looking to drive. This one he hung out wider, and he went very hard, and a decent catch. Reverse cup, solid hands together. Didn't burst through at all. Excellent. So excellent cricket from Australia so far this morning. Just accurate. Bowlers doing their job. Not easy. Some natural variation we've seen, nipping back from Cummins and so on. Not easy, but there's no freebies around to give you a couple of boundaries to get underway.
Yeah, and Moeen Ali's a very dangerous batter, isn't he? His strike rate can be very, very high, but he can be loose. It would go against his batting style to bat tough and to bat time. If you don't hit it to the fielder, it's 4 runs here, so he can be a dangerous batsman, Moeen Ali. But if Stark can get it right early, he could run right through them.
Smith up to 162 catches in his 100th Test match, so the 12th most ever. He's he's actually equal 11th with Ross Taylor took 163. Lara 164, so he could go past a couple of them this week. in test number 100. You're right, Jeremy. That was going quickly from Bairstow, and he did hold his pose, Smith, and did well after having a mixed week in the cordon a couple of weeks ago. So Stark with a wicket already. For Moeen, they start with 2 back on the leg side, 2 slips and a gully and a short leg. Stark to Moeen Ali, his first ball on leg stump, past the man at short leg out to deep square where Todd Murphy tidies up. Yet to see him bowl, hasn't been required. 5 for 88. Moeen off the mark.
I'm sort of hoping we don't see Todd today. That means we've rock and rolled him. He'll have a massive job to do in the second innings.
He will. All 10 wickets, of course, in the yesterday, all taken by seam bowlers.
Oh yeah, just getting a replay. That's gone straight in. That's so wide.
That's such bad batting, isn't it? For all of the talk and rubbish, and yesterday with he did look distracted, Flem. I just think that how you can invest so much emotional energy in what happened last Sunday when playing a test match innings.
And then, just the distraction from the crowds not setting up. He just never looked comfortable.
So Stokes back on strike. So much needed from him here. Stark up, bowls, and Stokes leaves alone close to the off stump. Stark has his hands on his head. And that's just missed the off stump, the one that comes back on the angle. Wow. Could have been 2 in the over. Replay for tyre power. Fulton tyres 25% off. That was a gem from Stark, just a change of angle. Andrew Sampson.
162 catches for Steve Smith, which is also the most anyone would have had after 100 tests. Stephen Fleming was on 151 after 100 tests. 1.6 a match compared to Fleming's 1.5.
51 against England, only both of them ahead of him in Ashes cricket. Stark bowls to finish here. Stokes clips out towards the Western Terrace, but only for 1. Murphy does the fielding. England 174 behind. They're 5 for 89 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now with Stokes on 8, Moeen on 1, and Adam White coming in for me.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. And Pat Cummins is going to continue here in bright sunshine in Leeds. We've got a few changes to the commentary position with Jarrod Kimber coming in as well, thanks to Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas to join Jeremy Coney. Cummins around the wicket to bowl to Stokes. And Stokes gets one that leaves him and plays it late into the cordon along the ground.
This is a very good little bowling session for Australia, but particularly Cummins. I think he's been at the stumps. He's been, he's used his lengths nicely. He's got some nip and a, natural variation, as I was saying. So some have bounced a little bit more. That one that got root was just bouncing a little bit more. So he's a handful at the moment.
It's captain to captain. Cummins bowls, Stokes back, pushing into the offside. He'll take a single with the man Todd Murphy out in the deep at point. 1 more to the score. Stokes to 9, England 5 for 90. What have you thought, Jarrod Kimber, in the first half hour? In fact, that's a no ball, so an extra one to the total.
There's their first mistake.
Yeah, that's right.
Look, I said that first 30 to 40 minutes is important, right? And
you did say that, yep.
There was a ball that Boland bowled where he came around the wicket to Stokes. It was a wobble ball. It left him and then actually swung as well because the seam went straight up. And that was the point where I was like, this is not... I mean, root was already gone by then, but that ball, I was thinking, this is not what we thought it would be. We thought it would be flatter than this. We didn't think the ball would move around as much. England are in for a real fight here, and if Australia can keep the pressure on, there's no reason why they can't roll them particularly cheap. We might see a counter-attack at one point, though.
They're 1-7-2 behind. Cummins around the wicket to bowl to Moeen. Oh, good bouncer. And he had to sway out of the way of that quite dramatically, and Carey equally as dramatic, having to jump high away to his right-hand side with one glove to take it above his head.
Was a good bouncer, wasn't it? But quite well played, actually, by Moeen Ali. He gets into line, he drops the hands and just bends the knees. And so sort of just swaying away from it. Quite nicely played.
Just looking at that replay, thanks to Tyre Power, Vulcan Tyres 25% off. That was still going up when it got to Carey. Around the wicket, Cummins again to Moeen Ali, who leaves outside off stump. To a ball again rising as it went past. Spectacular day in Leeds.
Yeah, they're all like this up here.
Wow.
This is just a normal day in Leeds.
Let's see the next 3 days.
Come back, yes. I was going to say, come back Sunday, Monday.
The forecast for tomorrow, and I don't want to sort of dampen the spirits of people.
Quite literally.
That's right. There are flooding warnings tomorrow.
Yeah, but it's not a real flood. Up here, that's just a light shower. In Wellington, you wouldn't even notice it.
Cummins again, past the umpire, goes to Moeen, who's pushing the offside. He wants a quick single, and he'll get one. As Labuschagne coming in from mid-off couldn't prevent the single. Moeen Ali to 2, Stokes on 9, 5 for 92.
There is, of course, a cricket ground in England that regularly floods. I don't know if you know about this one, Adam.
In Worcester?
Yeah, Worcester.
Yeah.
And,
oh, yes.
And I remember I had to call Worcester once. I was trying to do a project with them, and the chairman, so not even the CEO, but the chairman was out with the boots up to his waist, and someone ran, and you could hear
his fly fishing.
They had the phone, and you hear the sloshing as they went out to him.
Cummins again around the wicket to Stokes. That's a bouncer down leg side. It's a bit of a wasted delivery.
So yeah, if you want to look up Worcester Cricket Ground and flooding, you'll see it happens about almost every year. I think it floods, but
you've got the river right beside it, of course.
What's the river called? Can you remember? Is that testing?
I don't know.
But you're right, Jeremy. It is close by, and
but there's other. I mean, Taunton's got a river right next to it as well, and Cardiff, but they don't flood in the same way. Cardiff is the legendary story, which I don't think is true, of Varun Desai playing in a counter game, and the ball was reverse swinging, and he said, "It's all right, I'll get rid of the ball," and hit it into the river.
I think it's the 7.
Yes, it is. Cummins again, last ball of the over, bowls, and Stokes shoulders arms outside off stump. End of the over, Cummins has got through 10. He has 3 for 38. England on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, 5 for 92.
Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above-award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
2 wickets already this morning for the Australians. The 2 men who resumed, Bairstow and Root, both back in the pavilion. England 5 for 92. It's Macca's Test cricket on SEN for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. And we're still waiting for the field to be set. And now we're ready again with Stark from the Howard stand end here at Headingley. He's bowling to Moeen Ali, who's confidently pushing up to mid-off. It is the unique nature of some of the English cricket grounds.
The tree in Canterbury?
Yes, the tree in Canterbury. But even I went for a drive yesterday through the countryside. No, Tuesday. And went and revisited some of the grounds I played at. And, trees are at mid-off, let alone at Canterbury, where it's at least on the boundary. I remember playing at a place called Budleigh Salterton down in Devon, where it's actually below sea level, the ground. And depending on the tide, the pitch plays differently.
So you consult the tide charts.
You do.
You're going to bat today.
Yeah. Correct. Exactly what happens. Stark again past the umpire, bowls to Ali, who pushes into the offside. Again, can take the single with the field set quite deep on the offside. He moves to 3.
I remember playing in one in just outside, might have been in Surrey, and in the middle of summer it's fine, but the ground's on a bit of a slant. But once you get to the really hot bit of the summer, if the grass is cut too short, if you just put the ball down, it rolls down the hill on its own. So when you're fielding, you actually have to play to the slant of the ball as it comes around. So it's like everything's been swept.
Yeah, I was playing, I think, in Gloucester once, and I couldn't see the wicket keeper because I was on the boundary. because I was so athletic. Yeah.
I saw you this morning up that
fine
hill.
leg, exactly.
Stark again past the umpire bowls to Stokes, who from the stumps defends up to mid-on.
And so the keeper would have to call out to me, left, and away I'd go.
I remember that tree at mid-off. It was a cricket ground called Chorley Wood, which is in Hertfordshire. And you think, well, this is ridiculous. It's just at mid-off, because if you hit the tree, it was 6. But if you got it just that little bit wrong, it went straight to mid-off and you're out. It's like those
caught off the tree?
Could you post a man?
No, so you hit the tree at 6.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, of course.
Could you post a man in the tree?
That's a good point. Swinging off a branch. Stark again bowls to Stokes, who pushes again to that sweeper on the offside at cover point for a single. He moves into double figures to 10, and it's 5 for 94. Yeah, that's some of the great charm of English cricket. It's so different to anywhere else, and you wouldn't have it any other way.
I played on a couple of pitches that were covered in goose poo.
Yes.
That's a tricky wicket. I played with Alistair Cook's brother on a goose poo wicket.
Uncovered wickets.
It was uncovered, and the geese enjoyed it.
Stark past the umpire bowls to Moeen Ali, who gets a good bouncer. But again, Moeen plays it well, just ducking underneath, only having to go down a little bit for it to go past through to Carey. Yeah,
before the game, we had to take the brush out, sweep off the goose poo. First ball of the game, I remember the medium pacer came in and the player went to a forward defence and the ball bounced over his head, so that one got the poo. Particularly big goose, I think that one.
So what you're saying is a sticky wicket.
It was a very sticky wicket. It was weird watching someone like Alistair Cook's brother play on a wicket. It really wasn't made for someone like him.
Last ball of the over. Stark in bowls to Moeen Ali, who clips it away firmly, and that's a good save by Boland on the fence. He had to dive away low to his left, get right down low, and prevent any more than 1 run. So Ali to 4, Stokes 10 at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. It's England 5 for 95.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's number 1, Beaumont Tiles.
Talking about sticky, thanks to Macca's, the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus is back at Macca's, supporting our SEN Test cricket coverage here from Leeds.
From Goose Poo to Macca's, and then to Sampson.
Worse and worse. It keeps going down and down. Anyway, Moeen Ali, as we know, hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket recently. But he also, when he has played, he's got a lot of runs. His last 50 in first-class cricket was in Antigua in January 2019. He got a 60 in the first innings of the Test. His next 19 innings since then, 325 runs at 17 with the highest of 43.
Right. Well, England needs him here. Scott Boland back into the attack. He's bowling to Moeen Ali, who gets one that shapes away and beats the outside edge.
You watch that ball. So I think at the moment in Test cricket, Boland averages about 14 against right-handers and 28 against left-handers. And you watch the balls he's bowled to the left-handers today, and you're like, are they just not good enough to hit it? Because he's beaten him by 1.5 foot then.
You know what, Joe? It's a really good point, because at Shield cricket, he just gets left-handers out for fun.
He should, because if he comes around the wicket, his natural ball is taking it away from them. So he's almost like he's bowling off spin around the wicket to them at pace. And there's just that was just such a brilliant delivery.
Here he comes again. He switched ends. He bowls to Moeen Ali, who's pushing conservatively and cautiously into the offside. But again, he can take the single with Murphy set on the fence at backward point.
Yeah, he might enjoy running down the hill here too. But it's those 2 angles, really, that you're talking about by coming around the wicket. He's actually creating an angle towards the left-hander, and then it starts to do something which moves away from the left-hander, and that becomes pretty difficult. And he's got 2 lefties to bowl at here.
That is the voice of former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney, expert Well, Ren Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Are you an expert in Ren Energy?
I felt a little red coming up the hill today.
we went past an energy plant, didn't we?
We did.
Boland again to Stokes, who pushes firmly up to mid-off. Doesn't score a run, really stretching forward there to try and meet the ball on the half volley. Labuschagne doing the fielding. This is proper Test cricket, isn't it? This is England sort of fighting for their lives at the moment.
Pre-Baz ball.
Not too many freebies around either at the moment from the Australian bowlers. Stokes there giving himself a little shimmy to try and disrupt the length, if you like, of Boland.
Here he comes again, bowls to Stokes from the stumps, plays firmly but can't beat head at forward square leg, no run. But past head, that was 4. Taking that ball from the stumps.
Another no ball.
Oh, no ball. This will start to frustrate the Australians just a little bit.
7th of the innings, maybe.
And
7 already, yeah.
You might remember, was it 2021 when England's 4th leading scorer was extras?
Yes. Sounds about right.
They didn't have a great year with the bat at that stage, Jeremy.
Now a short cover in Khawaja. Hit on the pad here. Boland umpire says no. Scott Boland likes this one. Ben Stokes trying to force firmly through mid-wicket. Boland gets together with Pat Cummins and Alex Carey, and they are going upstairs.
So he came down the wicket and tried to get outside the line of off stump there.
They're going upstairs thanks to IMAR Insurance.
Yeah, the trade is mate. That's IMAR.
What do you reckon, Jarrod?
So the ball before, when Jeremy was off sneezing, was full and straight, and Stokes tried to work it across. And I saw Boland think to himself, I think I might be able to get him here. So he's gone with a similar ball. But what Stokes has done is he's tried to come down the wicket and get out the line of off stump when he's done it. And I don't think he has.
Oh, this
I
is
think that's
close.
hit him in the line. He's a mile down the crease, though. Have a look how far he is down.
Yeah.
One thing that might save him, but it's low. It's hit him very low, and I don't think he's hit it.
He's batting. I think this might be out.
No inside edge.
No.
We know that. Now it's up to ball tracking.
Might just be a fraction outside off stump, actually. Have a look at that.
All eyes on the screen. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hitting umpire's call, so he's safe.
Oh.
Impact umpire's call. It was hitting. It was hitting middle stump, right in the middle of middle stump. But it was hitting outside the line, so Ben Stokes survives.
No, it was very, very clever bowling. He saw what Stokes wanted to do from the previous ball, got a better delivery, and if the umpire had given that out on the field, it would have been out. But well done for Stokes to get a fraction of his pad outside the umpire's call line. That's why he's coming down the wicket, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's a good call, Jarrod, that you made. The fact that he did get so far forward gave him a chance.
He's starting outside the crease, and then he's taking a pace as well. And it actually, because he takes the pace in front of his other foot, it takes him outside off stump slightly.
Boland again, 2 slips and a gully and a short cover. He bowls to Stokes, who's in and behind it, and it kept a little low. Stokes played it quite well, getting low as well to combat that variable bounce, defending away on the onside.
Not sure that kept as low as Stokes made it look, but it certainly didn't get up, did it? It was another very good delivery. This is a good spell from Boland.
Stokes 10 of 26 balls.
Stokes has got to really play very straight, because I think this movement that he's getting, if he plays too square, he's going to get hit on the pads again.
Boland again wide on the crease. Stokes lunging forward again, pushing confidently up to Labuschagne at mid-off. End of the over. A good over there from Scott Boland, swapping ends on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. England 5 for 97.
Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
Australia has celebrated half of England's wickets so far. 5 of the 10 for Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives, with England at 5 for 97. Losing Root and Bairstow in the first half hour this morning. It's now the 2 left-handers at the crease, Moeen Ali and also Ben Stokes, trying to put together a bit of a rescue mission for England here on day 2 from Headingley. Again, some time before we start the new over, before the field's in stone, and now we have Stark on the runway. He bowls and Moeen Ali pushes back to the bowler. Sort of half forward, Jarrod. He wasn't sort of fully confident to come forward like we're seeing Ben Stokes at the other end.
He's not a player who plays very far forward. He does play from the crease. He's sort of lazy elegance sort of player, like, you know, someone like a left-handed Mark Waugh a little bit more, where he'll stay in his crease and play that way. So he doesn't fully commit. He's a very, very good first-class batter, but hasn't really translated to Test cricket. Also, he's batted out of position his whole life.
Stands quite tall as he waits for Stark, and he clips away on the bounce to mid-on. Cummins doing the fielding. That was in the air for quite some time as he tried to force away on the onside. 5 for 97 it remains. Moeen Ali on 5, Ben Stokes on 10.
So Moeen Ali started as a batter and basically batted top order the majority of his life. He's from Birmingham, but he played in Worcester. He was signed by Worcester early on and was a top order batter. And of course for England, well, they've used him everywhere. He's batted every position 1 to 8, but majority of his time he's been 6, 7 and 8, and I don't think he's ever quite understood how to play in those positions.
Stark again bowls to Moeen Ali, who clips off the thigh pad out into the deep. Probably a bit of an inside edge, maybe a bit of thigh pad as well. As Boland does the fielding, we'll wait for the umpire. In fact, it's all thigh pad. So 1 more to the score, but not to Moeen Ali, 5 for 98. Often that happens, Jarrod, is that because he has that extra dimension as a spinner, they can go, well, we can actually sort of shoehorn him in the middle order here because he's going to give us some overs. So we can play 6 batters and a keeper, but we can throw him in there as well. But you don't then necessarily get the best out of what his sort of one wood is.
No, and that's part of the problem. They've tried him in so many different formations. And you talk to Mo and he'll tell you he bats like a number 8 when he's at number 8.
Yes.
And it doesn't actually help the team as much as it should.
Stokes back on strike. Stark bowls well, right on off stump. And Stokes again coming well forward, covering the line of the ball and defending up to mid-on.
Well, he's actually batted all positions from 1 to 9.
He got to 9, did he?
A couple of night watchman situations, I think, and I think he was the first player ever to get at least 100 runs in 6 different batting positions.
Really?
Because he didn't get that at 1, 2 and 3.
Shastri never got that? Did Shastri get there?
Shastri batted all 11.
Yeah, but did he get 100 runs? No.
He batted in all 11 spots.
Shastri, he was everywhere.
How many have done that?
Shastri, Rhodes and Vinu Mankad.
That is unbelievable.
Unless anyone else has joined them recently.
No, they haven't.
But I don't think so.
Stark bowls to Stokes, who's hit high on the leg as he tried to turn on the onside, and he fell over trying to play that shot. The ball sort of dropped away a couple of metres in front of him, and Stark picked it up on the follow-through.
Yeah, Shastri started as a bowler, so he's almost the opposite of Moeen, wasn't he? He started as a bowler and batted quite well in the tail, and then they just kept trying him in places. And Vinu Mankad was opened the batting and the bowling for India, but he was a decent batter, but throughout his career he kind of moved around a little bit as well and ended up batting everywhere. And Rhodes played for 1 million games, so probably just because he played so many games. I
suppose 50-odd games in those days of Test cricket was a lot, but in first-class cricket he played over 1,000, leading wicket taker in the history of first-class cricket.
Stark again, last ball of the over, bowls to Stokes, who again forces in the air on the onside on the second bounce, this time to Cummins. So a good over there from Mitchell Stark, but no wicket. He has the figures of 1 for 23 off 10. England 5 for 98 at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's number 1, Beaumont Tiles.
Thanks to Macca's, the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. SEN Test Cricket live from Headingley as Boland starts a new over. He bowls to Moeen, who turns it into the onside through mid-wicket for a single. Cummins comes around from mid-on to do the fielding. England 1 away from 100, 5 for 99 with Moeen up to 6.
Yeah, I think Rhodes, when he retired, would have had either the second or the most tests, which was around 50. And I think in 1930, Hobbs had the second most tests, which was 56. But how many years did Rhodes take to play those 50 tests?
Not quite a million, but 31. Started in 1899, last test 1930. It's the longest career in Test cricket history.
Scott Boland bowls here to Stokes. That was right on line, and Stokes did well to defend that one out. I'm just amazed with what Andy's coming out with. He's not even referring to any notes.
He knows it.
Extraordinary. And I said this yesterday. I've grown up listening to him, and just to see him in action, it's almost the highlight of a tour.
Statistical beast. Look at him. Ripley. No, so Rhodes is really interesting because Rhodes is a little bit... Do you remember when Brad Hogg came back to play for the Australian team and was batting at number 11?
Yes.
I'll tell you the full story. It's quite funny.
Boland again, past the umpire, bowls to Stokes, who comes well forward and then punches back to the bowler. Boland knocks it down, almost parrying it into cover to prevent any chance of a run.
So Brad Hogg started with Western Australia batting number 6 and bowling medium pace occasionally, and then eventually became the wrist spinner, of course. So he was a proper top order batter. And he's batting at number 11 for Australia in the World T20. I said to George Bailey, "What are you doing?" And Bale said, "He's 100 years old. He can't bat anymore." And I think Wilfred Rhodes had a sort of similar thing of, at a certain point, he probably was a very good batter, and then as he went on, not as much.
Boland again, 2 slips in a gully to Stokes, who again he's forced into defence. This is testing Test cricket here of the highest order. Scott Boland, who loves bowling to left-handers, has got Ben Stokes under pressure. He cannot score a run at the moment.
Yeah, we see this a lot with Stokes. So I wrote about this in the last test when he played that incredible innings, that Joe Root and Steve Smith, these sorts of guys have multiple gears, 5, 6 gears that they use, and they go up and down even between overs.
Boland again, around the wicket to Stokes, who again is forced into defence, pushing up the offside.
Stokes, when he was younger, of course, didn't bat as much because he was an all-rounder, and he didn't work on his batting as much. Another no ball as well, by the way. He didn't work on his batting as much at that point. Stokes basically bats in 3 gears. There's block, there's one-day accumulation, sort of middle overs, and then there's 6 runs off every ball. And so he's got himself into one of these moods where he's going to block for a long time, and then later he'll flick a switch and he'll change it to one of the other 2 gears.
The cheers were for the 100 as this time Stokes takes it from the stump 6, a single. Cummins fires at the striker's end, which was Moeen end. He missed the stumps, but Moeen was safe anyway. So Stokes does finally move from 10 to 11 and 5 for 101. The 100 off. Andrew, how many balls?
Quite a lot.
You were going to say something else.
29.5 overs?
I was too busy looking at Wilfred Rhodes, 29.5 overs. So one of the slower of Bazball eras. Just Rhodes, first-class cricket numbers.
Yes.
Which the kids today won't believe these.
Boland, last ball of the over to Moeen who's defending away, pushing with his hands out in front of his body into cover. We'll do that at the end, at the start of the next over, because we've reached the end of Boland's 7th. He has the figures of no wicket for 24 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. England 5 for 101.
No matter which footy team you cheer for, around 1 in 3 of the players will need donated blood in their lifetime. Same goes for the opposition and supporters like you too. Yet only 1 in 30 people gives blood. That's a lot of potential donors sitting on the bench. So why not be the lifeblood of your footy team and everyone's team? Search Give Blood to book a donation with Australian Red Cross Lifeblood today. Give life. Give blood.
SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. You would have heard me probably just go, oh, like that just before the break. With that run-out situation, Moeen put the bat into ground and it dug into the surface. And if the ball had hit the stumps from Cummins, Moeen would have been out.
There was a lot going on with that, actually, because his helmet was flapping around and he went to grab his helmet. He confused himself on the run. And I thought it was close, but I didn't realise his bat got stuck as well.
Yeah.
Tom Murphy coming in.
So here we go. We will get to those figures, Andrew, but let's focus here on Todd Murphy, who is about to bowl his first ball in Ashes Test cricket.
Quite a defensive field. He's got a slip in place. Everyone else is in a ring. We've got a long on, long off, deep point and deep backward square. So I wouldn't even say it's an in-out field. It's a slip, a ring, and long on's 3/4.
So Todd Murphy, for the first time in Ashes cricket, bowls to Stokes, and he turns it around the corner to short backward square leg, and there's no run. So we talk about his first ball in Ashes Test cricket. I've got a feeling he's going to bowl many, many balls in Ashes Test cricket over the years. He's approaching again. He bowls to Stokes, that one down leg side, and Carey can't glove it cleanly. It ricochets back to Khawaja again for the second time in that position around the corner.
Yeah, he's got both of these wrong so far, just sliding them down leg side. He's not trying to put a lot of purchase on the ball by the look of those first two. Ben Stokes is there someone? Oh, there's...
Yeah, we got this issue yesterday with the crowd. They're just above the sight screen.
They're standing right behind Murphy's arm.
Yeah.
How could they not think that might be an issue?
They sit down. So Murphy approaches again. Bowls to Stokes, who's pushing forward, and will take a single up to long off. So Murphy coming on here just before drinks. He's bowling to two left-handers. And as I mentioned yesterday, Todd Murphy had never even been to England before, let alone played cricket in England before. So this is his first ever game, and it's in an Ashes Test match at Headingley. It's quite a remarkable story.
He was getting sledged by the Western Terrace yesterday for what happened in the last match, which I thought was a little unfair, being he hadn't played in it.
He now gets an opportunity to bowl to Moeen Ali. Bat pattern, a slip in play. Moeen Ali pushes back to the bowler conservatively. Murphy cleanly fields on the follow through. Two balls left. His last two have been good ones. With his glasses on, Todd Murphy bowls to Moeen Ali, who turns around the corner from leg stump to Khawaja again. So he's bowling around the wicket to the left-handers. Murphy to start things off, trying to get it into those footmarks that have been made possible from the right-arm bowler bowling over the wicket. One ball left here. Should be the last over of the last ball before drinks. And again, there's a distraction. They keep opening that door, that glass door above the sight screen. Murphy again bowls to Moeen Ali, who's pushing forward in defence. Bit of bat, bit of pad. Certainly got Murphy excited. And that completes his first over in Ashes cricket. One run coming from it. We are at drinks on day two, first session. England losing 2 wickets in the first half hour, consolidating things after that. And at drinks, it is England 5 for 102 on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard. Moeen Ali on 6, Ben Stokes on 12. We'll take a break and be back with Adam Collins right after this.
Cummins bowls here and he enters to first slip. He's gone second ball of the day. Cummins does it. He always does it. Roots caught it, slip for 19. A fine catch from Warner away to his right. Ball stand in, Bairstow edging and he's gone. Caught it second slip. Stark strikes with his second ball of the day. Johnny Bairstow couldn't help himself, threw his hands at one he should have been leaving. He's gone for 12. England in a world of pain now. They certainly are. England 5 for 102. They're still trailing by 181 runs. Australia went bang-bang this morning. The two Yorkshiremen, Root caught in the first over of play by Warner at first slip. Good catch. Off balance, managed to drag it in from the bowling of Cummins. Gone for 19. Didn't add to his overnight score. Then Bairstow. Shocking shot. Way outside the off stump. You'll leave that every single day of the week, especially in this situation. Caught it second slip by Smith. His 163rd catch in Test cricket. Bairstow gone for 12. They were 5 for 87. This pair have put on 15. Stokes is 12. Moeen is 6. I'm Adam Collins. I have Bharat Sundaresan with me for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Baz, your observations of the first hour?
Yeah, good afternoon, Adam. You know, when we came here today, I told everyone, this is baseball weather. The pitch is quick. The ball's coming onto the bat. Yes, it's nipping around a little bit. But if England ever wanted a pitch to show us what they got, this was it. But it's been a proper interrogation from the Australian fast bowlers this morning. This is exactly the kind of first star they wanted. They've given nothing away.
Boland to start the fresh hour, delivering here to Ben Stokes. Stokes on leg stump, takes it out towards square leg where there'll be work for the man at deep fire. Mitchell Starc wheeling around in front of the eastern stand. They get a couple. Stokes up to 14. England 5 for 104.
And that delivery literally is the one ball with was a freebie off sorts where Ben Stokes could just use the angle and play it into the onside for a couple of runs. But you can see they've tried to break free England. They haven't played any risky shots so far, except the one that Johnny Bairstow played to get out.
It's T-shirt weather as Boland delivers and Stokes plays an outswinger out towards extra cover where Labuschagne does the fielding, gets one for it, just controlled that with his hands, checked his shot, 5 for 105. We walked into the commentary box when Andrew Sampson was about to launch into a Wilfred Rhodes dissertation, which I'm one of my pet topics, probably one of yours as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Any cricket badger loves talking about the great Yorkshireman, Wilfred Rhodes, test career that spanned 1899 to 1930. Staggering.
And then a county career which went on for, what, nearly 45 years or so? What a guy. Started at number 11, finished up the top order.
Bowling here is Boland. He beats the bat of Moeen Ali, playing the wrong line to the ball that was moving away around the wicket. That's where Boland is so difficult to deal with. Has the wobble seam that goes the other way, then that little outswinger. We'll watch a replay here for tyre power. Fulton tyres 25% off. That was actually the wobble seam.
That was the wobble seam. The last ball to Ben Stokes was a genuine outswinger, swung a long way. This one just straightened enough, and Moeen Ali very lucky not to get an outside edge.
The extra bounce helping Boland from the football stand end. Down the hill he goes. To Moeen, a bit closer to the stumps, defending under his eyes. My favourite little Wilfred Rhodes stat before Samo goes deep diving on the numbers is that he made his debut in July 1899, which was Grace's last test match, Trumper's debut at Nottingham, and his final test match in 1930 at Jamaica was where the first triple ton in test cricket was made, the 325 by Andy Sandham, and he just missed out on playing against Bradman in test cricket, didn't get picked in 28-29, didn't play in 1930, but did play against Bradman for Yorkshire that year and took a 5 for at Scarborough. As Boland gets to the crease and delivers, and Moeen plays a miss again. An identical delivery in terms of how it ended up. I reckon that might have been the outswinger for the second time in the over. Boland is all over the English southpaws.
No, Moeen Ali has no idea. He's trying to practice his leave now, just shadow practicing the leave. But how can you leave that one? That's the thing. He's using the angle. And where he delivers the ball from the crease, Scott Boland, the ball angles in towards you, and then he's getting it to straighten or swing in the air.
2 slips in the gully waiting. They better be ready. Boland again to finish to Moeen on leg stump. Doesn't quite move, gets one. Shoveled out to the onside. Cummins does the fielding. Moeen will retain the strike. He's 7, Stokes 15. It's 5 for 106. Our coverage is for Macca's. The barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's, the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. Andrew Sampson with us as well. We're going to talk about Wilfred Rhodes. Why not? Samo, your turn.
Oh, why not? Yeah. Just I'm going to give his first-class numbers first before we start to do anything else. Just the 1,110 first-class matches. Leading wicket taker in all of first-class cricket history with 4,204. An average of 16.
Here's Murphy. Round the wicket, football stand end. Moeen Ali forward, inside edge, past short leg, down towards backward square for 1. Khawaja does the fielding. Moeen 8, 5 for 108.
But he's also scored 39,969 runs to go with that, which is the 17th highest aggregate in first-class cricket as well. And a career, as we mentioned earlier, spanning from 1899, well, his first-class career was 1898 to 1930.
So we're back on the roof we talked about earlier with the kids up there. The Channel 9 reporter we've got with us on tour is on the roof as well.
Well done, Sam.
Do a piece of the camera up there, Sam. Murphy bowls and defending his Stokes down the pitch. So 2 test tons, one of which was opening. So he started at 11, finished at 10, opened the batting in Australia in 1912 and made 179.
Correct.
He and Hobbs hundreds together, I reckon.
That's right. Big partnership.
Murphy round the wicket, bowls to Stokes. This time he plays to mid-wicket, no run.
There's only one other man, right, Andrew Sampson, who's done that. Started his career at number 11 and scored 100 as an opener. Who was part of our panel start of June. Ravish Shastri.
How good's this, Sam? He's a brilliant reporter.
Oh, he's brilliant.
And he's found his way onto the roof, not without physical threat. He'll be in my podcast Hall of Fame later tonight, I suspect.
Yeah, for sure.
Super stuff. Great to have a wide range of media here covering the Ashes. Extra buzz around a series like this. Stokes waiting for Murphy in his second over. Leg stump again. Hasn't quite got the line right yet, albeit a ball that bobbled up to where short leg would have been. But there isn't at the moment. 2 left in the over, so signalled by umpire Damasena.
Yeah, oldest player to play Test cricket as well, of course, at the age of 52. I knew I was done when I got to that age a few years ago. Jarrod Kimber actually just asked before he left how many games that Rhodes played here at Headingley, on the assumption that it might be quite a lot more than anybody playing today has played in their entire careers.
Short leg jumping in now after that, so we're going to have Labuschagne under the lid.
They spread the games around more in those days.
Fair enough, yeah.
Headingley was actually, he only played 88 games at first class cricket. The ground he played the most at was the Bramall Lane in Sheffield.
Of course.
He played 105.
That's where the test match was in Yorkshire in 1902. Bowling's Murphy to Stokes, who plays it just in front of short leg. So there's been one going behind short leg off the inside edge. That was off the inside part of the blade as well. So a good little correction with line there.
I think he's also bowling this line because he expects the English to come after him. So he's just starting off with sticking to middle stump, leg stump.
Murphy to finish. Stokes using his feet before defending. The ball is dipping on him at the last moment. Well bowled, Todd Murphy. Good start from him. Stokes 15, Moeen Ali 8, England 5 for 107. Our coverage for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale. Packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens and even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
Something going on here with Ben Stokes, clutching his hamstring between overs. Right leg, we saw that at Lords. He went to his right hamstring a couple of times when sweeping at Lords. Might be his buttock, actually.
Oh, yeah, this could be his,
Looks a little bit glute, possibly. So the medical staff are out there at the moment. So we'll pause here for the time being. I think he's fine to go. It doesn't look like he's coming off or anything like that. He'll just receive some attention. So it's the left knee and the right buttock.
Yeah, it
seems to be a problem for him.
Just a glute. Just on Wilfred Rhodes, Andrew, possibly, I'm guessing he might, I don't know much about his married life, but maybe the only Test cricketer to have grandkids. I'm assuming back in the day at 52 you would have grandkids.
Question.
That's a very good question. The only other players that it might apply to, in the wild interwar period where all bets were off and all sorts of things happened, where Don Blackie and
Dainty
Ironmonger made their debut in the same series in 28-29. They were both in their late 40s for Australia.
Yeah, it's possible.
Imagine
I don't have that grandchildren on the database.
But like that would be so funny. What's Grandpa doing today? Oh, Grandpa's playing a Test match for England.
The other good Rhodes one is 26 Ashes. He hadn't played for 5 years. First 4 tests were draws. Back in those days, Test cricket in England was played over 3 days. It was a rain-affected series as well. 5th test, they said it's going to be a 5-day match to get a result. They played at the Oval. They called up Wilfred Rhodes out of retirement to play. Took 6 wickets in the match and won the Ashes for England. That I guess he would have been 48 or 49 at that point.
And just speaking of other first-class venues here, considering I'm staying closer to Bradford than Leeds, so I could afford to stay in Leeds, I drove around some of those cricketing clubs in town and day before the test.
Boland. We're back on with the medical staff off the field. Bowling to Moeen Ali, defending down the pitch, no run.
Went to Undercliff Cricket Club, where they have a shrine for David Bairstow, the late David Bairstow. He's played a lot of his cricket there. Johnny Bairstow, I've read, grew up in that. He didn't play a lot for Undercliff, but apparently first party he attended was in Undercliff as a 5-year-old, singing Tina Turner at the age of 5, apparently. Johnny Bairstow. That'd been quite a sight.
2 slips the gully. Boland away from us, delivers here to Moeen Ali, playing with soft hands to backward point, no run.
Then I went to Park Avenue, which is being rebuilt. The likes of Adil Rashid. There's a big graffiti of Adil Rashid there. It's like, again, a shrine to Adil Rashid at that ground. It doesn't look like it's in great shape, but the likes of Bairstow and David Willey have all contributed to bringing it back up. But there's a new structure coming up with the indoor nets. Primarily, they played a lot of first-class cricket there as well, Jeffrey Boycott in particular.
It's Boland. Passes umpire Damasena, delivers here. Back of a length of Moeen, past the edge again. That took off. Good bounce, great pitch.
Oof, great pitch.
Yeah, I mean, Rhodes himself played 90 games at Park Avenue.
There you go.
So he played more games at Bradford than he did play at Leeds. There you go. Speaking of Bradford, there's a clip going viral at the moment from the Canberra Raiders. Now, I don't know much about rugby league, so bear with me here. So, Elliot Whitehead is from Bradford.
Oh, right.
And just as Bairstow was being dismissed this morning, Boland to the crease, delivers here, and Moeen Ali defends down the pitch. Elliot Whitehead, he must have scored a try, Whitehead, for the Raiders. And their celebration, they went down to the corner post, and he gestured to bat, and they bowled the ball over the top to the keeper, and he was coming out of his crease, and he was run out on the field in a rugby league celebration. I mean, I don't sort of feel any allegiance to the Australian cricket team. I try to be impartial in my job, and I felt quite proud to be an Australian when seeing that.
There you go.
Seeing cricket crossover into football and all the rest. Boland delivers here to Moeen Ali. Bouncer gets underneath it, sways underneath it. Well bowled.
There have been 2 crossovers of that kind. Our other love, wrestling. Oh, by the way, today is the anniversary, 27 years since Hulk Hogan turned heel.
Oh,
yeah, bash the beach. It happened.
That was the first week that Foxtel pretty much came to Australia.
Oh, there you go. What a time.
A lot of young
alive.
people remember watching that as pay television was arriving, and we were opened up to the world of pro wrestling a few times a week. 0433 98 11 16. Where were you for that? Boland to complete his 9th over. And playing out through the offside with style is Moeen Ali. A square drive to die for to the Western Terrace. Into double figures. He's 12, Stokes is 15. Into the over, England 5 for 111. Our coverage for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
Thirsty Camel! Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You're beauty, but not for the other 9. Sign up online or in-store to get more perks like birthday rewards and exclusive weekly product offers. Membership has its perks. Download the app or add your membership to your digital wallet. If you have one, drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July. Even camels get thirsty.
The trailing by 152. I love the way your brain works, Baz. The 27th anniversary. Andrew Sampson for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Yeah, 4 was the first, it's the 23rd over and only the 4th of the morning.
Wow. So Todd Murphy to bowl his 3rd over. He was in the contest with Stokes in the previous. He's got the short leg, but no slip, interestingly, for a left-hander. Murphy bowls and Stokes, he's forward defending, no run. Got Damien Fleming. No, sorry, my apologies. Jeremy Coney jumping in as well. Jerry, how you going?
Very well, thank you. Yeah, this has been a really good morning's cricket, hasn't it? I mean, I've really enjoyed it. Just the tightness of the Australian bowling from the seamers, particularly.
Long on, back. Stokes across the line, hit on the pad. Must have been via an inside edge. There was no appeal.
Ooh.
High as well. Stokes is struggling with this glute. You can tell by the way
he is.
He gingerly got back up, got a message from Matt in Parramatta. Stokes' knee being blown has caused his glute to go. That's Matt's theory. Overcompensation. Hope it's not a case of beware of the wounded warrior. Thank you, Matt. 0433 98 11 16 in Australia to text in. Murphy bowls and Stokes defends down the pitch. What about in New Zealand, Jeremy?
888 double three.
he could have done great wrestling promos back in the day, right, Jeremy? But that's a beautiful piece of bowling from Todd Murphy. The slowest ball he's bowled so far in this spell.
He kicks away up to the crease, bowls here. Stokes plays from the crease defensively.
Yeah, so it's been an hour. That first hour was just a trial, you know, really, and an examination by length and by movement from the seam. And it needed watchful, kind of demanding defence from the front foot mainly.
Murphy up. He's got the short leg to Stokes, who slaps it out through past cover, past Warner to wide mid-off, where Stark does the tidying up. But that wasn't a convincing stroke. And, yeah, he's clearly in strife here, Stokes. That was the shot of an injured player. Yeah. 151 the deficit, 5 for 112. Stokes up to 16 from 50 balls.
And Murphy's in the game, Jeremy. Murphy's very much
I've enjoyed watching him. He's a little bit quicker, but, I mean, this is the first innings. And he's bowling at the moment not to take wickets outside the off stump.
Murphy delivers to Moeen. Leg stump line pushed past the short leg in control, though. That'll complete the over. 5 for 112. We're here at Leeds for Macca's. The barbecue bacon Angus is at Macca's.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
Jimmy's forward and tucks into the onside, no run.
He's really struggling, poor Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
He's had the knee, the hamstring, or the glute.
Is it the glute, is it? That's been confirmed. It's not. It looked like the coccyx they were trying, you know. I mean, you know that right down the bottom of your vertebrae there?
I suppose it could have been. It's like from our angle, it looked like they were massaging his bum.
He was massaging the bottom. That's all we know, Jeremy.
The buttock.
The buttock.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, just over the cheek if you want to be
thank you.
precise.
I'll pose a hypothetical after this ball. Stokes facing Boland. He goes past the edge with another gem. That has done loads. And Boland looks up at the England captain as if to say, how did you not hit that?
How many times has he come close to getting the outside edge this morning, Scott Boland? This has been magical bowling.
Here's the replay for tyre power, 25% off Falcon tyres. Wow, and the swing after passing the bat as well.
Yeah. It's been really unlucky. He's gone past Moeen Ali's bat on numerous occasions, and now Ben Stokes.
You did say he was so well suited to bowling in England, and so it's become. Boland here to Stokes, who pushes into the onside, gets 1, 17 for him, 5 for 113, no concerns running there. I think in the first test at Edgbaston, it didn't feel like it, apart from one spell, the bowling was quite so in the match. It didn't feel like England could have been playing in subcontinent.
Yeah. And, you know, Andrew McDonald said, didn't he, that they were a little surprised with how aggressive England were against Scott Boland. But when he gets conditions like these, good luck if you're going to charge down at him and try to hit him across the line. It won't last for too long.
So Boland right on top to Moeen Ali this time. Delivers here down the leg side, chips it up towards mid-wicket or mid-square leg rather, past the square leg umpire. There isn't a man there. If there was a conventional square leg, it would have been a dolly. Moeen 13, 5 for 114.
I'm not sure what to make of it. In a way, it's good to see England play normal test cricket. But I mean, Australia haven't allowed them to break free, but we were promised something else before this tour. So I'm still confused as to what to make of this.
Well, I don't think they can, frankly, to this. This is just snatched singles, isn't it? That's what we've seen.
Yeah.
So two left.
4 boundaries, 3, 4 in the
Boland to Stokes, dancing down the track and turning down the fine leg. Looks like he's trying to score as many as he can, using his feet routinely to the swing and seam of Boland. He's 18 with the single, 5 for 115 England.
But it's Bazball firmly back in the box.
Oh, yeah,
isn't
very
it?
much
I mean,
so.
it has been tucked right at the back of the drawer.
Yeah.
Behind the socks.
And the cupboard's been locked as well.
Yeah.
If Stokes is genuinely injured here, they've got no Ollie Pope either as the vice-captain.
Yeah.
If he's injured to the point where he misses next week, it Pretty interesting conversation around who might lead England.
Back to Root. No, he won't take it back.
I doubt it. Bowen, last ball of his 10th over. Moeen Ali edging, and it lands just in front of Stephen Smith, away to his left, not far away. Don't know why they're cheering in the Western Terrace. That's a genuine false stroke from Moeen, who's 13, Stokes is 18. End of the over. England 5 for 115. Our coverage for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
Oh, Schnitz Nugget. Well, smaller than a Schnitz, the Schnitz Nugget's larger than the nugget laws permit. And while nuggets are just fine and we hold Schnitz in great esteem, the mighty Schnitz Schnugget is the perfect in-between. Whether just a tasty snack or on the side of more, the Schnitz Nugget's golden crumb will have you shouting, more. The new Schnitz Nugget. Not quite a Schnitz, not quite a nugget. Available now at Schnitz.
Murphy bowls reverse sweep from Stokes. First time we've seen him play that against the spinner to Mitchell Marsh, who's there for it, to be fair, a backward point, no run.
That's interesting. At the moment, they've got a 4-5 field, 4 on the offside, 5 on the onside, and Murphy's bowling in at leg stump quite quickly, not giving them room.
He's bowling around the wicket from the football stand in, wide of the crease to Stokes. He goes back to slap and gets it past extra cover where Warner's fielding. Stark collects it around from mid-off. One they get, 5 for 116. And Stokes is on to 19. We saw in India, Bharat, that Murphy's main weapon wasn't so much the off-break, it's his wrist position. He gets underneath the ball, gets going like a UFO and going straight on to the left-handers from round the wicket. As he got Jadeja out at Nagpur with the best example of that. Classy bowler Murphy. Into Moeen here, got the short leg, and he's forward and struck on the edge of the bat. They were appealing for leg before. They thought it was pad first. I must admit, so did I. But no appeal from the keeper.
Yeah, Manas went up from short leg. Obviously, he would know. Yeah, you're right. But he tossed one up in the last over. It'll be interesting to see if he does that to Moeen Ali.
Delivers here, Murphy. Flat to Moeen, defending.
And it was the variation in pace, subtle variation in pace, which got him the wickets in India, wasn't it, Adam? And that UFO delivery got Virat Kohli in lots of trouble. Got him out 4 times, but he beat him so many other times.
And he hit the shiny side here from round the wicket. Bowls to Moeen, more conventional off break, played it to the offside. Partnership now worth 29 from 77 balls. So, as you both pointed out, there's no Baz balling here right now. On the contrary, just hanging on.
No, this is survival.
So Murphy to finish his 4th over, conceding just 4 runs so far. Moeen back defending once again. They trail by 147, England. They're 5 for 116. Moeen's 13, Stokes is 19. And we're here for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar.
We're here at Leeds, where cloud cover returns and Pat Cummins returns as well. He was the man that got Australia going with his 2nd ball of the day, finding the outside edge of Joe Root. Lovely little outswinger, pouched by David Warner. He's got 3 wickets in the innings so far, going through Duckett, Brook and Root. He does it so well through the top order routinely.
And he senses moments, Pat Cummins. He's realised Ben Stokes is struggling with injury. He's trying to break free. There are no good cops in this Australian bowling attack. They all ask you the hard questions.
2 slips the gully, round the wicket away from us. Kirkstall lane in, delivers to Stokes. Short ball, takes it on, gets it down, out towards fine leg. But as he played the ball, he winced. Gets 1, Stokes to 20, 5 for 117.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, he's now calling for a drink. And also, I don't know whether that means that's the physio as well. But I think
so.
He looked uncomfortable playing that hook shot after he'd actually hit the ball as he turned.
I mean, he's made of tough stuff, but sort of theorising that he might be in a bit of strife here, and he had to really walk that single. Next week, who might lead England? I can't imagine it'll be Root.
No.
I just can't see a world where he ever does it again. Cummins up to Moeen on 13. Bowls here. Moeen plays with nice hard hands through cover. All timing, all eye. Gets a boundary out to the Western Terrace. They've been rare this morning. Moeen's got 2 of them. He's 17, 5 for 121. They trail by 142.
First of the morning.
Thank you, Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, he's always classy through the offside, Moeen Ali. He's all hands, doesn't move his feet too much. Gets a little bit of width, throws his hand at it. Pretty stylish.
It could be Moeen leading them, by the way. He's
very well
the captain of the one-day and T20 side. He was vice-captain of the Test side when he was last in the team a couple of years ago before he retired on that occasion. Cummins in, Moeen Ali defending back down the pitch. Another contender might be one of the fast bowlers, Broad and Anderson, just for a safe pair of hands.
Broad, I've always wondered why they've never gone for Broad in Test cricket. Even when England was struggling in Australia 18 months ago and Joe Root was clearly under the pump, I thought the one option they could go to was Stuart Broad. But again, I guess it's a question of him not playing enough Test matches. But if you know it's just 2 Test matches and you want him to play in those, maybe Harry Brook, take a gamble. That's Baz ball.
I think Anderson will play at Manchester next week, so that could be an option too. Cummins in, bowls to Moeen. Bouncer gets underneath it nice and early. Haven't seen many short balls today.
If Anderson's captain, we're back in Wilfred Rhodes territory. 41-year-old Test captain.
Yes, he would be.
And then Stokes still stretching, just trying to keep his lower body mobile.
Well, we did have the oldest Test captain centurion back in 2016 at Lords with Misbah Al-Haq.
Yeah.
So recent history, not all the way back to Wilfred for that one. Doing the push-ups in front of the pavilion and so on. Great Test match. Cummins bowls and Moeen plays off the front foot. Nice timing to Boland. Wide of him at mid-off, they get a single. Moeen's working into it here. He's 18, 5 for 122. They'll need Moeen to play as a genuine batsman through the course of the afternoon, Jeremy.
They certainly will. And he is starting to look a bit more settled, isn't he? He was unsettled for a start. He didn't quite know if he was going to play his attacking kind of style that he's worked with for the last couple of years with so many white ball format games, of course. Here he's having to draw on all those games that he's played to just know where his off stump is.
So the beleaguered Stokes, Cummins on leg stump, but he turns it through mid-wicket. Well timed. Quick outfield. That'll go for 4. So Stokes to 24. Only his second boundary, 5 for 126 to complete the 38th over. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Adam White taking over from England, trailing by 137. Moeen Ali 18, Stokes 24.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultimate Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
Thanks to Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. It is SEN Test Cricket live from Headingley in Leeds, England. Bright and sunny. And it's not bright and sunny for Ben Stokes at the moment. He's getting more medical attention. He's putting some beverages into his mouth. He's probably taking a few tablets as well to try and dull the pain. Damien Fleming also back with us for Red Energy. It's gutsy here, but the game's not necessarily moving forward. It's just not the way England plays, Damien.
Boring. It's snooze ball. This is the problem, and with a little bit of the, the Bairstow controversy last Test match, it's hard not to contradict yourself. You need to be consistent all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm not enjoying this batting from England. I mean, they just hit 2 4s in that over. Beautifully timed deliveries, but where's the counter punch? Where's the change of momentum?
They're going back to Stark here as we resume, and Moeen Ali takes the inside part of the bat, trying to punch away on the offside. It spits out through square leg for a single. So Stark back on for Murphy. Andrew, Jeremy, how many have we had? How many runs today, and what's the rate?
Well, we've had 59 today. And just over, where are we?
Yeah, we're
19 overs.
Yeah, so 19 overs, 9
threes.
Yeah, I don't think it's that easy out there. I mean, that's why they're not scoring fast.
Yeah, but
and they're not trying
it's
to
the
either.
Intent.
Yeah,
Baz ball for me is all about intent. If there's no Baz ball, I'm going, well, yeah, this is what you got to do. Tough match cricket, Test match cricket. Looking to change the ball. I think it's got through easily, so there'll be no change. Yeah, I don't mind the quicks coming back on. With Stokes really struggling with injury, it's going to test his footwork. Can he confidently get forward? Can he confidently go back?
He's on strike here as Stark approaches past the umpire, and Stokes shoulders arms outside off stump.
I thought the little experiment, having a look at Murphy, was a reasonable one. There had been such tight bowling in the first hour. I thought maybe we might see a few shots against the spinner. 4 overs for 4.
Yep. And he'll get better. That's given him 4 overs to settle in to the match.
He was definitely bowling quicker than what he would normally bowl, just to get into probably a bit of a rhythm. And we know what Stokes likes to do down the ground. It's not a long boundary.
But also Moen always takes on Nathan Lyon. Always.
Yep.
And hits him for a few sixes, but gets out a lot.
Oh, we've now got another person walking just above the sight screen. So how many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 rows of seats in sort of the second tier of the Howard stand above the sight screen, and they do like going into the bar and coming out with beverages.
That door should be locked.
That's right.
It's pretty simple.
Or just no seats there. All white.
Stark, he's ready again. He bowls to Stokes, who pushes through gully out to third man.
See, they lose a run there because of Stokes.
I say third man, it was sort of more a wide-ish point position. The sweeper from point came around to do the fielding.
And he didn't really want to get right forward.
No.
So the opportunity here is Stokes stuck on the crease and you hit him dead in front.
So England has at least sort of dulled the momentum that Australia had in that first session. We certainly had a Macca's I'm loving it moment in the first over. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's with that wicket from Cummins to get rid of Joe Root. What are you laughing at as it goes outside off stump?
You say that so wantingly, doesn't he?
I've never heard a sentence like that before in my life.
I'll
but
always.
That's so okay.
He was
I've got a
licking his lips
Hotmail
as he
account.
said it.
I'm used to sentences.
I will always advertise McDonald's with enthusiasm.
Yes.
And passion.
Passion.
There may have been McDonald's consumed at about 12:30 last night.
Oh.
Oh no, sorry, it wasn't. I shouldn't say 12:30 because that will think that we're undisciplined. We're in bed.
Yeah, but you were not drinking. You were the driver.
Ordered it in at home. You were in bed.
We actually got locked out of our apartment.
Oh.
Stark coming in again past the umpire. He bowls and Moeen Ali up on his toes, punching out into the deep at cover point for a single. Score ticks over to 5 for 129. Stokes on 25. Moeen Ali on 20.
Yeah, there's a lot of intensity early from the crowd. You know, big roars. That was deafened when Root nicked second ball, but we're just sort of everyone, even the crowd, are into just the rhythm of just singles. Dower cricket. The ball's not moving excessively now. Scott Boland got it to do a fair bit. Wasn't much turn for Murphy.
2 slips in a gully. Stark last ball of the over to Stokes, who again leaves a tightish line outside off stump, more on length than on line. Over bowled on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard, England 5 for 129 with Stokes on 25 and Moeen Ali on 20.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Macca's. We've got just over 20 minutes until lunch. Pat Cummins again talking to the umpire about the ball. But it looks like, again, the umpire's just said to Pat, just go and bowl it, mate. You're not changing it. Got a text come through, 0433 98 11 16, from Vanuatu. On the beach, loving the commentary. Keep up the fantastic work. That's from Benny. Happy holidays, Benny. As Cummins starts a new over, and that's a good bouncer.
Yeah.
And Moeen Ali drops the hands to make sure.
I played cricket in Vanuatu.
Right, okay.
With the Ginger Megs tour.
You're not Ginger.
The cartoonist, the cartoon character, Ginger Mix, and the cartoonist. He used to have a travelling tour. It was a New South Wales team, but they got myself and my old roommate Mervyn Hughes into the touring team. Had a great time. Gary Sweet, the actor who played Bradman, in Bodyline, unfortunately mimicked Bradman's last innings.
Cummins again to Moeen Ali. Top edge hook shot. It's in the air and it's going to fall safely, dropping between 3 Australians out behind square leg. He immediately looked to the sky, Moeen, thinking he might have been in trouble, but it falls safely and he gets a run. That one just perhaps didn't get up as much, guys. What did you think there?
But he was always just trying to paddle it.
Yes.
So it was a single at best, but the top edge is the concern.
Alex Carey had a go, and then the 2 in the deep had a go coming in as well, but falling fairly.
He's going to cop a couple more. He's happy to take it on generally, Moeen Ali, isn't he? Good square of the wicket.
His partnership up to 43. England 5 for 130. Still 2 slips and a gully and a shortish cover. Cummins around the wicket, bowls to Stokes, who pushes and takes the single out to cover point.
Jeremy, I don't know if you remember, like we had this Bodyline mini-series, and as a kid I was so excited to watch it. But have you watched it recently? I wonder what it'd be like recently.
I'm a bit scared to. I don't want to spoil it. I loved it. Because so many Australian sports movies don't hit the mark.
Yeah, so Hugo Weaving played
Douglas Jardine.
Yep. Gary Sweet obviously was Bradman. I wonder what other sort of actors, but I wonder, that must have been early 80s, how it holds up.
It was
well, can you watch it tonight and give us a review tomorrow?
I'll do my best.
I think it was a telly movie, wasn't it? More than an actual movie. Like it was.
I think it was over 2 nights.
Yeah, something like that. Cummins again, bowling to Moeen Ali. Another pull shot. It's top edge. This is going to be out. It's caught comfortably. Stephen Smith.
Wow.
Pat Cummins gets a 4th wicket. And Moeen Ali trying to play the exact same shot as he did the ball before. And again getting a top edge. But this time, Stephen Smith was in the right place at the right time. And England loses wicket number 6. Moeen Ali caught Smith, bowled Cummins.
Wow, that was what, like ordering room service, wasn't it? Easily delivered. Just another short one. I don't know what his game plan was. He wasn't trying to hit it for 6. He played the first one awfully, didn't he? He had the opportunity to get right in the line and he could hit it hard down. I mean, that's just giving Australia a wicket. We'll take it. But after the first bouncer, he was always going to cop a second one.
Just shows you how hard it is to play the hook shot, really, because you've only got the width of the bat. And if you don't judge it properly, then towards the top edge, you just lose control of the shot. How many players have we seen do that? That's a really important position where Smith was there. It's another catch to Australia, by the way. They're taking catch after catch. That's Smith's 3rd catch. 2 to Warner and one to the keeper. They are taking catch, and it just highlights how poor England's catching has been in this series.
Well, really, it was only Stokes' magnificent 150 where he played the hook shot and pull shot in the middle of the bat, and probably Mitchell Marsh yesterday.
Yep.
Every other bat has basically battled to play the horizontal shot through the leg side.
So Moeen Ali out for 21, and we've got to give some credit to the captaincy of Pat Cummins there as well to make that adjustment to the field with the ball before. So that's a big tick. But then for Moeen Ali to do exactly what he did the ball
he
before,
walked past
a bit of a
Stokes. I just wondered what Ben says to him as he's... they no doubt would have eyeballed each other.
It was very unusual.
And he was starting to look quite good because we were seeing more orthodox drives and punches through the offside. As soon as he started to use that cross bat.
Yeah, it's a good point, Jeremy. The new batsman is Chris Wokes, England 6 for 131, so still trailing Australia by 132. No slip for Wokes, just a gully and a bat pad. It's always going to be short, and he just only fractionally got underneath that. He sort of half jumped, half ducked.
Wokes doesn't like it short.
Nope.
They know that clearly. But again, even that Moeen Ali shot, it wasn't a really hard-played pull shot, was it? It was just sort of guiding it almost around.
Almost like a ladle around the corner.
Yeah.
No, he didn't commit to being a full-time employee of the hook shot. He was just a casual employee, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And easily dismissed, aren't they? Casual employees.
Cummins has 4. Wokes tries to slog it over mid-wicket. It was short, and he missed it by some margin. Over bowled, a successful one for Australia. Pat Cummins now with 4 wickets. He's bowling very well. 4 for 50. England at the end of the over, 6 for 131.
Oh, Schnitz Nugget. While smaller than a schnitz, the Schnitz Nugget's larger than the nugget laws permit. And while nuggets are just fine and we hold schnitz in great esteem, the mighty Schnitz Schnugget is the perfect in-between. Whether just a tasty snack or on the side of more, the Schnitz Schnugget's golden crumb will have you shouting, more. The new Schnitz Schnugget. Not quite a schnitz, not quite a nugget. Available now at Schnitz.
Thanks to Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. The 2 senior pros in the Australian team bowling in tandem at the moment. Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc. Cummins has 3 today. 2 today, and Starc has 1.
They're basically halfway, England, aren't they, to the total of Australia now.
Ben Stokes is still there, but it's a lame Ben Stokes with that injury. Starc now bowls to Stokes, who's hit on the pad quite high, and Stokes almost fell over when contact was made by the ball to the body. That's why Damien Fleming almost fell out of his chair.
Well, he's in pain anyway, and that's going to hurt. So the extra pace, you talked about the captaincy with the field placements, the change of bowling works too. You know, going to his quickest bowler, Mitchell Starc. Stokes, you know, he's not comfortable putting weight real forward or back.
That one jagging
in
back
the crease
on the body.
Oh,
it's almost like he has
big LBW opportunity.
I'll mention more after this ball here as Starc comes in again past the umpire to Stokes, who's pushing, dabbing into gully and taking a single wide of Mitchell Marsh. So 6 for 132. We often talk, Jeremy, about beware of the wounded animal in these sorts of situations, but it's almost like Ben Stokes doesn't have the capacity to be able to use his power with the injury that he's got.
Well, so much about cricket, and particularly batting, is about movement of the feet and transferring of weight from one foot to the other, either getting back and creating some time or getting forward and over the ball. He can't, it just seems he can't do either.
No, well, like even when he decided to play the pull shot, every shot at Lords, you know, even with the bad knee, he was had the ability to do that. Wokes averages 28 in Test match cricket, but only 21 against Australia.
He bowled well, Chris Wokes.
Yep.
Now he has to bat well.
Still no slip even for Starc. Short balls.
That pad in the gully. That was a short one, and
he took his eye off it.
Who took his eye off the ball. It's either hit him on the shoulder or the helmet.
No,
Mitchell Starc just checking if he's okay. The gloves are coming off. I think he's okay. He's taking the helmet off. Flem's right. It has hit the crash helmet, as Tony Gregg used to call it. And we're going to have another delay here.
Just not watching the ball. He sees it so that it's short, and then he doesn't know what to do.
Oh, that's
turns
hard.
Yeah, turns the head right around.
Oh, look at Stokes' reaction at the other end.
Yeah, looking at that replay, thanks to tyre power, that one is nasty because Wokes has taken his eye off the ball and it's hit him sort of on the side of the helmet, around that ear region. And then, as Flem says, Ben Stokes at the other end, his reaction was,
it wasn't a steep, short bouncer. He actually could have stood up and blocked it.
Yeah.
But once you take your eye off the ball, you are backing the last millisecond that you actually saw the ball to be consistent in its bounce and pace.
Wokes is having a drink. He's getting all the questions that would normally be asked from the England Medico team. And a new helmet has been called for. I'm trying to work out exactly where it hit him. We're behind.
I think it was the grill.
So where the ear guard...
I know it can't happen, but it almost looked like it was going to be ripped off his head.
The problem here for Wokes is that he's just been hit on the head. He knows they're going to be short. yet he still took his eye off the ball, and he now knows he's only going to get more of them.
Well, you just look at the field.
Does he swing
if they bowl
here,
full,
or what does he do? Does he...
Well, he doesn't look as if he wants to swing at the moment, does he? He looks, I mean, he's just cowering. That's really what that last piece of action was. Really good bouncer too. It just sort of squatted a bit. Didn't actually get up and over his head as he had hoped.
Yeah, I just hope he watches the ball all the way from now. That's what you learn from that, because it's going to be a short ball barrage. The couple of balls that he's faced have certainly not discouraged that. If he'd just ducked under them nicely as a fast bowler, you go, well, how many more am I going to bowl? I'll eventually bowl up. But there's going to be, fair bit of leather smelling right up there.
Yeah.
They have been relentless this morning, Australia, haven't they? I mean, all the commentary before play was this is a great day to bat. England might plunder the runs and get themselves in front of this match. But they have been awesome, Australia.
And I think they've picked their moments throughout the series, and they identified today, if they didn't bowl well and opportunities go their way, it might have played out the way that you just suggested there, Whitey. But they've made it happen, breakthrough second ball. Even through that period where they weren't getting wickets, they were threatening.
So Stokes and Wokes have a bit of a chat. Now it looks like we're almost ready to go. And these are the things, these are the new parts of the game, which means it is harder for the bowlers or the fielding team to get through their overs, because this is at least a 5-minute delay, probably a little bit more than that. Now Starkey's ready. He bowls to Wokes, it's short, he pulls it away, chest high, away on the onside behind square leg, and will get off the mark with a single. Labuschagne in the deep. 6 for 133. I know a lot of fans, and me too, get frustrated by we getting behind in the over 8 so much, but this is the sort of thing that didn't happen 20 years ago when the demand was to get through 90 overs in 6 hours of play.
Just looking at the individual bowlers, Cummins has got Wokes 6 times, Stark 3, even Mitchell Marsh has got him out twice. So he's a handy, he's made 10 first-class hundreds. So very handy lower order batsman. They don't want to let him get set here.
Stokes back on strike, 2 slips in a gully. 2 left in the over. Stark bowls to Stokes. That's wild down the leg side, and Carey did very well to dive away to his right to take the ball with one hand.
That's what Starkey can provide a bit, isn't it? Just a little bit of a gutter ball every now and again. And this could be an in-swinging Yorker that knocks the pegs out next delivery.
3 on the fence for Stokes. In fact, it's now going to be less than that because square leg is coming up for the last ball of the over.
Encouraging the shot. Well, they're going to keep, obviously, Wokes on strike if they can.
Yeah, it's a good call, Jeremy. 2 have actually come up, so only 1 out. Start close to the stumps, bowls to Stokes, and it gets him again on the body, and Stokes goes down on his knees. Overbowled. He's haunched over his bat on his knees. I'm not sure he'll be able to get up. By the time we come back from the break, he might be back on his feet. 6 for 133.
I would say the song that kind of represents my life is Life on a Highway.
Staying Alive by Bee Gees.
Probably a Celine Dion song.
I'd definitely have the Beatles.
24/7, 365. It's about enjoying absolutely every day.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Root was the first man out today with the score at 4 for 68. Bairstow fell when the score was 5 for 87. And then Moeen Ali, the last out, with the score at 6 for 131. Cummins continuing here at Headingley. Starts a new over. He bowls to Wokes, who crunches it into the crowd over mid-wicket. Stand and deliver from Chris Wokes. New helmet, new attitude.
Wow, what a brilliant stroke. The negative for the Australians is they're predictable because they're going with the short ball, but this time Wokes clears that front leg that we see so much in T20 cricket. Watch the ball all the way, and that has hit the middle of the bat. That has gone miles.
That was like a line drive to left
But
field.
great batting.
Yeah.
Keep going.
He's up to 7, 6 for 139. What's Cummins' response like? It's another short one. He tries to play that over gully, doesn't make contact.
I reckon play your shots, Wokes. It's not happening at the other end. He's got one in the screws. He's pumped up. Back yourself.
Crowd have got something at last to cheer about.
That's right.
They've been subdued all morning.
Yes.
Strangled, asphyxiated.
They're both ducking and singing at the moment. 6 for 139. Cummins again to Wokes. It's short. He heaves it away on the onside. Doesn't get all of it. It's going to fall safely in the mid-on region where there are no fielders because they're all set square of the wicket. Khawaja has to come around from mid-wicket to do the fielding, and they get 2 more.
Just interesting, the last 2 bouncers haven't got up.
No.
Now, Cummins, you need to get it high, so it's harder for him to keep down, and that's where you got the fielders. So, that was like a
That's why it was bunted,
shot. Yeah,
really, wasn't it? It was more of a baseball
Which
stroke.
I'm surprised we haven't seen more bunting this series, because there's very rarely a mid-on, mid-off, and you should be able to do that.
Out goes Gully.
For the bunt?
Yeah.
So Gully to mid-wicket.
Shortstop.
That's right, exactly right, Flem.
Yep. No glove.
No glove.
Cummins again to Wokes. He gets right across his stumps and almost gets hit in the head again. At the last minute, he got out of the way. He was trying to step inside that and peg it over square leg again.
Yeah, he got in. Oh, jeez.
Would you say that the ball got big on him?
Yeah, that's the big one. That's a bit quicker, and it wasn't that short. He was setting up for the real short delivery, and almost got hit again.
Yeah.
The crowd want another catch.
He was very late on that one. Cummins again to Wokes. Wokes heaves it away on the onside along the ground this time, out into the deep. Khawaja will field. Forward of square leg, just a single there from Wokes that gets him into double figures. He's up to 10, 6 for 142. We've got 4 minutes until lunch, so 1 more ball in this over, and I reckon 1 more unless they were to go to Murphy to try and squeeze out 2.
Is Robinson batting?
Yep.
Good question though, because he.
Let's hope he.
Yesterday.
For England's sake, he plays a little bit differently than what he did at Lord's, because he's going to get the same type of deliveries.
Well, he hasn't looked fit all series. I mean, I wasn't surprised to see him sort of wander off.
His mouth has been fit though, hasn't it, through the series?
Oh, yeah, different type of thing required.
Cummins bowls that short and wide down leg side, and Stokes leaves that one. I reckon that was intentional, just to get a dot ball so they can bowl to Wokes in the last over before lunch. So end of the over here on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. It's England 6 for 142.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Thanks to Macca's, SEN Test Cricket live from Headingley in Leeds. Sunny conditions for day 2. England 6 for 142 with 1 over remaining until lunch. Mitchell Starc will be the bowler. Chris Wokes will be the batsman.
Who's in next? Do you put Wood in next, who's more of a hitter, a slogger? Can be quite effective.
Starc on the approach, past the umpire. He bowls to Wokes, who tries to hook it away. Is there? There is! Chris Wokes looks back at the umpire, looks at his captain Ben Stokes and says, I'm not sure about this one.
Starc was up immediately, though. I think Starc is generally very good with his appeals and his DRSs. He's heard a noise.
Oh, he is going upstairs.
The only thing is whether it's bat or something else. But Starc, he was up straight away.
You know what we're doing? We're going for Omar upstairs.
Yeah, the tradies, mate. That's I
We wait.
Wokes didn't instantly go upstairs. He wanted to chat with the
No,
captain.
I agree with you. And both Stark and the umpire almost went up together. Let's have a look at the first replay for tyre power.
There's
I'm
nothing
not sure
really
about
there.
that. I reckon he might be okay.
What is Carey's reaction? That'll be interesting. Oh, no,
Carey
he
was
just
straight
thinks
away.
it's out. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a noise. Is there an edge?
Yes, there is an edge. There is an edge. And Australia's lunch will taste very, very nice indeed, because they're walking off with the wicket of Chris Wokes. And England now crashed to 7 for 142. So Chris Wokes' stay was action-packed, there's no doubt about that. But he's now gone, and Ben Stokes is left well and truly with the tail after lunch. Wokes out for 10, caught Carey, bowled Stark. And that session netting 4 wickets and 74 runs. So 2 wickets in the first half hour and then 2 wickets in the last half hour up until lunch. Australia now well and truly on top. Damien, Fleming and Jeremy Coney, your initial thoughts?
Yeah, that's what world champions do. The conditions today, sunny, pitch is good. They needed to really set the tone early, otherwise England could have battered them out of the game, and the Test champs, they dug deep, and it was their captain straight away dismissing the number 1 batsman of the opposition, Joe Root. And even that period of an hour or so where they weren't getting a wicket, you still felt like the momentum was going all Australia's way. They get 1, they get 2. That's just an absolutely brilliant session. Maybe Ashes winning session for the Australians.
Yep, can't disagree with that. I thought that if England could resist in the first part of this session and not lose early wickets, then they had a chance with this weather that things might go a little differently for them. They weren't given that chance, really. I thought there was just relentless accuracy right through that session. Whoever bowled, they did their job. The fields were set. They caught their catches accurately. They've actually pushed England back into a corner here. Now, where do they go? They've lost Root, Bairstow, Ali and Wokes. That was the guts of the middle order. And so I'm afraid they're left with now just 3 tail enders. And so it's been an excellent morning for Australia.
So we know that Ben Stokes can do the impossible, but he's going to have to do the really impossible now because he's injured. So we've seen him back with the tail and he can do all sorts of things, but I tell you what, the medical team, they'll be doing all sorts of things.
But they do have lunch. They do actually do. So they do have a chance to get him into as good a condition as possible. You know, he generally shows a bit of faith in the tail enders, but I think he needs to come out and if he can go, he's got to be aggressive and take the ascendancy away from the Australians like he did at Lords. We just don't know if physically he can get that done.
One last question. What was the Macca's delivery of the day so far?
Well, I'm just going to go Pat Cummins because it was such a big wicket and it was a great delivery against arguably the best Test batsman in the world. Significant. Captain got the ball, led with his actions. It was a cracker, fast, bouncy, outside edge, well bowled.
Well, we're going to take a break here from Leeds for lunch. We'll be back here in around about half an hour from now, but we'll take a short break, and after that you'll be joined by Paul Sebastiani back in the SEN studios for the lunch break. Don't go anywhere. There's still plenty of action here from Leeds throughout the course of the day. Bright and sunny conditions. We look forward to your company soon.
Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes, on SEN Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's get the new bacon Angus burger at Macca's. Adam Collins and Damien Fleming were about 4 minutes away from the restart. Andrew Sampson with us as well. What was the session? What was the damage for England between the resumption and lunch, Samo?
Yeah, well, 4 wickets, obviously, for 74 runs in 23.1 overs. I'm
reliably informed, Flem, that is the lowest session tally for England since Bazball started. What does that tell us?
It's dead. It's passed away. It's a late theme. Australia have smashed it.
I love that. Flem says Bazball dead. Headline, cut it up, put it on social media. So at lunch, England 7 for 142. Stokes still there with the broken glute, it seems, or strained glute. 27 from 67. He lost Wokes on the stroke of lunch for 10. Caught by Carey from the bowling of Stark. Moeen inexplicably caught in a leg side trap immediately after they moved Smith there for 21 from the bowling of Cummins, his 4th wicket. earlier today. Second ball, Cummins picked up root, caught in the slips by Warner for 19, and Bairstow, a dreadful shot, caught at second slip by Smith from the bowling of Stark, his third ball of the day. So that leaves England still 121 runs behind. We're about 2.5 minutes from the resumption. So we'll take a couple of breaks and return to Leeds for the middle session, with England needing to somehow get out of a hole.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale. Packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens and even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Get the new Bacon Angus burger at Maccas. We're nearing the resumption here. England 7 for 142. I've got Damien Fleming with me for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Jarrod Kimber's in as well for the ride, and Mitchell Stark is going to resume his successful over a wicket with the first ball of it, the 43rd, which means he gets a crack at Mark Wood. We were wondering who'd walk out at 9. It's going to be the man who's got some runs to his name at Test level, but he can only bat one way. And that'll be to swing. Leg side trap is set straight away. Short ball's coming. Stark in over the wicket. First ball of the middle session. Wood first ball clears the front leg over deep mid wicket. It's gone the whole way. Mark Wood hits a 6 from the first ball of the session. Damien Fleming, you declared that Bazball was dead, and Mark Wood said, No, I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm going to Baz. Well, if Bazball's with the ball, why wouldn't he do it with a bat? He slogged a bit against Australia in the past. That was about a swing batter, wasn't it? He might be looking for MLB contract. Surely he could pitch quite quick too.
He's got a Test 50.
Just keep going.
He's also made quick runs in South Africa before the pandemic. Stark into Wood, shaping up like a baseball player. Clearing again over the top of the offside. Couple of bounces, 4. Pass backward point, bisecting the two fielders there for the short ball. So he wants nothing to do with getting in line. He just wants to swing, Jarrod.
Yeah, it's a bit of Wayne Holdsworth. Do you remember Wayne Holdsworth when he used to bat? Didn't he made like 49 of 17 balls once?
49.
Yeah. No, look, the thing with Mark Wood is he can actually bat. And I think he has batting talent, but
I'd be just continuing this way.
Well, that's what I was going to say. A couple of years ago, I think he just went, do you know what? This is what I do. And he hits a lot of boundaries. That's South African
and it's
tour.
A moving target. Show them your stumps. If they go the stumps, you can hit them back over their head.
I think this one might be at the stumps.
So Stark, he's been hit for a 6 and a 4 to start after a wicket with the first ball of the over. Here we go. Goes again.
Yes.
Pulls the short ball over the top, a deep backward square. That's 6 more. Holy dooly. 6-4-6 after the wicket. Mark Wood making his presence felt, 16 from 3. Suddenly the deficit's 105 and the Western Terrace have something to sing about.
The other thing I'm watching here is Stokes just leaning on his back. He's not backing up at all. He's watching Mark Wood clear that front leg and trying to hit the ball as actually back to Leeds when he's batting at this end. This is great. I was wrong. Bazball's back when Mark Wood's involved.
How does Stark respond to this?
Got to hit the base of the stumps.
Bowls here. Will he give him a chance to swing? It's way outside close. The off stump. Well, not way outside the off stump. The reason it looks that way is Wood's pretty much taking out short leg.
And he couldn't have reached that, Jarrod. If it was on the stumps, he's out.
Well, I think that was the ball he should have gone the one before, and he realised, and it was fast and full. Did it even... Yeah, I was going to say, it was a full toss.
He can't...
Did he leave it?
Well, his weight was going so much to the leg side, he couldn't actually play a shot at it.
I mean, maybe leave is the wrong word. He realised it wasn't near him.
He just gave up.
Yeah.
Like if it was on the stumps, it was out.
In that Port Elizabeth innings, he hit 42 from 23 balls with 5 sixes. Quite important in the context of that game. Stark in to finish and a most eventful over. It's full and straight and dug out through point. Work to do for Cummins across the practice wickets. He dives and stops it. They get back for a couple. So what does that make it? 18 runs and a wicket from the Stark over.
Good spell.
Trailing by 103. England 7 for 160 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now.
Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You'll beauty. Grab your favourites like Cascade Draft 24-pack for $54.99 or $49.99 for Hump Club members. Jim Beam White or Canadian Club 4.6% 10 packs $41.99 or $36.99 for members. Sign up online or in store. Membership has its perks. Drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July.
Even camels get thirsty.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Get the new bacon Angus burger at Maccas. Andrew Sampson.
I reckon he's only the third English player, to the first ball they faced in a Test innings for 6. Most recent.
Tavares?
It wasn't Chris Tavares, oddly enough. It was from roughly that era, and both of them was the last one, famously Craig McDermott.
Yeah, 85.
Yeah. And the other one was John Jameson back in 1974 in Kingston against the West Indies.
I'd like to see more of it added to that list. I'd like to see some more names.
Was Gale the first person to do it off the first ball of a Test match?
Gale's the first one to do it off the first ball of a Test match. Mark Craig, the only one to do it off the first ball of his career. New Zealand off-spinner.
Andrew Sampson, what a gem.
And now we just want... can't believe I'm saying it. I want Stokes to just get a single to get off strike because I want to watch Wood bat.
So Cummins to Stokes on 27. Couple of slips. Will he go with his Durham teammate? First ball's full and straight.
Here we go.
Dug out towards backward point. He's given the strike to Wood, I reckon, here. Stokes 28, 7 for 161.
Guy's done it most often. 6 off first ball in Test innings. Matai Muralidharan 3 times.
He's a good slogging tail ender. Doesn't get the credit he deserves for some of those sloggy innings that he would come in with.
He realised early too. What Wood's done is if I try and block, I'll get out.
Yeah.
Let's throw them out a bit.
Stewie
McGill, not a big six-hitter, but he become a moving target and had played some frustrating innings for the opposition.
Stuart Clark?
Saaf hit sixes though.
Yeah.
Long bombs.
I don't think he did it when he was younger, but as he got older, he seemed to just go, 20 balls is my limit, and I'll try and get a couple away.
Correct.
The other thing about John Jameson you mentioned before, I knew there was something else there. Run out in 3 of his 4 Test innings.
That's right.
I had a feeling there was something
75%.
Right. Cummins around the wicket. Bowls to Wood. Will he swing? Of course he will. Top edge. Over the top. A deep backward square. 6 more into the Western Terrace. Wood's up to 24 from 6 deliveries. They trail by 96, and if they can get them within about 70 or 80...
Oh, definitely.
This
Although
could be
if
most
Wood stays
influential.
out there, they'll have a lead. What a Test match he's having.
Oh, he had no idea with that one.
But that reminds me of both of them in 81. A couple of Dennis Illy's bounces. He actually took his eyes off and he was good enough to hit it for 6.
Cummins round the wicket. Wood, keep going. He tries, but he doesn't because it's outside the off stump. Back of a length as well, so they're going to give him a chance to free the arms, but Wood decides to leave that.
If he gets bat on that, it's going to be unlucky to get caught, isn't it? That boundary's so short. You know, there's a catching fly slip, quite a square, backward point. If he gets bat, that's unlikely to get caught.
He really has to mistime it the way that Moeen Ali did. Almost scoop it up, which is almost a different kind of shot that you're trying to play.
And that's hard to mistime through the offside.
Yeah.
Through the thick edges.
So Cummins has 4 wickets. Can he get through Wood? Fielders everywhere spread. Swings up high in the air. Mitchell Marsh is underneath it at mid-wicket. Hangs and hangs and hangs. It's taken. Boy, oh boy, that was a big, thick old top edge. And it ends the Mark Wood cameo. 24 from just 8 balls. They lose their 8th wicket with the score on 167. And Patrick Cummins completes a 5-wicket haul. Pat Cummins has been so magnificent for Australia as the leader over the last couple of years. Another little piece of history for him, a 5 here at Leeds.
He's 9th in his career. First one in England. If you recall, in 2019, he got 29 wickets without a 5 for, which was the most in the series.
He seemed to be a big 4-for bowler, didn't he?
Yeah. And he's also only the 2nd Australian captain to take a 5 for in England. The one famously Richie Beno in 1961 when he won the Test match at Old Trafford.
So Joel Garner was
around the wicket.
Yep. Yeah. Joel Garner was a big 4-foot bowler because first change, so you don't get the early wickets. So when you come on, and Pat Cummins has bowled so much at first change in his career that he hasn't had the chance to get the 5 and 6 wickets. You see that a lot. It's a real trend in the guy. Wagner's another one. Morne Morker was another one.
Yeah, the great West Indian. I think Marshall got a fair few, but a lot of them, they spread them around.
Well, Marshall was the new ball, so he had a chance to do it. Whereas the other guys, by the time they were bowling, everyone was already a couple of wickets down, right? There aren't as many wickets left
but
to
I think
get.
even Michael Holding did take 14 in one test or 12 in one test. I mean,
14 at
they
the
didn't
Oval.
quite get as many fifers as some of the Australians or in English because they had 4 of them spreading them around.
So Pat Cummins has 46 wickets in England at 22.
Oh, wow.
That's his first fifer. 234 test wickets at, it's down to about 21.7 after that.
I'm assuming, Andrew, as well, that we haven't had many England players who've scored 20 runs off 8 balls in test matches.
I'm going to have a look at all that. I don't think there's too many players anyway, never mind England.
And well done, Mark Wood. I enjoyed that.
And now the Nighthawks in, Colo.
Stuart Broad, who played a different kind of innings last week at Lord's to hang around with Stokes. I wonder how they might play this, just to give themselves a bit of belief before bowling again.
They might as well keep going, right?
You'd think so, given that Stokes is already incapacitated to an extent with his glute injury.
The one different thing about this wicket is it's what Flem was talking about a moment ago, is even if you get top edges off some of these hooks and pulls, there's a chance you'll still hit it for 6. Almost everywhere else where they're being bowled the bouncers, that hasn't been the case. We really haven't seen that since Edgbaston when Jasprit Bumrah hit Broad for 1 million runs in that over.
Yeah, nice quick pitch. Cummins in, he's got 5. Bowls to Broad, first ball, goes back, finds the edge down to fly, slip for 1. That was through about second slip conventionally, but nobody in the cordon. Broad off the mark, first ball, 8 for 168. They trail by 95.
I hope it just doesn't sort of just suck all the energy out of this too. Can Stokes play some shots?
No, just get a single and get the Nighthawk back on.
Yeah, but I don't even know about the Nighthawk.
It's not Mark Wood, is it?
It's not.
Interesting chatting in the lunchroom about who might captain England next week as well.
Oh, I want Wood to do it. He's doing everything else.
He released a self-help book last year, Mark Wood.
Oh, really?
It won one of the books of the year, didn't it, Jarrod?
I think it won an award.
Vidushan Hantaraj, a great friend of ours, right?
I did not know that.
Ghosted it with Woody.
Okay.
It's very funny. It includes an anecdote about giving a wedding speech. Last ball of Cummins over. Down the leg side, we'll come back to this. Stokes misses out. Should have picked it up off his hip. Doesn't. 8 for 168. At the end of the over, they picked up Mark Wood in it for 24 from 8 balls. That's all on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Tyre Power stores are owned by local families who understand the cost of living pressures. We're here to help you save on your tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Get the new bacon Angus burger at Macca's. Damien, my passion is graphic design, Fleming, has just put together a graphic between overs, a screenshot of his iPad of Paddy equals 5 wickets, and Jarrod's trying to help him with the font. That's what's going on here at the moment. So Mark Wood, as Jarrod furiously tries to help. That'll be on Twitter soon enough at the Bowlologist, I'm sure.
I can be hired out too to what graphic design. I am available. This is just a beauty, isn't it?
I'm going to quote tweet that later on once I get off commentary. Broad's on strike to start. Can he hit the stumps? Gully and a short leg in. Everyone else spread. Short ball. Broad out to deep square. Gets 1 to Stephen Smith in front of the Western Terrace. He's 2 from 2. 8 for 169. So Mark Wood in the passage about wedding speeches refers to his own wedding speech when he got married a few years ago. And he goes, Mark Wood famously, well, I say famously, it's well known that his family is involved in the Labor Party up in that part of the world. And he goes, to all of my friends here from politics and all of my dad's comrades, you should, welcome to you all. You should know that Alistair Cook and all the Tories are over there. Go get them.
Well, I'm going to read it. So it's a funny...
It's very funny.
Oh,
yeah.
Good on
really,
him.
really good.
There's not many cricket books like that.
I think it's called something like How to Live Your Life Like Mark Wood or something like that. It's very good.
It's not quite Max Walker.
Yeah.
not how to
strangle a crocodile with an eel.
Yeah.
Stokes facing up on 28. Will he swing as well? Stark football stand in, block hole, driven out towards mid-on, or placed out towards mid-on, really. Labuschagne does the fielding. Andrew Sampson.
So the quickest strike rate in an innings of 8 or more balls in Test cricket. There's actually one faster than Woods. Strike rate of 300 in this one. Umesh Yadav, 31 in 10 balls against South Africa in Ranchi in 2019. 5 sixes in that one.
The best 6-4 ratio in the history of the game, Umesh Yadav.
The Moose, they call him, because of his size.
I haven't checked that one, but I'm sure it's right. Yeah, he does hit a lot of sixes.
He's a big, thick, he's got a lot of shoulders. Well, he's got this normal amount of shoulders, but...
Stokes is 28 from 70. He does swing this time towards mid-wicket, but can't beat the fielder position there, David Warner, on the edge of the square.
So, Colin, should we work this one out? If Mark Wood is made captain, should his vice-captain be the invisible horse that he used to ride when he first came to international cricket? Have you ever heard about that one, Flem?
Yeah.
I don't know what the name of the invisible horse was. I mean, vice-captains don't matter at all anymore. You might as well name your vice-captain as an invisible horse rather than an actual player.
And the other thing Mark did at the start of his career, he used to hide underneath all the bags?
Yes. He would build a fort, actually. He wasn't hiding under bags. He had a fort.
Sure, I'll be reading his book.
Stokes facing Stark here. Over the wicket, off his hip. Down to fine leg. Gets it fine enough for 4. Well played. Just helped it on its way. Up to 32. They trail by 90. Remember, they started the session trailing by 121. They've only been going about 15 minutes. 8 for 173. Andrew Sampson again.
Of course, 4 years ago, the deficit was 112, and England went on to win.
Samo.
Yeah, but we did this, kept talking about Birmingham, and the Aussies turned that one around.
True.
The tail end runs have been ugly, and this partnership here at Lords gave England a sniff. I mean, Stokes is batting differently there. Have the physios been able to work some magic at lunch?
And by contrast, Australia lost 6 for 23 to end their innings yesterday. Stark in, bowls here, using his feet. Stokes through mid-wicket, gets it through as well.
Here we go.
Out to the Western Terrace. He's going with his tail enders. 36 for him, 2 boundaries in the over. They trail by 86, 8 for 177. They're going to push hard here, England. It's the right call. It's working.
He just got that past the field, didn't he? It'd be interesting to see now. We've got 3 fielders in the ring. Well, they're going to bring everyone in now. But when Stokes is facing, if we'll start to see the 8 and 9 players on the boundary. Didn't look like they wanted to go to that plan, but if Stokes activates...
So last ball of the over, they're going to keep 5 fielders up for the single, plus a couple of catches. So they're letting him go over the top if he wishes. Stark bowls, Stokes swings and beats backward point. 4 more. 3 boundaries in a row for Ben Stokes, who's quickly moving through the gears. 13 from the over on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Huge sail on now. Suddenly, they only trail by 82. 8 for 181. Brought down the other end on 2. Our experts are with us for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. They're Damien Fleming and Peter Lalor, who's going to jump in for Jarrod. And Australia have had 1 chance to celebrate a wicket since lunch. That was when Mark Wood holed out for 24 from 8 balls. Celebrating wickets for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Pete Lalor, this is fun.
I was really annoyed with the way the Australians bowled to Mark Wood. Yeah, it's fun cricket to watch, but brain-dead bowling by the Australians. Why feed him that short stuff when he's so strong against the short ball? Well, top of off. Whatever happened to bowling top of the off?
Oh, top of off would have gone miles. I think toes would have been the option.
Well, yeah really, toes are the option. No. We saw Stark do that then, didn't we? To a little bit
and
more
if it was on the
stumps,
he'd be out.
Yeah. Top of off, but toes definitely.
But Bazball's back.
Is it?
Probably only when their tail's batting now.
Well, their run rate's up above 4 and over again. Cummins round the wicket, making room. Is Broad. He swings to try and flat bat it over mid-off, but doesn't make contact.
I'm glad Bazball's back, because around lunchtime, I was starting to think, well, this is really serious, isn't it? The state of England cricket. And you could hear the journos, the English journos, sharpening knives in that very long queue for lunch. Very, very unhappy about what they've seen from their team, what they're seeing so consistently in this period.
They just can't bat time. Only 45.1 overs in the innings so far. Cummins delivers to Broad, who opens up the stumps and gets it over cover. That'll be another boundary. Out to the western terrace it goes. Broad gets in on the fun. He's 6. Deficit 78, 8 for 185.
Just good intent, isn't it? The tale of just backing themselves, and then the bowler puts it back on the bowlers. Once again, I think good length is going to go because they're clearing their front legs. Broad's backing away. He's backing his eye to hit the ball. I think you need to have a look upstairs and then have a look at the toes, hit the base of the stumps, or even change up slower ball.
All the fielders back for the short ball. Cummins round the wicket. There is the short ball. Little edge from Broad down into the track. Alex Carey does the tidying up, gets a single, gives the strike back to Stokes. They trail by 77 at 8 for 186. What we have here is a first innings deficit that won't feel out of hand.
No. And a pitch that could be at it, still reasonably good or very good in the fourth innings if there's rain around. This is the only day it looks like it'll be baked by sun.
So for Stokes, they're going to go with backward point, third man rather than a fly slip, fine leg, deep square, mid-wicket cover, both on the one, and mid-on and mid-off are both deep enough to take one, if he wishes. Halfway through the over, Cummins away from us to Stokes. Bowls here, Stokes cuts out to backward point, finds the gap again. Work to do for the third man. It's Marcus Harris, who's parried it over the rope. He just got to the contest with the dive, but too much force on the stroke. Stokes has hit his last 4 balls for 4. He's 44, 8 for 190.
When he's in his mood, he's unstoppable, isn't he?
Andrew, what about the runs after lunch with the overs?
Well, we're up to 48 of 21 balls.
Oh, gee. Good grief. This is really something. What an intervention.
I just need their top order batting like this.
What must bowlers' meetings be like when you talk about when Stokes gets into this mood? What do?
Cummins to Stokes, way wide of the off stump. It's going to be 5 wides. It is 5 wides. It pretty much missed the pitch. Unheard of from Cummins. He's bowled so well. He went through the top order. He's got a 5 for 2 his name. And I don't think I've seen Pat Cummins ever bowl a ball that wide, and it deviated off the edge of the pitch. Carey had no chance. Nearly hit Steve Smith in the ankle.
Yeah, we know what he was doing. He's trying to bowl the wide Yorker, but that ended up a gutter ball.
Well, if you're just joining us in networks around the country, Victoria, SA, WA, Tassie and NT after the footy, as Cummins bowls to Stokes on 44 plays and misses. I can tell you that from 22 legal deliveries, England have added 53 runs since lunch. 53 runs in 22 balls since lunch.
And it fits with the series, isn't it? Like, we just thought, the Aussies will knock them over. Nice day for batting, get a big lead. But both teams, when they've been behind, have been able to counterpunch and get themselves back in. And it's been Mark Wood who's set up this session for England, and now Stokes and Broad are cashing in.
So Wood's been and gone. He made 24 from 8 after lunch. T20 stuff. Stokes on 44. Wide of the off stump, steers it out to deep point, gets 1. Todd Murphy does the fielding in front of the Western Terrace. Stokes to 45, 8 for 196 at the end of the over, trailing by 67.
No ball.
No ball, no ball, no ball. Another run, another sundry as well. 8 for 197. He'll have to re-bowl it. Cummins, I would never say he's rattled. He's not that kind of guy, but he is going around.
This game has changed in a minute. I filed a report to the newspaper at lunchtime just lambasting England and their situation. I need to, if you're buying tomorrow's Australian, don't read what I wrote.
Update the copy as soon as you can.
Yeah.
Only 66 behind. If Stokes is batting for another half an hour, they may have a lead. It's Broad on strike here on 7. Cummins delivers, short ball, keeps it down. Good batting. That'll give Stokes to strike back. 8 for 197. They trail by 66 on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Oh, Schnitz Nugget. While smaller than a Schnitz, the Schnitz Nugget's larger than the nugget laws permit. And while nuggets are just fine and we hold Schnitz in great esteem, the mighty Schnitz Schnugget is the perfect in-between. Whether just a tasty snack or on the side of more, the Schnitz Nugget's golden crumb will have you shouting, more. The new Schnitz Nugget. Not quite a schnitz, not quite a nugget. Available now at Schnitz.
Adam Collins with Damien, Fleming, Peter Lalor and Andrew Sampson on the call. Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, and they're going to change the tempo here. Todd Murphy, who bowled 4 frugal overs earlier, none for 4 at the football stand end, will bowl to Stokes. This is what Australia, Flem, couldn't do last week in the second innings at Lords, because they didn't have Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, tough though. I think day 5 at Lords was always going to be turning. We haven't seen a lot of turn for Murphy here. Red hot Stokes. Broad's only going to go one way, but we've been impressed with the composure of Murphy in a short career.
4 men back. Make that 5 men back. Sorry, 6 men back in my blind spot there. 4 on the leg side, 2 on the offside. Murphy bowls, Stokes makes room, fires it in outside the off stump. All he can do is plonk it out to extra cover where Warner does the fielding, no run. So deep point, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg and long leg, let's call it.
If he bowls middle and leg, Stokes is going to go hard. Make him reach.
Murphy bowls off stump. Out towards long off it goes in the air. He's miscued that. Will it carry? Diving effort here. And it's dropped by Mitchell Stark. He got there just. Stokes smiles at his adversary. But Western Terrace are jumping up and down. It's another run for England. Indeed, it's not another run. They didn't take the single on offer.
No, he fell over. He fell over when he hit it.
So Stark charging in off the rope at long off.
Yeah, jumping forward as opposed to sideways at Lords.
Murphy again, bowls to Stokes. Straight back at him,
he's dropped him.
Caught and bowl dropped. It was hit hard and flat, in and out.
Shit, how costly could this be? It dropped beautifully. Well, that was the previous ball. He fell over trying to hit it out of the ground, and we're getting a look now at Stark running.
Didn't quite get there. His knee held him up. Now, replays for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off. Murphy bowls Stokes across the line to mid-wicket.
Just bowl well, Murphy.
Yeah.
3 very good deliveries to Murphy. Hasn't got the wicket, but he's got the points.
Geez, he'd be
4
spewing at this drop catch, though. Stokes had given up, hit high on the bat.
Oh, hit him on the thigh as well.
He almost didn't get hands to it.
Murphy 2 left. Stokes here, leg stump into the onside. Gets the single from the 5th ball. We're into that zone now. Stokes walks it through. Remembering, if you're just joining our coverage, that in the first session he had medical treatment a couple of times on what looks to be a strained glute. He's 46. They trail by 65. 8 for 198. 1 ball for Broad to get through.
So Stokes waiting for a drink. It's only 1 ball to go.
He's going to have a chat to Broad here, isn't he? Wonder whether he's saying to him, hit it for 6 or knock it on the head.
I mean, he's 36. What's he played? 130 tests. You know, come on. 1 ball to go.
Field remains spread. If he does want the single, Murphy delivers and Broad plays nicely down to mid-off, but there won't be a single because they want Stokes to get the strike back. Stokes 46, Broad 7. What a 25 minutes has been. They trail by 65 at 8 for 198 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. At Tyre Power, you get the power of expert advice from independent owners who really know tyres. It's always advice about what's best for you and your budget. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Get the new bacon Angus burger at Macca's. 1 for 56 from 27 balls since lunch. 9 4s or 6s, Andrew Sampson.
Is Mitchell Stark responsible as the bowler for more than half of those. 2 for 28 and 12.1 before lunch. 1.5 overs for 31 after lunch.
Oh, wow.
Cummins away from us to Stokes. Where will he go? He'll play out to extra cover. No single first ball. Mitchell Marsh does the fielding. So a third man, deep backward point. A mid-off that's 15 yards inside the rope. A wide long on. Deep mid-wicket. Deep square leg and a fine leg under the shade of the football stand.
Isn't it funny, you know, now they're gone back into baseball mode. You know, even that shot from Stokes was a cracker. You know, pre-lunch, he would have just blocked that, but he's tried to hit it on the up through the offside, and he hit it very clean.
Stokes 46. Cummins, the captain, in, and he tries to revert, or tries to lap it, or tries to scoop it, I should say. It ends up at fine leg via bottom of the bat, perhaps. Either way, they don't take the single.
Strange shot. That was a slow ball too from Cummins. Gee,
pad. Watching it back for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off.
Can't get over how well Murphy bowled in that previous over, given that the senior bowlers, Cummins and Stark, really don't seem to have much answer to this assault by Stokes. He comes out and should have had him twice.
Cummins to the captain. Stokes, crossy stumps, plays it into the onside for 2 maybe. No, just 1. Stokes not realistically able to sprint for a second. 8 for 199, trail by 64, Stokes 47.
He sprinted that first run. So what's going on? Has he had painkillers that have actually helped him at lunch? Because he's sprinted unaided. He hasn't limped since. Now he's limping back as he goes there.
Adrenaline?
That's interesting.
Your point, Pete, about Todd Murphy. We saw that in India a number of times, didn't we, when they tried to go after him. He was quite resilient. Kept bowling his best ball. Took his wickets at 24 in that series. Cummins to Broad. Swinging out the deep square leg. It's in the air. A chance for the 2 men converging. And that is a fantastic catch. Steve Smith around from deep backward square. Had another fielder running towards him.
They're going to check
that
the
was
no ball.
Labuschagne. They're going to check the no ball. Smith taking a blinder. A high-quality outfield catch to get rid of Broad, provided he hasn't stepped over the line. No, it's confirmed. It is out. So the 9th wicket for England falls with the score on 199. Broad gone for 7. Cummins gets a 6, but it's all about Steve Smith. Class.
Yep. Well done to the skipper. Stuart Broad, he's willing it, isn't he, as he's watching the ball go, but he knows he gets it high in the bat. And Stephen Smith, who's catching him in the slips, he's catching him in the outfield. And is that number 3 for Smith? 4. Wow. Super coach points, he's on 120.
Who was the other fielder out on the boundary then? Because Marnus. I was concerned there was going to be a collision, and I really was watching Marnus closely. I thought he's not going to get to this, and then Smith made that extra ground. Marnus backed out, didn't he? It was fantastic.
It is hard. If there's any indecision between the 2 fielders and late, often one won't get there. So you've got to be clear. You've got to allow a free run and dive. There's so much timing that needs to go right to accept that catch. But good reward for Pat Cummins. 6 wickets. Australia needed that. This has been England's session. Bonus tail end runs again for England.
Robinson walking out at number 11, remembering that he left the field yesterday with a back spasm, so we don't know anything further about that, but I was told at lunch that he was running this morning, so that's a good sign for him for later. Batted well at Birmingham, 17 not out and 27, but struggled at Lord's 9 and 1, where he didn't look like it at all.
I'm told he might have a hip issue.
Okay.
Hips can actually lead to those sort of back spasm occurrences, I think.
Hips don't lie.
Hips are getting bigger.
Adam Collins and Peter Lalor. Cummins away for us. Can he make it 7? Bowling at Robinson, the number 11 bumps him straight away, predictably, with the field all the way back, as we saw last week at Lord's, that configuration of fine leg, deep backward square right on it, and also a deep mid-wicket.
Just while we haven't been watching, Pat Cummins has picked up 6 wickets in this innings. Very good bowling performance by him.
Never taken a 7 for. Here's a chance at number 11, Fleming.
Yep. What's he got? 1 more ball? For the over?
1 left in the over.
Well, he's going to be predicting bouncer. You know, can you hit the base of the stumps? Can you bowl a Yorker? If he hits it, they're probably not going to go for 1 anyway. Or even that slow off-cutter that's coming out really well for Pat.
So last ball to Robinson, has to get through it to give Stokes the strike back. Cummins delivers and Robinson down the leg side into the gloves of Carey. So it does go back to Stokes on 47. Robinson yet to score. Changing commentary after the break. Adam White in for me. England 9 for 199 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sail on now. They trail by 64.
Shield Panel Service.
SHEEN is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at SHEEN, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above award wages. SHEEN is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
SEN Test Cricket thanks to Macca's. Get the new spicy and sticky Angus at Macca's. Australia need 1 wicket. 9 for 199. England. But Ben Stokes is still there. He's on 47.
Okay, here we go. Murphy bowling to Stokes.
In he comes. He bowls. Stokes advances, smashes it down the ground and into the sight screen on the bounce. And that brings up a half century for the inspiring England skipper on one leg. He's 29th 50 in 95 matches for his country. Can he do it again? Murphy bowls, advancing. Stokes, oh, he can do it again. He certainly can do it again. That's even bigger down the ground.
There comes a time during these England-Australia tests when England is out of the picture. It's just Ben Stokes versus Australia. We are back here once again. We were here last week at Lord's.
Murphy approaches, Stokes advances. This time he hits it wide to mid-off, long off, no run, and Stokes limps away from the crease.
Yeah, really well bowled, Todd Murphy. He missed his length twice in this over. I thought he bowled a superb over. The last one almost got Stokes out. Should have had him. He missed his length. You cannot miss your length with Stokes, but that was a good delivery. Dragged it wide. Can he do it again?
Round the wicket he bowls. This one is tugged fine. He's sweeping it. It's a big ask here for Khawaja, who does extremely well, diving to his left to keep it in play, and it means there's no run.
Wonder if they're trying to bring the stumping into play then, darting it down the leg side.
Yeah, because he expects him.
Carey is waiting for that.
Yeah. And he's gone wide. One ball.
Yeah.
Tried getting him down the leg side,
Apart from cover, everyone else on the rope. Murphy bowls, advancing
Well
Stokes.
bowled.
That was a flighted, slower delivery, a tantalising delivery. Stokes had to defend it, didn't get to the pitch.
Beat him in the air. Yep. Couldn't get to the fall of the ball then.
It's smart bowling, and Pat Cummins is coming in from deep mid-wicket. Will Ben Stokes still look for the single, or does he go for another boundary? Does he go for another 6? Ollie Robinson, we've seen so far in this series, doesn't last for too long.
Marnus Labuschagne winding up the crowd on the terrace over there.
Gross, well done, Marnus.
Last ball of the over. Murphy approaches Stokes, tries to dab it into the onside and take a single, and he will get there. Cummins had to come around from his left, a slight misfield. They're always going to be home for one. So Ben Stokes has played that extremely well. And it is the end of the over. And we've got 2 limping batsmen out there at the moment. I'll explain more after this. It's England 9 for 212 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If your steering is vibrating or pulling to one side, a wheel alignment will help with your car's handling and stop your tyres from wearing out too quickly. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
England 9 for 212. SEN Test Cricket from Headingley. Thanks to Macca's. Get the new bacon Angus burger at Macca's. And Bharat, we're talking about just the hobbling nature of both batsmen. They both need medicarts to get between the wickets.
Yeah, you said Ben Stokes is batting on one leg, and I think it's quarter of a leg. Quarter of one leg, that is.
Captain to captain. Cummins bowls to Stokes, who gets a slower ball, bites into the surface as he went over the ball like an off-spinner. And Stokes wasn't ready for it.
And you have to give some credit to the Australian bowlers. You know, we've seen Ben Stokes tear bowling attacks apart when he's in this mood, but we saw this in Lord's as well. there's no shock and awe about what Stokes does anymore. So even if he does hit you for a few sixes, I think the Australians have stayed in the game, not panicked. They've used their change-ups very well.
I'm marking Stark hard for the way he bowled to Wood.
Cummins around the wicket, bowls to Stokes. He gives himself room and chops it down on the bounce. Back to Cummins on the follow-through.
And every time he does that, he's doing damage to himself. Even that quick single he ran of the last ball, Adam, you called it. He was struggling to just finish the single, and then as he turned around.
Both those deliveries have been the slower delivery. The off-cutter, both of them have fooled him.
Yeah, I think he might go wide and full. He does have that very fine third man, David Warner, who's signing autographs down there.
The deficit 51, 9 for 212. Cummins on the approach again, bowls to Stokes. It's a bouncer, and Stokes gets underneath it. So, Andrew, with all the carnage from that last over, the difference between the first 100 to the second 100 in rate.
Yeah, the first 100 was 29.5 overs, and the second one came up, where are we? 47.3, so just over 17.4 overs.
Definitely gone back into Bazball mode after lunch. Cummins, in he comes, bowls to Stokes. What a delivery that was. It's missed the off stump, I'm not sure how.
Wow.
Stokes trying to turn away on the onside to bunt a single, and very nearly lost his off stump.
The shot that really hurt Stokes was the one with Murphy bowling, where Stokes opened himself up on the offside. Murphy pitched it wider, and Stokes had to really reach for it.
After the 2 sixes.
Really hurt. That's the one that's really put him into a lot of pain. Running in a straight line doesn't seem to bother him.
It's when he has to stretch,
And just facing standard pace bowling doesn't bother him that much. He was making him work. Seems to work for the Australians. Cummins is more effective when he's bowling the slower delivery and making him reach for it rather than bowling to him and at him.
No, get him to. I think he's gone back to over the wicket. He'll stretch him out even further now. He'll be wider of off stump. He's obviously stopped in his follow through.
Yeah, he wasn't happy with something.
Field placement, I think.
They're all on the rope except for 2. Well, in fact, 3 if you call it.
I think it was spider cam again.
I think it was too, the shadow that it's casting. So we've got a cover and a square leg. Everyone else on the rope with 2 balls left in the over. Stokes on strike, he's on 60. Here comes Cummins again, past the umpire. Stokes gets one down leg side. Stokes gets inside it and lets it go through.
A big ball coming up now, 1 ball to go. Stokes so far been successful in getting a single. And a big delivery, not just to see if Ben Stokes can get that single. It's how his body will cope with that single, especially if it's a quick single.
Hasn't scored from this over either, has he?
No, he hasn't.
Ollie Robinson just came down halfway to the pitch and said, "Hey, what are we doing here, skipper?"
And this is going to be wide and full. Can Stokes reach it?
Here he comes. Stokes plays into the onside. He gave himself room. Cummins tried to follow him, and Stokes got it out to mid-wicket for a single. So he played that well. Over bowl, just 1 coming from it. Cummins now 6 for 85. England on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, 9 for 213.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Get the new spicy and sticky Angus at Maccas. A text coming through from Anthony in Melbourne. It's bloody freezing here. Well, it's not here at Headingley. It's perfect. As Murphy bowls to Stokes, he goes him again, down the ground, on the bounce to long off, no run.
Well bowled again.
Pitched it wide. Couldn't quite get to the pitch of it.
Gave it a little bit of air. This is brave bowling from Todd Murphy.
Who's complaining about the cold in Melbourne? I can tell you it's so hot in Leeds. Usman Khawaja has taken his jumper off.
There you go.
Sight rarely seen in cricket.
Murphy again around the wicket, bowling to Stokes, who heaves it away on the onside. It's in the air, and it has gone the distance for 6 behind square.
And that is reminiscent of One of the sixes he hit in that famous innings right here in Headingley. Got in with the line there and
fell over after he hit it.
Did a lot of damage to his body with it, but he wouldn't complain. 6 more.
Murphy again. Stokes this time heaves it high and long and handsome. Big 6 over long on. Cricket's Superman. He might be injured, but he is still on fire here in Headingley.
Alex Carey's run up to the other end to talk to Todd Murphy about what's going on here. And Pat Cummins is coming off the boundary to talk to him too.
Yeah, this is baptism by Stokes for Todd Murphy in Ashes cricket.
He conceded about 4 runs in 4 overs before this, and now he's 4 sixes in the last 2 overs.
Yeah. That's right, 5 runs in 5 overs, and he's gone from 4 sixes and 9 balls.
Essentially, yes.
As you said, Bharat, welcome to Ashes cricket. From a tourist to right into the fire. The deficit now 38. Stokes up to 73. Murphy is ready. He bowls. Stokes gets it with a thick edge out into the deep. It will fall safely behind point. They don't take a single.
Very wide, that one.
I know. Ben Stokes is walking around like someone who's had leg day. 2 back-to-back days in the gym. Done a lot of lunges in the last 2 days, it looks like.
Murphy again. Stokes gives himself room. That's wide of the off stump. Stokes leads. Wanted a wide. The umpire said no.
Quick delivery, that one.
I know, yeah.
Medium pace almost.
Nice cat and mouse.
96 Ks.
96 kilometres.
All right,
it's faster than some of Ollie Robinson's.
The last ball again. What does he do?
Comes up.
Can he pick out a single? Does he try hitting another 6?
Yeah, what does he do here? 1 versus 6. What's better?
What does Murphy do?
I think he's going to go 6.
In comes Murphy. Stokes dabs it back to the bowler. No run. So well done, Todd Murphy, who fought back well after being hit for consecutive 6s earlier in the over. It is 9 for 225. Stokes 73. Robinson yet to score. The deficit 38 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you've hit a nasty pothole recently, there could be damage that only an expert can spot. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
This is so good to be here watching this. England 9 for 225. SEN Test cricket thanks to Macca's. Get the new bacon and Angus burger at Macca's.
You didn't file to the Saturday papers at lunchtime, did you? When Australia were well in the ascendancy.
Pat Cummins is going to continue.
I'm going to have to send Sue down to all the newsagents tomorrow and get her to burn every copy of the Australian sports section she can find.
At least blacken your face. Your face goes with the byline, doesn't it? It's a photo byline.
What? Blacken my face?
Yeah, just cover it.
Just get rid of it.
If you say so.
That didn't sound right, did it?
No.
Robinson.
Anyway, back to the cricket.
Robinson is on strike. So they've got a leg gully and a traditional gully, a bat pad and a shortish cover. They're going short. Cummins past the umpire, bowls. It is short. And Robinson swings it over mid-wicket, out to the rope for 4. He was waiting for it. He got what he thought he was going to get, and he dispatched it to the rope. Robinson off the mark with that boundary. It is 9 for 229.
Yeah, well, that just sat up. He didn't get as high in as some of the bouncers Pat Cummins has bowled, but and Ollie Robinson immediately felt his back as well. He's been suffering from back spasms. That would not have helped. The field immediately spreads, so which also means he's going to face a few more short balls. Travis Head going from short leg to a catching square leg.
Cummins again. Past the umpire, bowls. Robinson dabs it on the bounce to gully. Marsh knocks it down, but they get a single. They hobble a single. Both of them.
It's reminiscent of Pat Cummins and Mitchell Johnson batting at Cape Town. Was that 2011?
2011.
Pat's first test. They chased down the runs, but they were both crippled by the end of it. Johnson had broken his foot or something, bones in his foot, and Cummins had that 6-year injury that put him through university.
That's true.
I mean, highest paid university.
Smarter guy.
Highest paid university student in Australian history. $1 million a year to get your degree.
I think he had the hex covered.
Eh?
Had the hex covered.
Yeah, I think he's paid us all back handsomely since.
Okay, so again, a delay as Cummins is very precise in particular as to how he wants the field with Stokes on strike. They're all pretty much on the rope except for mid-wicket. In he comes, he bowls, and Stokes pushes into the offside and thinks about a single. Robinson was going and Stokes said, no mate, go back please. I'm staying on strike. There's still half the over to go.
I'm interested in seeing if Stokes does survive this over, whether they stick with Murphy at the other end. He's gone for 4 sixes in the last 2 overs, but he's also had moments against Ben Stokes.
I kind of feel like he's going to get him out every ball, but also he might be hit for 6 every ball.
Yeah, true.
It's a real game of poker at the moment. Cummins again, wide on the crease. It's fallen, it's edged away by by Stokes. They take the single this time out into the deep. Down to third man. David Warner doing the fielding. So Stokes to 74. That exposes Robinson again with 2 more balls left in the over.
Field comes up.
And Ollie Robinson has played a few forgettable shots in the last few Ashes tests he's played going back to Hobart. He needs to do this for his captain. He needs to just survive these 2 balls. He did put away that long hop earlier in the over, but he cannot get out playing a terrible shot. The field has gone back out again.
Came in, it came out.
Well, they're sort of inviting
pokey.
A single potentially to see whether they'll take it. You don't think they would.
Everybody's pushing back. Even Usman Khawaja at mid-off, or extra cover, I should say.
Here he comes, Cummins. Bowls to Robinson, who drops the hands and watches it go past at about chest high.
It's better from Robinson. He has to make sure that Stokes is the last man out in this partnership. He can't leave Ben Stokes stranded at the other end when he's batting the way he is, especially with his body in agony. He's put his body on the line yet again for his country, the English captain. Robinson needs to show some fight here. Some cricketing smarts. Come on, Ollie.
A gully, a mid-wicket, and an extra cover in the ring. Everyone else out on the rope. Cummins again. Last ball of the over. Goes at the stumps and Robinson defends it. He didn't get behind the ball by any stretch of the imagination, but that's okay. All he wanted to do was just lay bat on ball. He did that. He survives. Over bowled 9 for 231 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. The deficit 32.
Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You'll beauty. Grab your favourites like Cascade Draft 24-pack for $54.99 or $49.99 for Hump Club members. Jim Beam White or Canadian Club 4.6% 10-packs $41.99 or $36.99 for members. Sign up online or in-store. Membership has its perks. Drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July.
Even camels get thirsty.
Thanks to Macca's. Get the new spicy and sticky Angus at Macca's. SEN Test Cricket live from Headingley. Bright and sunny conditions. And we are seeing another Ben Stokes masterclass with the tail. He's 74 not out. Todd Murphy is going to continue.
Not all we're seeing. I can tell you this, Adam. We're also seeing Bharat get told off by Jeremy Coney, who went full teacher mode. He brought receipts to show Bharat he was wrong.
Murphy bowls. Stokes leaves wide of the off stump. That's the voice of Jarrod Kimber for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
I apologise, Jeremy. I should have seen the rotor more carefully. I thought it's just like daily fare. Walked in when I generally do.
Murphy around the wicket, bowls to Stokes, who heaves it into the onside and way back into the Western Terrace. That is a mighty 6. And there are Australian fans, Australian players getting cold sweats. This is history repeating at Headingley.
Yeah, the only difference is Australia are feeling the pain. Ben Stokes is feeling the pain. Every time he hits a 6, he's keeping England alive.
Murphy again around the wicket. Stokes this time hits it high. He hasn't got this one. This should be out. It is out. Murphy gets his first Ashes wicket, and Stephen Smith, the man with the Midas touch, the golden hands, has taken it again in the outfield, and England is dismissed for 237. Ben Stokes last out for 80, and Todd Murphy can celebrate his first Ashes scalp, and what a big one it is.
Yeah, well, he certainly worked for that. He had him drop twice. Apparently, he just needed it to be hit to Steve Smith, who in this match that's his 5th catch.
Yes.
So all that other work Todd Murphy was doing, getting a hit down the ground, hit back to him, absolute waste of time. Look, eventually he was going to do this. He was losing his shape because of his right buttock.
Yeah.
I know that sounds ridiculous, but that is what's happening. But he was getting away with it because he's such a brilliant striker with the ball. But Murphy held his nerve all the way through.
He did.
It didn't hold the catch when it came back to him, but that almost took his hand off. But he held his nerve all the way through. I thought he bowled really well.
He did.
No one's going to look at his bowling figures particularly and believe that, but I really do think he handled that situation well.
No, I called it baptism by Stokes, and even though he went for 5 6s, I think he held his own. He held his nerve, and I think he's had the last, not laugh, last giggle.
The last giggle.
Last giggle. But
Todd
look,
Murphy with the last giggle.
The last giggle, but Ben Stokes, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, pretty much every Australian went and patted him on the back yet again. He's played one of those Ben Stokes innings once more. He's given England a chance in this test match.
Who did they pat on the back?
Ben Stokes.
So he's injured on his back and his buttock, and they all went up and stabbed. Is that what you're saying?
No pat on the bum for Ben Stokes for a change, maybe a few in the dressing room. But from where England were at lunchtime, he thought it was all done and dusted. Australia will have to bat well, even though they are ahead at this stage in this test match.
All right, let's just go through the batting card before we take a break here from Headingley before Australia bat again. And just the headline here is that England trails by 26 runs. That did not seem possible while the players were having lunch. So Crawley was first out. In fact, Duckett was first out for 2, Brook for 3, Crawley for 33, and then today it was Root, it was Court, Warner bowled Cummins for 19, Johnny Bairstow caught Smith bowled Stark 12, Moeen Ali caught Smith bowled Cummins 21, Chris Wokes caught Carey bowled Stark for 10, and then since lunch, Mark Wood caught Marsh bowled Cummins 24, Stuart Broad caught Smith bowled Cummins 7, and then the last man out, Ben Stokes caught Smith bowled Murphy for 80, with Robinson 5 not out. The bowling figures, Cummins has taken 6 for 91, so the headline act there, no doubt. Stark 2 for 59, Marsh 1 for 9, and then Murphy with his first wicket. He has 36 on his back. He went for 36 runs with that last wicket there of Stokes. Andrew, some context around those numbers?
Yeah, well, the post-lunch session, 10.2 overs, 95 runs and 3 wickets.
That is Bazball.
Yep. Just details of Stokes' innings, 80 of 108 balls, 6 4s and 5 6s, 53 of 39 after lunch. And he went past 6,000 test runs in the process. If he can get another 3 more wickets, he'll be just the 3rd player after Sobers and Callis.
Wow.
To do the double of 6,000 runs and 200 wickets.
That would be some dinner to go to that club. We did see a great wicket celebration for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives, with Todd Murphy getting his first wicket and the players getting around him. He would have been sort of, well, I was going to say awestruck, Stokes-struck in a way, the way that he was belted around, but held his nerve, as you said, to be able to find a way to get the wicket. I'm not sure whether too many other spinners would have done any better, Jarrod.
No, well, I mean, he went through 2 different things. He went through almost a hat-trick of drops, which is, you know, any time early in your career against a player like Stokes, that's quite full-on. And then he had to go through the 6s as well. So he worked his way through it. I thought there wasn't a lot of spin in this wicket. Moeen Ali didn't get much either. Moeen Ali probably has more side spin than Todd Murphy does, and we still didn't get to see that much of it. So he was sliding it through, but he was being clever. He was, you know, the way he was using the crease at times, where he was putting the ball. I thought they backed him very well. They could have yanked him out. And they went, no, we think he is going to get him out eventually. And they got their player. But for England, they're almost back at par. And so they're very much in this game now.
Jeremy Coney for Red Energy. Just before we take a break, your thoughts, and we can come back and kick things off with Colo.
Well, you know, we're halfway through the wickets in the game. The runs differential at the moment is 26. We're about a day away from being halfway through the time in the game. So you could say it's quite advanced in that sort of sense. It means, of course, that the bowlers have held sway in the match, and that the bat has obviously had its moments, one with Marsh and now this little period after lunch here. So that's where we sit in the game, well ahead of time, bowlers holding sway. Bat can do it, but it finds it hard.
What an afternoon we've got coming up as Australia bat again. This is SEN Test Cricket for Headingley. Brand new Headingley completed homes in Bonnybrook from $619,900. How well am I going with that?
Just nailed it.
Colin and I had a team meeting last night. We just did some rehearsing before we went out for dinner, and we're both a lot better than we were yesterday with that. We'll take a break from Headingley. Bright sunny conditions. David Warner and also Usman Khawaja not too far away. Don't go anywhere.
Go into Tyre Power and say, hey, got a great value deal for me this winter? And they'll say, good timing. The winter safety sale is on now. You can buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. Nice one. Tyrepower.com.au.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Headingley Homes. Check out Headingley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Headingley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Headingley.com.au.
Oh, Schnitz Nugget. Well, smaller than a Schnitz, the Schnitz Nugget's larger than the nugget laws permit. And while nuggets are just fine and we hold Schnitz in great esteem, the mighty Schnitz Schnugget is the perfect in-between. Whether just a tasty snack or on the side of more, the Schnitz Nugget's golden crumb will have you shouting, more. The new Schnitz Nugget. Not quite a Schnitz, not quite a nugget. Available now at Schnitz.
It's Tyre Power's winter safety sale. So you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. For a safer drive this winter, visit tyrepower.com.au.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
People would laugh at it, but I'd have Disney music on. The reason I do is because every Disney song is a story. So whenever you sing the song, like you can picture the story in your head. It just gave your mind a little bit of a reprieve.
I reckon it gives his opponents like Petrarca and that bit of confidence when he's coming out there going, let it go.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
For McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Get the new bacon Angus burger at Macca's, goodness gracious me. 95 runs in 62 balls. A classic of the Stokesian genre that we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years. That is very special cricket. Ben Stokes himself added 63 runs in 52 minutes or something like that. Andrew Sampson, can you recap the carnage, please?
Oh, just, 53 actually after lunch. 53 of 39 for Stokes. 95, as you said, and 10.2 overs and 3 wickets.
I mean, it does reach a point, Jarrod, when this just becomes the formula, doesn't it? When England get in trouble and Stokes is still there, he pulls the ripcord and almost no side in the world can keep up with him. And injured as well. It's like he's got a part of his brain that only functions when there's something wrong with him.
Yeah, I mean, if Murphy and, if it was Stark, I think, dropped the first one and Murphy dropped the second one, if they take that catch, obviously it's a very different situation. But his ability to bat in situational ways is just, it's almost as good as any top-level player I've ever seen. He doesn't have all the other skills of every other top-level player. We just had Mr. Sampson having a look. He has the lowest batting average of anyone with the more than 6,000 runs. But in these sort of situations, his skills are just absolutely priceless. And he does it again and again. And the ball's coming on nicely. The spinner wasn't getting a lot of turn. You miss-hit a couple of sixes off the quicks, and he gets going, doesn't he?
Jeremy, I mean, obviously there have been destructive players over the years who've been able to do extraordinary things in a short space of time. Have you seen anyone like Stokes do it as consistently as he does in situations like that and as destructively?
Not really. Not lower down the order. You normally expect innings like that to come from maybe, well, not like that either. But Viv Richards perhaps could do that. That's another special innings really from Stokes. And a question, I've never seen fields like it for so long in the duration of a match.
So Broad to start the second innings at Khawaja. Away from us, 3 slips bowls here, leaves alone outside the off stump. Just to note again that Australia only lead by 26. Their lead at lunch was 121, so that's changed dramatically as well. Speaking of the fields, there were times there where Pat Cummins didn't even bother bringing the field in from the 5th and 6th balls, as if to say the risk of Stokes hitting 2 sixes here is too great.
Yeah. I think that was a mistake still, but I understand why he did that. They were trying to bowl wide of off stump, were they, and hoping that he would swing across the line and
take it out of the arc.
Yeah, but I do think they should have kept someone in. Only 3 sips, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Just one back for the short ball. Broad delivers outside the leg stump. Khawaja wants nothing to do with it. Winbiz has got England up to 46 after that hour of play.
Is Khawaja the anti-Baz ball?
Oh, definitely.
At the moment, isn't he?
And he's done a pretty good job too, generally.
Uzball.
Yeah.
It's a slower model.
Day and a half. We're halfway through the game in terms of wickets.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary.
Without it being a green top or excessive swing, a little bit of seam at times, no spin.
Yeah, pitch that's giving something for everyone, really.
Everyone wants to play golf early.
If the rain stays away, that is. Broad round the wicket to Khawaja, defending a ball that nearly sneaks through. Oohs and ahs from the cordon. Broad puts his hands on his head. I was theorising just before Stokes got out that even if he were to be dismissed there, that I think England are in a pretty good position to win the Test match. They'll be batting fourth. The pitch will be great. Whenever they bat fourth, the pitch will still be in really good nick. And they've now got the confidence that they can do that. And no algorithm can account for the sort of confidence boost they'll get out of that last hour.
I can try. For the algorithm.
Right. Maybe that's a bit of recency bias for me, but it feels like they're in a great spot here, England. But they do need early wickets. Here to Khawaja, tucked behind the square leg umpire for 1 to get Australia away. They come back for 2. Khawaja has both of them.
It comes down to, doesn't it, really, that can Australia use the time that's available? Just let's put the rain aside, that's forecast just to one side and right now. Can they bat and bat and bat? They've got the chance. Are they good enough is the question.
I haven't seen a team bat England out of a game in the 3rd inning since Bazball, and many have had the opportunity. And what they usually do is they chip away, and they still end up with good leads, some of these things, but not enough to end the game. Nothing over 450, 500, where at that stage everything has to go right for England in that chase.
Broad bowls to Khawaja, who defends into the onside. You know what Daniel Norcross would say if he were here? That's 3rd innings pickle theory, where sides don't know whether to stick or twist in the 3rd innings against England. They don't know how quickly to pace their innings with a declaration in mind. That can't happen here because, as Jeremy points out, We're halfway through the 5th session of the Test match.
I mean, if Australia can bat this out, I mean, they don't have to win this Test match, so they could actually bat for the rest of the game if they really. I mean, I'm not suggesting that will happen.
No, they should go for 900.
There you go. And leave them 3 overs.
Yeah.
Make a token declaration.
See how you go, fellas.
Broad to complete his first over to Khawaja again, and Khawaja plays with soft hands to backward point. None for 2. The lead's 28. Khawaja 2. Warner yet to score on the Beaumont Tales scoreboard. Our coverage is for Macca's. Get the new bacon Angus burger at Macca's. And our Australian opening batters are for Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar. And our experts Jeremy Coney and Jarrod Kimber are with us for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
We like being here for them.
Yeah, I do like being here for Red Energy.
Yeah.
I feel energised by that, Collar. Can I give you this? The first time that a first-class team ever scored 800 runs in a game was in the smokers versus non-smokers game, which I think was played at East Melbourne.
Who got it? The smokers?
It was the non-smokers. The non-smokers dominated both of those games.
With running between the wickets.
But the prizes were cigars, which I thought was a bit unfair to the non-smokers. They dominated the one in England and they dominated the one in Australia.
Some of the first-class teams that you see listed for players from the early 20th century are quite extraordinary.
But that was also because that was the Australian and the England teams combined. So it was like a combined 11. So you had W.G. Grace and George Bonner playing on the same team. They were both non-smokers, by the way, I believe. W.G. Grace took a couple of wickets in that one.
Andrew Sampson's perfectly placed to run through some of the exotic team names that played first-class cricket as Woke starts. It's gone over the top of middle stump for Warner, who was trying to pull a ball that was back of a length. So no concerns for him there, but a few oohs and ahs anyway. Woke's getting the new ball, so that would suggest that Robinson, who I haven't looked for yet, is at least not bowling, but possibly off the field.
Robinson won't bowl today. He could bat, but apparently he was told earlier today that he can't bowl.
I don't think he's out there, Colin.
Okay, so they'll have a sub there somewhere. Try and identify that fielder soon.
Who's this down at fine leg? I can't quite see them down there. It doesn't look like one of the England players.
I'll keep an eye on him. Here is Wokes over the wicket, football stand in, hits Warner on the thigh pad out towards the gully. Was there an inside edge? No one's really appealing apart from the crowd. Umpire Damasena unmoved, and they're not going to be reviewing that. But nevertheless, a false stroke.
Warner's been beaten twice in 2 balls. First one he tried to attack, and it was quite close to the outside of off stump. It actually squatted a wee bit, and that one there just hitting the pads. Where was he trying to hit that? Was he trying to go leg side?
Just trying to turn it to backward square, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That replay for Tyre Power Vulcan tyres, 25% off.
When the ball is squatting a wee bit, you must use the full face of the bat if you can.
Squatting. You said the ball was
squatting.
The ball was squatting.
Yeah.
You say it kept low. It hit him almost on the chest. I know it's Warner. Yeah.
2 back for the short ball. Warner facing Wokes. Gets off the mark. Down to fine leg. Well, we have got a sub, and it looks like it's Dan Lawrence from Essex. He moves to 1 and Australian number 3.
It looked a little bit taller and leaner than some of the other England fielders out there, so that makes sense.
Yeah, we saw Harry Duke out there yesterday from Yorkshire, who I wouldn't be surprised if he's playing Test cricket in the next 5 years or so. He's a young prospect through the system here, played England 19. So they use that rotating fielding spot quite well, England, bringing up guys who've got a future in the game.
Rehan Ahmed, of course, did it a lot at Lords. Misfielded almost everything that came his way. Until that incredible save out on the boundary right at the end of the game.
So Stokes is in the cordon, which is of interest. He rarely fields there since he broke his finger a couple of years ago. It's to do with his leg injury. Wokes in, bowls here. Khawaja wants to pull, stays in the pitch, sticks in the pitch and hits him in the tummy. So 2 balls from Wokes have done that so far from the football stand end. Andrew Sampson.
Well, Steve Smith, we haven't done his 5 catches. I'll come back to team names later.
I did wonder that. Is it the most catches by an Australian outfielder?
It is.
Really?
It's the 3rd time there's been 5 catches.
Okay.
Hugh Trumbull, did he ever take 5?
No.
Because Hugh Trumbull has a large amount of catches for someone who didn't play a lot of tests, and I've never worked out how he got them.
It was Victor Richardson was the first one.
Okay.
The second one was Steve Smith back in 2018 against South Africa. So Richardson was also against South Africa in 1936.
But where were we? That couldn't have been Cape Town. Where were we for the 5?
Cape Town.
It was first innings of the Cape Town Test.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Bit went on that week.
I was about to say.
Moikes in and bowls to Kawaja. It's full on the leg stump and tucked away in front of square. That's classy. Great timing out to the western boundary. He's 6, Australia number 7. They lead by 33.
And also Steve Smith is the first fielder to take 5 catches in an innings twice in Test cricket.
Ever?
Any team. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm writing that down.
Yeah, you might as well write that down.
Good radio. As Adam Collins takes up his pen, it's a Bic, black, a little bit chewed on the lid.
I lose about 4 pens a test match. So that's my pen at the moment. Kawaja facing the last ball from Woakes. Pulls it away in front of square again with real authority. Had all the time in the world, so an interesting over from Woakes. Not quite as much pace now from the football stand end. Australia, none for 11, Kawaja 10, Warner 1 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. And our coverage for Macca's. Get the new bacon Angus burger at Macca's.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Get the new spicy and sticky Angus at Macca's. Brought away from us. Bowls to Warner for the first time on leg stump into the onside. No run. He's got him 16 times in Test cricket.
Yeah, pretty good for a Nepo baby with the Karate Kid fetish, isn't it?
With a what fetish?
Karate Kid.
Oh, sorry.
Have a look at his head.
Yes, yes, yes.
So Karate Kid was a movie in the 1980s, Jeremy.
There's a line that that Jeremy and I were listening to on the way up here on a documentary that Daniel and I were involved in a few years ago where you described...
He made you listen to him.
Where Stuart Broad, you described him as being made in a test tube at Loughborough.
Oh, did I?
Back in 2009, that was a comment from you.
I've had a lot of lines about Stuart Broad. He's been around a long time.
Bowls here, round the wicket, edging, and he's gone! Broad gets Warner again! Just as he did in the first innings, around the wicket, found the edge, and Zach Crawley at second slip moves to his left and gets it right. England get an early wicket. It's Warner again. Caught in the cordon for one. A double failure for the veteran. Broad's got him 17 times in Test cricket. 1 for 11 the score. Fascinating.
It's a carbon replay, really, from the first innings where Crawley caught him again in the second slip. This one, however, was slightly fuller. He wasn't pushing towards the ball. He's just really played the wrong line. And he's played he's just held his position on the crease, really, and just nicked it.
I think the first innings he could have left. I'm not sure that was as obvious a leave. I'd have to have another look at it. Yeah. It felt like to me in the air it was actually coming back into him, or maybe it was just the angle. It didn't have a lot of movement, though, but maybe enough just to get the edge, or as you said, Jeremy, maybe just played the wrong line slightly there. But good breakthrough for England.
And Stuart Broad's having quite the series. Not only against Warner, but he's enjoyed success with the new ball. And Marnus Labuschagne, who missed out the first time around as well. I say missed out, he made 21, but wasn't able to go on with it. Caught in the cordon, he's walking out. He's yet to really lay a big dent in the series either. He was the #1 batter in the world when we arrived at Edgbaston. That's not the case anymore as well.
He's managed not to be dropped as much as the other Australian players, perhaps, in this series as well. He's got a reputation of getting dropped a lot. He might need a couple, but I think he's moved okay. I don't think he lined up beautifully against Mark Wood. I don't think he liked that extra pace. But then again, who amongst us?
And what a celebration from Stuart Broad as well. We're watching it back for Tyre Power. Falcon Tyres 25% off. Straight over to the Western Terrace, trying to fire them up. Celebrating a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives.
Yeah, Western Terrace, very much the Bay 13 of this ground, isn't it? That's where you want to run. No one's running off to the insurance broker stand or whatever it is out on. No one cares about that one. They're just polite. You literally can hear it coming, the cheers coming more from one side of the ground than the other, waving across.
Yeah, west to east.
The warm beer smell in the air.
So Labuschagne has 3 slips behind him, a leg gully as well. It won't be long before we see the extreme pace of Mark Wood, I'm sure. He tried to rough him up yesterday. Woakes comes in from mid-on to a catching mid-wicket. 2 men in that region. A mid-off and a backward point. the only men back on the offside, if you like. Not in catching positions. So he paws. As Labuschagne marks his guard. And sets up with all eyes on Stuart Broad in the headband. He's been doing this for so long, bowling decisive spells against Australia. Can he get on a roll here? Delivers to Labuschagne over the wicket, left alone, wide off the crease. Interesting that he started so wide on it there, Jeremy.
Well, he's knows that Labuschagne has nicked him twice and gone towards a ball that's slightly wide, so he's just creating that doubt very early on once again. And really, it's time for Labuschagne to stand up, I think, in this Test series. He's a good player. He's tinkered with his, where he stands and his position and his movements, trigger movements prior to delivery. And he's making it himself almost confused, I think.
Broad away from us towards Labuschagne. His second ball leaves alone on length, but that came back towards the right-hander, Andrew Sampson.
Now 5 bowlers have got batter out 17 times in Test cricket. McGraw-Atherton, of course, is the most famous one, 19 times that is. Followed by Alec Betzer getting Arthur Morris out 18 times. Curtly Ambrose got Michael Atherton 17 times. Courtney Walsh got Michael Atherton 17 times as well.
He played for quite a while, didn't he? He's had a few tests.
As Athers would say, gets out the good bowlers.
Yeah.
So Broad again. Been clapped to the crease. Bowls to Labuschagne here, and he goes past the outside edge, not far away. Again, Broad's got his hands on his head.
Yeah, we just see him. He's got a lot of theories as a batter, and obviously they've done him very well. But in this series, I think he's almost on, plan C already. We've seen him come down the wicket. We've seen him get outside of off stump. We've seen him even bat more, with leg stump at times. He just looks a little confused at the moment for me.
The difficulty is, finally you've got to forget it and you've got to play the ball. Watch the ball.
So one more ball for Labuschagne to deal with here from Broad. In the bright sun at Leeds, he bowls and Labuschagne drives. Out the middle of the bat, beats Smith off the mark with a boundary. A checked drive. Just what he wants to get moving. Australia 1 for 15 at the end of the over. One where Warner fell for 1. Labuschagne 4, Khawaja 10. They lead by 41 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. And our coverage is for Macca's. Get the new bacon Angus burger at Macca's.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
As the clock strikes 2 a.m. in New Zealand, good morning to all of our listeners on SENZ. Here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can get involved and send us a text on 8833. Wokes in, football stand in. Bowls to Khawaja, soft hands at the backward point, no run.
Glad you got that right. The 8833.
8833.
That's it. Just a good length there from Wokes. He's been hitting the pitch quite hard, just back of a length, and it's getting some variation. That squared Khawaja up.
And just on Atherton, back to him, 37.69 in Test average, which will probably be a bit disappointing. Kind of player of his ability. If you take those 3 bowlers out, you got him as 53 times. It's 19 and 217s.
As Wokes gets up and bowls to Khawaja over the wicket, Khawaja whips down to deep backward square, long leg, gets one. He's 11 from 11, 1 for 16. Sampson.
His career average goes up to 44.15, which is a lot more respectable.
Yeah, I think that the caveat there is that Mike Atherton did half of his batting in England opening.
Yep, not easy.
An incredibly tough era.
Against those kind of bowlers, yeah.
Yep. Andrew Sampson with us this week and at Manchester as well. Get your questions in for him. Rarities and oddities. 0433 98 11 16. I know he loves that. We can work through some of them at the tea break. 8833 in New Zealand. So it's being held here at Wokes, who started with an interesting over. Sort of not quite the same pace.
Yeah, but if he can get it to nip from that little area of the pitch where he's getting the variation, natural variation, then he could bring the pads into play for Labuschagne.
Got Labuschagne out in the first innings, caught it slip. Wokes to him for the first time here, leaves alone outside the off stump in that channel that you're referring to. Maybe a fraction wide.
Yep, just a fraction wide, that's right. You've just got to be round about that off stump. Maybe fourth to 4.5, and that one is the one that Labuschagne is actually playing at the moment too much.
I stood outside on the balcony for that Stokes extravaganza before. The atmosphere is just stunning here at Leeds, isn't it?
Well, particularly with all that Western Terrace area.
Wokes in, Labuschagne defends to mid-wicket. I suppose they're so conditions are having stunning things happen here. It's just got the reputation as being the ground where anything is possible.
Yeah, well, I know what it's like to field in front of crowds like that. I remember fielding my first test, actually. It was at the MCG, and it was in front of Bay 13. I'd never heard of them. And Bevan Congdon got me on the field and said, "Go down there, son. Go down there, son."
Wokes to Labuschagne. Oh, not quite. He was going to run in, but Labuschagne told him to stop. How did you fare?
Not well. Not well. As I got close, they were...
Labuschagne facing up. Wokes bowls to him here. Hits him on the thigh pad. He left alone a ball that could do so on length. So no appeal for leg before, but yeah, high up on the thigh, whacked him after coming back off the scene.
Yeah, is that dangerous or not? Whereabouts does it hit the pitch? It's hit it short enough, I think, that he can see the height. So that's fine.
Back thigh pad, which didn't used to exist. That used to leave a bruise, but they're well covered up there now. We see that back again for tyre power. Fulton tyres 25% off. So you went down there.
Oh, yeah. And as I was arriving...
As Wokes bowls and Labuschagne defends from outside part of the bat. Down towards third man it goes. Work to do for Duckett. Will he get there in time? He just drags it in. That's good fielding from Duckett. That was gathering pace. They still get through for a couple. Played with soft hands by Labuschagne, advancing to 6 at the end of the over. We'll come back to this, Jeremy. The lead's 44. Australia 1 for 18. Our coverage for Macca's. Get the new bacon Angus burger at Macca's.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger North Star, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
Jeremy, Coney, tell us more about going to Bay 13 as a young lad.
Well, first thing I did was I passed the guy who was going off. It's a fella called Brian Andrews, who was a sort of a medium fast bowler and had none for 120.
Broad bowls to Khawaja around the wicket, new over defended.
And I just said, good move. As he went off limping, and I then approached this crowd, and they had hose pipes that were obviously going up at the inside of their trousers and their shirt, and then came out the top and then into their mouth, and they were obviously drinking heavily through these pipes, because remember in those days there were lots of cameras around the MCG and you weren't allowed to drink.
Broad bowls to Khawaja on 11. It's just tails away a little bit, but he handles it well. Now it's a bit off no run.
And the hose disappeared into an esky. So they had all their grog just in there, and snake net and various other items that you do, of course. And they were baying at the girls, and they were, shouting numbers out, and they were throwing crusts from pies, So this was a beer-swilling compound as far as I was concerned, and drunkenness was endemic in that area of the field. So I stood in front of them in my new jersey.
Broad bowls. Third delivery of the over to Khawaja, defended out to mid-on.
And they started throwing things like marbles. And they sort of hit me on the shoulder and one or two off the back of the head. And I looked around me, and there must have been, I suppose, about 150 of these marbles everywhere. And, of course, the crusts from the pies attracted the bird life. That there are so many, birds around.
Sure.
Yeah. So they were sweeping down around me as well. It was a nightmare, so I tried to move away. Going so soon, are you, son? Yeah, they called you Cornery on the radio. Is that your real name? No, I'm just trying it out for a friend. You know, that didn't go down well at all. Oh, we got a smart one here. What a goose. You know, and it wasn't easy, I've got to say. So I was only out there for 2 overs, but I remember it quite vividly, and then promised myself I'd never field on the boundary again. I went up into the slips from that day onwards.
Oh, the origin story of Jeremy Coney, the great slipper. It goes all the way back to Bay 13.
It does.
What, 1973?
First test we'd played Australia for 27 years.
Wow. So that's a series.
And the closest country to play a test against.
Yeah. Broad up, bowls to Khawaja on leg stump. Doesn't catch up with it into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow.
They used to send B teams over to play us. Because they played us in 46. And poor old Walter won the toss at the Basin Reserve. Walter Hadley, that's Richard's dad. And they had to mow a new pitch because it was so wet. Mowed a new pitch at the start of the game. We won the toss and batted. Was it your best idea, Walter?
What were they all out for?
46, 42, something like that. Have a look at that. Yeah.
Broad up bowls to Khawaja. Middle stump line, push down towards mid-on. There won't be a run there.
To be fair to them, I think you'll read some of the names that they had to play against. I don't think Bradman was playing in that side, but nor was Bert Sutcliffe for New Zealand.
I think Hassett led Australia.
Or Bill Brown.
Or Bill Brown.
Might have been, I don't know.
Yeah.
42 and 54 New Zealand made in that game.
54.
42 in the
42, it was 42. And then I think New Zealand did okay. They declared, I think, 190, Australia.
199 for 8 declared, yeah.
Yeah. So they didn't do too badly. So it was still pretty green. And then they made 54, which didn't help things.
Broad up, finishes over, Khawaja into the onside, gets one, keeps the strike. Great to have Jeremy Coney with us on the coverage. Story time with Jeremy. Khawaja's 12, keeps the strike. He's moved Australia's lead to 45 with that. They're 1 for 19. Our coverage is for Macca's. Get the new spicy and sticky Angus at Macca's.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Our Macca's I'm loving it moment of the session. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Well, it's all about Ben Stokes, isn't it? As Woke starts it you over to Khawaja, helps off his hip down to the long leg for 1, maybe 2. Happy with 1. Lead 46, Khawaja. He's 13 from 18 balls. What Ben Stokes was able to do, 53 runs in 50 minutes as part of the carnage. Andrew Sampson.
Just to confirm, it was Bill Brown who captained Australia in that game.
It was his last test.
Bill O'Reilly's last test. 5 for 14 and 3 for 19.
See, they had O'Reilly, tall leg spinner.
Went out on top.
He did.
Perhaps the best match figures in a final test, possibly. Woke's bowls here, leaving away outside the off stump. Khawaja, Labuschagne rather, no run.
Well, there'll be more wickets, but 8 for 33 is match figures. Yeah. There'll be guys who've taken more than that.
Like Charles Marriott.
A couple of guys, Marriott, who got 11 in his only test, One or two others. Andy Caddick, I think, got 10 and 11 in his last
at Sydney, in 2004. So Damien Fleming jumping in for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Our experts with us throughout the week here at Leeds for them, thanks to Red Energy. Woke's in, bowls here, Labuschagne back of a length defending, not full enough yet. Woke's, Flem.
You'd think that's why he's got the new ball. Yeah. I thought, well, to start with Wood, start with the extra speed, and Wood swung the ball. Woke's skill is that he gets the ball to shape away from right-handers. He gets a bit of natural variation too, Woke's, but he can't afford for the Australians just to play comfortably on the back foot. Get him going hard, trying to drive, encourage him to hit through the covers. And as I say that, there's another man getting put down a backward square for the short ball.
I don't expect it to be long before we get there, Flem, with the bouncer war. We saw a bit of it in the first hour of this ridiculous session. What a series this has been. We've had hours of play that have just been Well, they'll get replayed for a very long time, I'm certain. Woke's up. Still got the 3 slips to Labuschagne. That's full up, but defended out to mid-on, no run.
It has. It's been a counter-punching series. Just when you think one team's well ahead, it just totally turns around. And before it was Stokes, it was just Mark Wood. And Australia just had one plan and one plan only, wasn't it, to bounce him. If it gets in the second innings and it gets close, I want to see a different game plan from the Australians.
Woke's on the way from the football stand end. Bit wider on the crease. Labuschagne edged up towards backward point. Won't carry a conventional gully. Would have been in the frame there. Extra bounce. Wokes has got his hands on his knees. He knows how close that was to getting himself in the book and getting rid of Labuschagne. We'll watch it back for tyre power. Fulton tyres 25% off. Jeremy Coney.
Let's see first of all the length of the ball. It's it's short, but it's actually lifted a bit, and that's the difficulty, and it's taken the shoulder of the bat. As he wasn't expecting that, Labuschagne, he's just expecting to play a nice little easy backward defence, but it's actually lifted and moved away slightly.
I think that we've seen some variable bounce. Some have kept low, but that's why I'd be trying to bowl fuller.
Woke's up to Labuschagne, bowls here, back of a length. Blake will let it go through to the keeper's gloves. End of the over. 1 for 20 Australia, leader 46, Khawaja 13, Labuschagne 6. Jeremy Coney jumping out. I'm jumping out as well. Adam White taking you through to 2.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Bright sunshine here at Headingley in Leeds in the north of England, with Australia on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard 1 for 20. It's SEN Test Cricket thanks to Macca's. Get the new bacon Angus burger at Macca's. And we have got Mark Wood, who was bowling at 155 kilometres an hour only yesterday. He's ready to go again. Damien Fleming for Red Energy, welcome back.
Yes, Whitey, this is the man that's ripped open this test match with ball and bat.
He starts past the umpire, bowling to Khawaja, who leaves the first ball across him. Now we know that in the first innings he had his stumps blown out of the ground. I wonder how he'll play him in this innings.
And also whether there's swing available for Wood. It wasn't just the express pace and the fullness of the delivery, it shaped back in a bit like the way, even though it was from a different angle, Tung got one to go totally against the way that he was angling and knocked over Usman Khawaja. Generally, it's taken a good ball to knock Usman over, which is good signs. In between that, he's batted beautifully through this series.
3 slips and a leg slip. The catches for Khawaja, no bat pad. With Wood on the runway again, past the umpire, bowls to Khawaja, to Yorker, and Khawaja digs it out. And plays it up to wideish mid-on where Moeen Ali does the fielding. Now, I know on a lot of our socials on SEN_cricket and even just SEN 1116, there's been a lot of talk about David Warner's future for the rest of this series. So we've got to ask you your thoughts on where it sits at the moment for David Warner in this Australian team after a double failure here at Headingley.
Yeah, it's definitely posing some big questions for the Australian cricket team.
Wood again bowls to Khawaja, who's jumping, playing on the onside, wants a quick single. Labuschagne's got to be quick here. He is. And in the end, with no one backing up, the throw wasn't executed. It would have been a close call, but Labuschagne gets home. So Khawaja to 14, 1 for 21.
With scores of 66 and 25 at Lords, for me, he's always got a 2-test buffer. So I would be playing him in the next test match. The only thing that, and if he fails there, you know, remember 2001, Justin Langer got a chance almost to say thanks. We'll look somewhere else when we get home, and he got 100 and got there. If he fails again, they need to find out about Renshaw or Harris. But then the other thing that's in there is if Green's fit, Marsh has got 100.
Wood again bowls, this time to Labuschagne, who's back and across, defending away on the onside.
And say we lose this test and we have to win the next one, you've got to pick the best 11 to win that, because we want to win the series. If we win this test match, I mean, there is the option where they could go, OK, we're going to look for the future. And I don't know who they prefer, Renshaw or Harris. But with the series already won, is that time to when we get home, we know who our next test opener is. So I think Dave was more under the pump if we win this test match. And I know they don't like changing winning teams.
Wood again wider on the crease. Good bouncer as Labuschagne sways out of the way and almost landed on his backside. He had to almost do what's the thing with the apple and the limbo or whatever it is?
Limbo.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
Is an apple involved in the limbo or just a stick? Anyway, you know what I mean. He swayed back.
Just every ball from Wood is just posing questions about physical safety, about scoring opportunities, and just every batsman's defence.
3 slips and a leg slip. Last ball of the over. Labuschagne on strike. He gets one right on the stumps, and Labuschagne equal to the challenge. In behind it, half forward, defending away on the offside. End of the over. The Beaumont Tiles huge scale scoreboard. It is Australia 1 for 21.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Chris Wokes will continue. This is SEN Test Cricket. Thanks to our partners, Headingley. Brand new Headingley completed homes in Bonnybrook from just $619,900. Not a bad deal. Wokes, in he comes. Bowls to Khawaja. Tucks it fine off the thigh pad. Down to fine leg for 4. Nice shot. Nice use of the hands to keep it fine enough away from backward square leg. And down to the rope for 4. The lead 51 at 1 for 25. So just finishing
Just to finish there, though, that's a good skill to have, is to make sure you get the ball fine.
Yes,
because when you're bowling and you see it's a fine leg glance, you just know that's 4.
Yep.
Whereas if they try and hit it and whip it too hard, it will generally go down to fine leg.
Wokes, no wicket for 17 now. Over the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, who's forward in defence. So just looking at the figures, in the World Test Championship, Warner got 43 and 1, and those 43 were good runs that kind of set up the match, and he was strangled down leg side. Birmingham 9 and 36, and then Lord's 66 and 25, and don't underestimate that 66 in the first innings.
And the 25. So also with those England ones, he's been getting 50-run partnerships with Usman. And as I've said all series, I've started to lower my expectation for opening batsmen in England.
Wokes again bowls to Khawaja, who's in defence, pushing away, thinking about a single and then sending Labuschagne back.
But the worry in this test match is he's got out the same way virtually to Stuart Broad again. He's batted out of his crease. He's changed his guard somewhat, but not his style. You know, the old Dave Warner, I would assume, would have gone, I'm going to hit some with the angle. Just try and lob him over long on. That's frustrating in the second innings that he gets out a similar way.
Yeah.
But I still feel like he's banked up one more test match.
Wokes bowls and Khawaja back and across defending. Yeah, so from what it's worth, from my perspective, is the issue for Warner is that Broad will play the next 2 test matches, you would think.
He'll get a good rest after this one.
That's right. So, and he gets him out for fun. So that problem's not going away. I'm really firm on the fact, in my view, this is the end of a cycle for this Australian cricket team. The World Test Championship, big tick. Played in India earlier this year. Wasn't a tick. They got a win, but they didn't win the series. And then the Ashes. Let's wait for this ball from Wokes. Over the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, who has just missed. the outside edge woke Khawaja's bat.
But it's one of the few full balls he's bowled, and he almost gets a wicket.
Yep. So from my view,
scrambled same too.
For Warner, he wants to continue, and I understand that. Has he earned the right to? I'd probably say no. I don't think anyone earns the right to have any more.
No, I'm still working on that 2 test.
Yes, that's right.
Theory.
So I'm comfortable enough to a point he stays on, particularly if the series is live. But I don't think he starts the next Australian summer as the Australian opening batsman. Wokes bowls to Khawaja, who leaves, because I think it's the end of a cycle and it's time for Australia to find another opening batsman and let them work it out at Shield level as to who it should be for that first test.
And back them.
Yep, end of the over, 1 for 25.
If you're a driver, rider, pedestrian or bystander and been injured in a road accident, you could be entitled to compensation. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and is in addition to what is provided by the TAC. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. Arnold, Thomas and Becker Lawyers, securing compensation for Victorians for over 50 years. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
SEN Test cricket for backers. Mark Wood is nearly ready again. Go through a few text messages that have come through on 0433 98 11 16.
I'd say most want Warner out.
That would be sensing the mood of the room quite well.
Yep.
3 slips and a leg slip as Labuschagne flicks it fine on the bounce to leg slip. Duckett does well, diving to his right on the bounce.
But I've had this philosophy for a long time, the 2 test buffer.
I don't disagree with you on that. The history works against Warner with what Broad's done to him and what he continues to do to him. So, Flem, a question off the text from Matt from Williamstown. Could Marsh open instead of Warner?
So, Matty from Williamstown, this is the other thing that comes into it. If Marsh, for me, needs to play the next test, if Cam Green's fit, can we play both at the same time and then potentially Marnus goes to open?
Wood bowls here to Labuschagne, who's back and across, pushing, wants a single, and Usman says no, so he's sent back, almost went halfway down the pitch, Labuschagne, so he almost completed a single. We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
That could potentially happen. But just going back to what I was saying before the break, we can't be in a situation, we as in Australian cricket fans, we can't be in a situation where Khawaja and Warner retire at the same time. I don't think that's sensible.
Well, Warner, if everything went well, is finishing in Sydney.
Yes.
So in theory, Khawaja's going to play the summer at least.
Yes.
An opener gets 3 tests against Pakistan.
I'd like one of those openers to get 5 tests.
Yeah. Oh, I don't mind what you're saying.
Yeah. Wood bowls wide on the crease to Labuschagne, who's back and across and pushing.
And how many fairy tale endings are there in sport? Not many.
And Warner is such a competitor. He doesn't want to retire. He wants to keep playing for as long as he can. And absolutely, you'd expect him to think like that.
You know, up until recently, you just got tapped on the shoulder.
Yeah, and there's not
all the great players.
There's not too many that get the fairy tale finish like Shane Warne did, Glenn McGrath,
and Langer in the same test.
Ponting didn't get that finish that he wanted in a way. He kind of retired on his own.
Simon Kadich, did he?
I don't think so. Didn't get injured and then couldn't get back. I can't remember.
Oh, well,
Labuschagne back and across.
I was being a bit sarcastic there.
But that's the... I think...
Morning, Caddo. He'll be listening. SEN.
George Bailey's done such a great job, I think, in selecting the team. And obviously he's got others there as well. Tony Dodome, the coach, the captain, etc. But I just think it's really important that you don't retire 2 openers at the same time or have them finishing at a very similar time. And I don't think anyone is conclusive on who the obvious replacement is. It might be.
And it got blurred a bit. It's a couple of their bad decisions. Head not playing the first test and thinking that Renshaw can be a middle order player.
Yeah. Wood again wide on the crease, trying to flick down leg side. Labuschagne doesn't.
Falling away here, Wood. Pushing the ball in. His gun ball is when he actually followed through. He often falls, though, straight out of the danger area, but towards where he's bowling the ball. And he follows the ball and it swings out. Matty Renshaw's got him back into calculations with opening for Queensland. I don't know why they've blurred the lines that if he's in, it's as an opening batsman.
Well, yes. I mean, Renshaw kind of went from top order player to middle order player and then back to top order player and took Bryce Street's spot because Joe Burns was there for at the left-hand, right-hand combination as Wood bowls again. It's a bouncer and Labuschagne gets underneath. We'll continue the discussion after the break. SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Australia 1 for 25.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale. Packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens and even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
0433 98 11 16. The texts are coming through. Thoughts on Head maybe to open. Marsh 5 and Green 6. That's from Nick. Mouse talked about Renshaw potentially opening the batting at some point.
I don't mind Head in subcontinent conditions. Yes. I don't want to send poor Trav out there in England. But Marnus is not a big jump. Marsh's form's good enough at 6.
The Harris one for me now, I'm very biased with Marcus Harris, but my view is Marcus Harris deserves an Australian summer from start to finish for us to determine once and for all whether he's got it. He's coming and going at really tough times to be an opening batsman in English conditions here against Bulmer in India.
He started in the last Ashes.
He did, but that were tough batting conditions. No one did well at the top of the order for either team, really. I'd like him to have an Australian summer and to be categoric whether he's good enough or he's not good enough, because his first-class record is exceptional.
The one thing I always like about Marcus Harris and then also Travis Head when he got dropped, they got themselves back in with sheer amount of runs.
Khawaja on strike as Woke starts a new over across him. Bharat Sundaresan comes back into the box. Bharat, your view? I mean, you watch as much first-class cricket as I do. If Marcus Harris can reel off 100 after 100 against high-quality Australian first-class bowling in tough Shield conditions, is that enough for him to get another opportunity based on what he's done at Test level?
I think he just needs one big score in Test cricket. That half-century he made in MC showed that pretty
he was very nearly
dicey pitch. Yeah, if not for Scott Boland.
Wokes again past the umpire bowls to Khawaja, who's in defence.
I think he's just lacked that one big score.
He has.
Yeah, I think that would have. And who would have thought that Usman Khawaja would, take to opening the way he has?
Yeah.
And it didn't start very well. I mean, Hobart conditions were really tough. That's when Khawaja opened for the first time, didn't he? He came in for Head in Sydney.
So Harris spoke about, and he's spoken to me personally about this and about that game in Sydney where he thought that was the best he'd batted in what essentially was his last Test match so far. Wokes bowls to Khawaja from the thigh pad, pushes it in front of square leg and gets him single out into the deep. And he played a bad shot to the spin just before lunch, and he looked really set, and he felt it was the first time he felt comfortable mentally at Test level, and he hasn't played since. So he still wants that next opportunity. When he went back to Shield cricket, he still peeled off hundreds, but so did Cameron Bancroft. And there's a text here about, well, where does Bancroft sit? Because he's making hundreds as well, and if runs are a currency that we all love.
I've always felt Bancroft just below Test level, and with that closed grip, I just thought good bowlers get him out, but he's changed that grip, and I was surprised he didn't come here as a right-handed option.
Wokes again to the right-handed Labuschagne. He leaves outside off stump.
4 left-handed opening batsmen is a bit bizarre, really.
Yeah, it is.
You think you'd only need one spare opener, and preferably it was a right-hander.
Yep.
So I don't think Bancroft's out of it either.
Oh, he's very much in it, I think. Yeah, you're right. I mean, just like you said, Flem, that's all you can do, right? You can go back and score a lot of runs, and a mountain of runs like he has, and the balls he's faced as well in the last few years. I think Henry Hunt seems to have just fallen down the pecking order.
He has. Wokes a bit wider on the crease, bowls to Labuschagne, who defends into the onside. Henry Hunt seemed the logical. If you think back to the Australia A when it was Henry Hunt and Bryce Street there at one point, and Bryce lost his spot in the teaming for Queensland. He came back later. I talked yesterday. There's a couple of younger middle order players that I know that they've got their eye on. Jack Clayton's one of those in Queensland, and I think it's Nathan McSweeney who's got rid of the long hair and the frizzy stuff that he had, and he looks more like a cricketer the way he plays.
He had a very strong season.
He did. Wokes again bowls to Labuschagne and leaves. And that is the end of the over. So we've gone through 10. We're about 10 minutes from tea. Australia in its second innings on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, 1 for 26.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
People would laugh at it, but I'd have Disney music on. The reason I do is because every Disney song is a story. So whenever you sing the song, like, you can picture the story in your head. It just gave your mind a little bit of a reprieve.
I reckon it gives his opponents like Petrarca and that bit of confidence when he's coming out there going, let it go.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Headingley. SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. The new Bacon Angus burger at Macca's. Got to give it a try. Mark Wood. He's bowling again to Usman Khawaja. And Khawaja is leaving a ball that gets to the keeper on the bounce. Now 146, so he's 10 kilometres an hour less. Thereabouts a couple of kilometres an hour.
That can happen throughout Test matches. And if he gets a wicket, it'll get straight over 150. When he's bowling to the tail, it'll be definitely 150. But the ball he's been struggling to do is actually shape the ball back into Usman, the one that knocked him over. And that can be a little bit, just jumping out a little bit wider. You can see his follow-through at times on the other pitch. Generally you want all momentum going towards your target.
Wood again past the umpire to Khawaja. It's a bouncer. He ducks underneath it. It does feel, Bharat, that the pitch with the sun that's been on it all day is just starting to settle down a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they've said it all along. Today had to be the best day to bat on. We don't know what the weather's going to be like tomorrow. Rain expected. Usman Khawaja-like conditions, really. These kind of pitches where the ball's coming on, where he's made a mountain of runs in Shield cricket over the years. So it feel a lot like home. And just going back to the opening batter debate, Adam and Flem, the one name we haven't mentioned is, of course, Will Pucovski, who's captaining a side at Lord's, wasn't he, last week?
Yeah, there's a bit of a story around that. As Wood bowls and hit on the pad, Khawaja pitched outside leg as it flicks away on the onside behind square leg for a single. And you make a very good point, Bharat. We'll just wait for the... Oh, there's a bit of inside edge as well. So 1 for 27, Khawaja up to 19. Yes, so Will Pucovski is over playing for Weybridge in Surrey. Some league cricket this year, which is a great step forward in his comeback to cricket. And he was listed to captain the MCC, the Melbourne Cricket Club, against the MCC at Lord's the day after the Lord's Test. But he picked up a hamstring injury. And I'm not sure he actually played in that game. I'll get that checked.
I saw a picture of him, though, on the Lord's balcony.
Yeah.
I was doing the rounds on social media. I don't know whether he played that game.
Yeah, well, he was meant to, but... There's Wood bowls and Labuschagne back and across. So shout out to Louis Cameron at cricket.com.au. He actually found out about that and did a story and had a chat to Will. So he's the man. He's the obvious one as to...
Well, a few years ago, we just thought we had Pucovski and Green.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that answered the questions we needed answered. And obviously, Green is still developing, but he's going to be fine. But poor Will, we just... It's only over time that we'll find out whether he's a chance.
So Will played some second 11 games late in the year for Victoria, which was a good sign, and then played in the Premier Cricket Grand Final for Melbourne. And ultimately became a premiership player for Melbourne in that game against Carlton. So it's a long road back, but it's showing encouraging signs as Wood bowls here to Labuschagne.
And really, though, they're just warming the seat for Ashley Chandra Singh.
Yes.
In Victoria, who is going to play Test cricket and bat for a long time.
It's a bit of a setback for my thoughts on Will Sutherland getting in as the all-rounder with Mitchell Marsh.
Yeah, true.
Doing so well for old
But I think
Will.
with Will Sutherland, big step up batting-wise.
Yes.
He's getting better, which is good. And then my understanding was he did a brilliant job as captain. I mean, he's a bit of Pat Cummins. He's not as good a bowler as Pat Cummins, but he's a big enforcer, and the teammates, follow him.
Massive leader in Victorian cricket for someone so young. Wood gets wide on the crease there and funky and gets a false shot out
Different
of
load up.
Labuschagne. trying to drive and beating the outside edge. So a good finish to the over there from Wood. That was at 1-for-7. So he's bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 1. He's bowling well, just not quite as quickly as yesterday. 1-for-27 at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Yeah, a couple of times Manas has, for a change, had luck go his way in this innings. There was the ball at the splice of his bat and fell into no man's land. And this time, every time he's chased a wide one like that, he's got an edge and got out in this series. And with a different load up, he went wide of the crease, Flem.
Thing is, when he's bowled straight, it's gone pretty much straight on. But interesting, he bowls a wide one outside of stump and it actually swung, which might have saved Manas. Broadie's back on.
Yes, so probably this over, maybe one more, but probably this is the last one.
Might crank up the crowd a little bit. Let's see what he does at the start of his run-up.
That was amazing yesterday, wasn't it? Trying to whip up the crowd. The atmosphere was amazing in that first session. Okay, so Usman Khawaja just quietly going about his business. He's 19. Australia 1-for-27. Brought around the wicket. He bowls to Khawaja, who flicks away forward of square leg. Moeen Ali again out there in the deep means it is only a single.
Just going back to Ashley Chandrasinghe. Imagine if Usman Khawaja still around for a couple more years. Those two opening the batting together.
It'd be very serene.
I was going to say.
But I tell you what, Chandra Singh's a gun in the field. So that's the difference. Probably getting run-outs.
You know what they do? They just put highlights of the two of them batting just in those massage places or the places where you go to relax and, you know.
More you say, but I mean, obviously he plays for my club team, Casey South Melbourne, but I'd love him to spend time in the middle with Usman Khawaja.
Very much so. They got that calm demeanour, both of them.
Broad over the wicket to Labuschagne, who from off stump defends up to mid-on, no run.
And on Sutherland, I saw him make his first shield turn at the Karen Rolton Oval. Actually cocked a blow on the helmet. And obviously the South Australians, first ball he faced, and South Australians were up in arms. They thought they were robbed of a wicket. They had a concussion test and played a great innings, set Victoria going in that game. And then came, and every time I've seen him made an impact. I remember covering his debut when Will Pucosky and Marcus Harris put all those runs on the board. He looks impactful. He makes things happen even on dead pitches.
I know Jason Gillespie rates him very highly.
Broad wide of the crease, bowls to Labuschagne. So a story on Will Sutherland about how tough he is. So for the Shield final, he had stress fractures in his back and played. So part of his pre-game or pre-day routine was to hang upside down for quite a length of time to essentially stretch out his back to be able to get out there and play. And there's the moment that Shield final finished in Western Australia, it would emerge stress fractures and he wasn't allowed to do anything for months.
But he just wanted to get the job done. So good on him.
Broad again, bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves and immediately looked around like it may have touched the bat on the way through. But it didn't, and he survives. And what are we now? We're at 39 past 3 local time, and we've got 2 balls to go. So definitely this will be the last over before the...
It actually looked to me he was trying to get back in his crease. That he'd left it and a ball might be coming.
Yeah, that's a good call. Looking at that replay, thanks to Tyre Power, Falcon Tyres 25% off. That definitely looked like that.
Well outside his crease.
2 slips and a leg slip. Broad, wide on the crease again. And again, Labuschagne leaves. That one tailing back in a fraction. Not as much as what the England players behind the wicket suggested.
What a session this has been. We've been Ben-stoked again.
It feels like it's been... This session's gone for about 7 hours.
Yeah,
you think of what Ben Stokes was doing. That was in this session, Mark Wood. This was in this session.
Yeah, I mean, it's just slowed down, hasn't it, after the Warner dismissal. But it just turned the game on its head, and it was Wood and then Stokes who just comes to the party again.
Last ball of this incredible session. Broad bowls and Labuschagne turns into the onside and takes a single into the vacant mid-wicket region. So we have got to tea. It's fairly sedate, that half hour in the end, wasn't it? Up until the tea break. Australia's lead is 55. with Australia in its second innings 1 for 29 from 12 overs. The not-out batsman, Usman Khawaja and Marnus Labuschagne, the man out in that session. David Warner, again, could you believe, to Stuart Broad? Well, you probably can believe because it's happened so many times. But David Warner caught in the slip cordon, a sharp catch taken. It's good that they actually caught it, Bharat, in the cordon. Crawley took the catch. Warner out for 1. Khawaja 20 and Labuschagne on 7. Thank you for all your text messages. We've tried to get to as many as we can on 0433 98 11 16. We can continue that discussion through the final session as the players leave the field. I think they're all a bit warm and looking forward to a cold drink and something to eat. Flem, before we let you go, what's been the Macca's delivery of the day so far?
Of the whole day? I'd have to go Cummins to Root.
Okay, and then the session?
Of that session? Well, it would have to be Broad to Warner.
Yep.
That was England's session. Can't wait for the third one. Is there a counter punch from the Aussies? Someone to come out and play their shots, or are they just going to try and wear the English down?
Yes, I'll have to wait and see. We had a text from Vanuatu earlier. Matt has just texted in on a train to Frankfurt Airport. Great to hear the SEN team calling the cricket from Headingley. We are having people all around the world listening to our Test cricket coverage. Wherever you are, I hope you're enjoying it. There's still plenty more to come. We're going to head back to Paul Sebastiani in the SEN studios after this break. It is SEN Test cricket for Macca's live from a bright and sunny Headingley. It's tea with Australia in its second innings, 1 for 29.
Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes, on SEN Cricket.
Bowls here, round the wicket, edging, and he's gone! Broad gets Warner again! Just as he did in the first innings, around the wicket, found the edge, and Zach Crawley at second slip moves to his left and gets it right. England get an early wicket. It's Warner again, caught in the cordon for 1. A double failure for the veteran. Broad's got him 17 times in Test cricket. 1 for 11 the score. Fascinating. Yes, for the 17th time in Test cricket, David Warner falls to Stuart Broad for 1. It's 1 for 11. Australia now 1 for 29 as they walk back out from tea. Usman Khawaja, 20 from 34. Marnus Labuschagne, tough spell for him. 7 from 33. A partnership of 18. A lead of 55. Our coverage is for Macca's. The barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins with you. Peter Lalor with me, our experts, as always. For Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Good afternoon, Pete.
Good afternoon, Adam. Vintage cricket, that from the Australians. Old-fashioned, dogged, slow, persistent, consistent.
Well, if you watched the game of cricket, if you're watching this morning and you watched the 12 overs Australia batted and you didn't watch the 10.2 overs in between, you would think you're watching a very different game of cricket. But those 10.2 overs where England added in that session 95 runs and 62 balls have really changed the feel of the match. Australia were careering towards a very healthy first innings lead. In the end, 26 means they're going to have to bat for a long time here on a true good surface.
Well, Mark Wood had almost as many from 7 balls.
Yes.
As Australia have, what over are we in now? He says
the 13th.
13th over.
Joe Root to start, interestingly, from our commentary in the Kirkstall Lane end. So Joe Root has bowled throughout the series in bits and bobs. He bowled quite a bit at Edgbaston in the second innings where he picked up 1 for 43 and then 2 for 19 last week at Lords in the first innings.
Absolutely beautiful day at Leeds. Number of empty seats out there. People going to the beach.
They won't be tomorrow. That's also a factor in all this. I think that rain is forecast across the last 3 days of the test. Feels like it might be a bigger factor tomorrow and on day 5. Maybe not quite so much on day 4. Route to start the session to Labuschagne. Slipping a short leg to catching men. Round the wicket. Turns him into the onside to square leg for 1. Moves Labuschagne to 8. Easy single. 1 for 30.
Just loops it up onto a length.
I think where the conversation's going to move quickly is to David Warner, and it feels unfair in a way because he batted so well on day 1 last week to scrap through and get a half century, and they've put on 3 50-run stands in the series so far, so I would temper the stronger views with that piece of information, but nevertheless, a double failure. We talked about it throughout the series so far, Pete, the World Test Championship as well, that Warner's leash is very short at the moment.
I was in our cafe this morning reading the newspaper.
Leg slip and a short leg with Khawaja on strike, and he turns it out to square leg as well, a bit too short from Root. He's 21, 1 for 31 the score.
Putting it up on that strong breeze, Root, isn't he? Getting a bit of drift with the... What direction is that breeze going in, do you think? Is that kind of a...
Trying to look for a flag. You're right, it is quite blustery out there, isn't it? Where can we get a read on this? Quite difficult in our commentary position.
From fine leg, isn't it?
Root bowls round the wicket to Labuschagne. Another single out to square leg. So 3 easy singles to start the session. He's 9, 1 for 32.
I was reading the comments section of the Australian Out Loud because David Warner was at the next table, and one of the comments was, let's get Marsh into the team and Warner out. I heard some journalists discussing the same thing at the coffee pot at the back of the press box this afternoon. It's nonsense. It's not going to happen.
No, but it does open up an interesting conversation as Root bowls to Warner, to Khawaja, too short but can't put it away, finds Moeen Ali at backward point, the one man he had to beat to find the rope, leads 58. Now the where does Mitch Marsh fit in, whilst we know that Warner's towards the end, it's how do you fashion a way where he and Green can both play? Root bowls, floats it up, and it passes past the off stump. So Khawaja left it alone on the basis of line, but it held its line as well. So in the end, a good leave, but close. Better bowling, better, fuller delivery.
Missed by a couple of stumps there, but still, Joe Root had his hands on his head, thought he was in town.
Root finishing, too short again. Khawaja helps himself to another single to deep mid-wicket. He's 22 at the end of the over, retaining the strike with that single. 4 of them coming in the first over after tea, which makes the lead 59. Labuschagne's 9, 1 for 33 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now with our coverage for Macca's. The bacon, try that again. The barbecue bacon Angus.
You're really having trouble with that dish, aren't you?
We fixed it in the previous session, and it's gone back to its original incarnation. So I'm going to advise our colleagues back in Melbourne.
Tell me again what it is then.
The barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. I'm getting told down the line they're going to fix it now. Just it's a bit too alliterative for me.
Right, yeah.
Moeen Ali, it's going to be spin from both ends after tea. But yeah, the Warner piece to this is that if they did decide to make a change at some stage, presumably Marsh would be the beneficiary of that. But in the absence of that, there's really no place for Marsh next week.
Marsh coming into this... No, it's not going to happen next week. It's not going to happen this series.
No, I agree with you. I don't think it is either. But if you accept the fact that's not going to happen, then Marsh doesn't fit.
No. And how does he fit in the long run?
Yeah.
I can't see how he does with his current lineup. It's too disruptive to bring Marsh in as much as you want him.
And a leg slip round the wicket, Moeen. Football stand in. Khawaja defends from the crease. The one theory advanced by Bharat is it could be Travis Head who has to move up the order. That is the piece of the puzzle that could be adjusted, as it was in India, albeit in very, very different conditions to what we've got in most parts of the world, as Moeen arrives and bowls his second delivery of the third innings of this match, and it's pushed out to cover by Khawaja, no single.
Well, with all due respect to Marcus Harris, there's nobody kicking the door down to take David Warner's spot as an opener. Has there been?
I think Marcus Harris, if it were here, if Warner had struggled at the start of the series and his spot was on the line, I really admire Marcus Harris for having struggled in England in 2019 and spent 3 of the next 4 seasons. Of course, he couldn't travel in 2020, but doing a great job in county cricket. He basically taking the advice of Chris Rogers. When he retired, he said he wanted more Australian players playing their trade over here. Moeen bowls and Khawaja gets forward to a full ball and defends it. And Harris has taken that advice and made it work for him, both at Leicestershire and at Gloucestershire. So I think in English conditions, Harris has earned that chance. But
yes, I believe he's earned the chance.
The bigger picture, post-Warner, if there is a bit of a logjam in the middle order, as Moeen bowls and Khawaja pushes out to cover, there's a straight hit down the ground if he tries to go that way, as he did routinely at Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, well, there's essentially 2 covers and a straight hit, isn't there? I think he's going to give the ball a bit of air and encourage Khawaja to go down the ground, which is a shot he likes.
Sweepers on both sides of the ground as well. Moeen bowls and Khawaja from the crease, plays out to cover, no run, the back foot really there. But yeah, that's probably where the Marsh piece is complex, because there's no room in the middle order, which is where he'd be far better suited, with Green a must select when available. Moeen bowls and Kawaja defends, knocks it on the head. A maiden from Moeen Ali to begin his work. 1 for 33 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. The lead is 55. Kawaja 22, Labuschagne 9. Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Get the new barbecue Angus at Maccas. That's better. Stuart Broad into the attack, replacing Root. So I assume the reason Root bowled that over was that Broad was off the ground before tea and needed to serve his time on the ground.
There was an argument about that.
The attack.
Yeah, there was some arguments about that, wasn't there, in that last session? Not like Broady to be argumentative with the officials.
So Broad's going to have another crack from the Kirkstall lane end downhill. He's got 1 for 9 so far, the wicket of Warner.
Is his dad still on the ICC
sure is.
panel?
Yep, he's one of the match referees, Chris Broad. Long-standing match referee at that. He was the match ref for a number of Stuart Broad's games in the behind closed doors test matches of 2020. I think there was one instance where he had to front the match referee, so to speak, for something or another.
What was the punishment? Mow Dad's lawn? Put out the garbage?
2 slips, a leg slip. Bowling into Labuschagne, edging through the cordon for 4. It was along the ground through about 5th slip, so no concerns at all. Played with soft hands. Labuschagne finds the rope for the second time in his innings. He's 13. Lead 63, 1 for 37.
Almost suggest he ran this down, but yeah, it almost came off the centre of the bat, didn't it?
Good batting.
He's playing it right under his nose. It was a full-length delivery from Broad.
I think the other thing with Warner is that the conversation around him won't be rational. There's a lot of people who will be hoping, death riding, if you like, his position in the side at this stage of his career for all sorts of reasons. They're well known. Broad wide of the crease, bowls to Labuschagne, bit too full, driven out to mid-off, no run.
He's a divisive character.
He is. Marmite.
English fans flocking to him this morning, and he was taking selfies with them outside the cafe.
Good on him. Yeah. But yeah, so I think there'll be a lot of white noise around Warner, but I just don't think in practice there's any way they'd make such a huge structural shift. It would bring so much attention.
It's not 2019. He's not batting like he did in 2019, which was terribly. One innings aside here at Leeds when he made 60-odd, he just never looked like making a run. It was a walking wicket.
Broad bowls, Labuschagne defends under his eyes. And the other point is that it's an occupational hazard as an opener, having a double failure when the ball's hard on you and Broad gets a couple right. That is kind of part of the gig. You're given a little bit more latitude on that front.
Australia would be blessed if they could find another batter of Warner's quality to take over the top order. So many years up there, so many people have rotated at the other end and been unable to hold down that opening position. Shows you how difficult it is to do. It's a hazardous spot to bat.
Broad away from us. Sun beating down on the track as he bowls here to Labuschagne, leaving just outside the off stump. Not a lot of carry through to Bairstow there.
Where do you bat in the batting order?
Where do I bat?
You bat high, don't you? You batted the other day.
I did bat the other day. I batted too high the other day. I think I batted 5.
You got a nosebleed at 5?
Yeah, I prefer, your sort of 6, 7, 8.
I heard you bowled very well. 4 wickets, was it?
Yeah, I bowled okay.
You bowled 3, then somebody came out and took to you, did a bit of a Ben Stokes.
You've been well informed. I was bowling,
and then you came back and got another wicket.
I was bowling with the bowling off spin with the short boundary to the leg side, so it was always a risk that would happen. Someone would get hold of me.
Right.
A big bloke who stood like a baseballer with the bat right up high.
Yeah.
And he hit a couple of dingers and had me whacked out of the attack. But bowled some good balls as well. Bowling here is Broad. That's a good ball. Swinging back towards Labuschagne, his shouldering arms, but not far away from that off stump.
Did you hold your nerve like Todd Murphy?
I think I broadly did.
Yeah.
Probably bowled a bit too flat towards the end of that spell, but came back and got one. And I'm reborn as an off spinner. I'm feeling revitalised. I'm playing every game I can get.
If anyone's just waking up, it's worth having a look at the Todd Murphy v Ben Stokes overs earlier, wasn't it?
It's good fun. I think Murphy actually held his own.
I reckon it was even.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, I'd say
which it's very hard to hold your own. Holding your own against Ben Stokes is a win, I reckon.
He created 3 chances, which is no mean feat. Broad finishes here and Labuschagne defends out to mid-wicket. End of the over. Quiet start after tea. 1 for 37, the lead 63. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Khawaja 22, Labuschagne 13.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Our coverage for Macca's. Get the new spicy and sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. Got Pete Lalor with me for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. Moeen continues football stand in. Well, no, he doesn't. He was going to bowl and something happened and he pulled out of his run-up. But yeah, I think Murphy created 3 chances against Stokes.
He did,
and the third one was taken between times. He went the journey a few times when he got lined up, but that happens to pretty much everyone when Stokes is in that mood. Bowling here to Khawaja. Placing it to the offside. Quickish single. It's Stokes who they take on, who throws towards the non-striker's end, then looks down at his leg, which is clearly hampering him somewhat. Khawaja 23, 1 for 38.
And the chronology of it's probably got jumbled in my mind, but had Stark held that catch, I think he would have been all points to him, and then equally had the very next delivery, he dropped a caught and bowled, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. That was the first over back in the attack. So, yeah, plenty to work with there, Murphy. I think he's going to bowl a lot of Ashes overs in the years to come. We've got Andrew Sampson with us as well. He's pulled his microphone down.
He lowers the microphone. He's got something to say.
It's not that exciting.
No, just to confirm that it is to us.
Just to confirm that the 4 6s were after the 2 drop catches.
Yeah,
it's exciting when you actually
that's the chronology.
Can say that I'm correct. It's like Christmas at our house if I'm correct.
Moeen just being held here by Labuschagne, who holds up bowlers all the time. I don't know how he gets away with it. I mean, every innings, no matter where we are around the world, there's Labuschagne making bowlers wait. Anyway, Moeen gets the chance here around the wicket. Labuschagne in behind it in defence. Labuschagne could do with an innings, I reckon. It's nothing to do with his spot. It's a conversation divorced from what we were having before. But simply because when he was here 4 years ago, he was so consistent. He gave Australia that ballast in the lower middle order. And that's not really been the case at 3, although he did bat well in a 100-run stand with Smith at Lord's last week in the first innings.
I think he's looked a bit out of sorts this series.
Bowling, here's Moeen, Labuschagne forward. And the beauty of this is that there's no time considerations, notwithstanding the rain that might be about towards the end of the test. They need to bat for a really long time. There have been 2 massive scores chased here at Leeds this year in county cricket, one by Leicestershire and one by Worcestershire. Going back here is Labuschagne defending.
Really?
400 plus, I reckon it was Leicestershire. Andrew Sampson will check this, but Peter Hanscom made a brilliant unbeaten century to get them over the line in round 1. And then Worcestershire, we're getting in and around the 400 mark. And we know this track's very good for batting and for bowling. Something for everyone. Moeen bowls and Labuschagne gets out in front of his front pad and drives, checked drive out to extra cover for 1. Moves to 14 with the single. 1 for 39, lead of 65.
Well, it's a hard, bouncy deck, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you avoid those dangers with the softer decks where you get the dimples in on the first going, and it doesn't look like it's going to crack up.
No.
And there are no real footmarks in it. A little bit there, but not a lot.
Players perhaps just aren't used to batting on surfaces quite like this anymore. Might come back to that thought. Moeen to finish. Khawaja defends with soft hands to backward point. No single. He's 23. Labuschagne's 14. Lead 65. 1 for 39 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You'll beauty. Grab your favourites like Cascade Draft 24-pack for $54.99 or $49.99 for Hump Club members. Jim Beam White or Canadian Club 4.6% 10-packs $41.99 or $36.99 for members. Sign up online or in-store. Membership has its perks. Drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July.
Even camels get thirsty.
And Damien Fleming is joining us for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Flemo, how are you seeing it?
Yeah, good afternoon, Colo, Pete, listeners. it's just a bit of an arm wrestle, and I think Australia are happy with that. They're methodically going about their batting. Nothing expansive.
Broad to Labuschagne, who defends under his eyes. It feels like we're watching two separate test matches, doesn't it? When Mark Wood's bowling, there's one thing going on. When everyone else is bowling, it's a completely different thing right now.
Yeah. I will give a big tick to Stuart Broad, 36. His energy throughout the series has been fantastic. He's bowled really well. There's a drop-off even from there, isn't it? And the spinners, are not that exciting. Joe Root, Moeen Ali. But Australia, I think this top order is going to try and wear England down, knowing that they've got noted free-scoring players like Head and Marsh in the middle order. But the tails are worry against Wood.
Broad bowls, Labuschagne defence. They also don't have Robinson, at least in the short term. He can't bowl today. The match referees said tomorrow, if at all, for him. And he's not on the field right now, so if he's available to bowl and fit to bowl, he might have to wait even longer into day 3.
Yeah, it just says we'll probably see a fair bit of spin in this last session.
Been very good through the series, I reckon, Broad.
Yeah.
36, did you say he is?
Is he 36? Am I? Or 35?
He's 36. He's actually 37, Broad.
Okay.
10:37 before the series started.
His run-up speed, his momentum through the crease is excellent.
In here to Labuschagne. He drives out through the covers. Lovely shot across the practice pitches. Don't need to run for that. Labuschagne's third 4. He's 18. 1 for 43. Lead 69.
And we saw a previous over. He pitched one up full like that, and Mars just kind of ran it down to third man for 4. And this one he's played through it. It's more convincing shot from the batter.
Better footwork than what we saw before T when he got beaten a couple of times by Wood from balls that you should be leaving.
We know he's frustrated, isn't he? He wants runs. Get back to that batting machine mode, which saw him averaging 60.
What's his career average at the moment, Samo?
It's dropping.
His wife's in town. He wants to impress his wife, Rebecca. Lovely woman.
Got the young baby here as well, doesn't he?
Yep, cutest baby in the world, he told me. It's an unusual thing for a parent to say. Look, she waves.
54.39 right now.
Okay, I think he got to 62 at one point.
Yeah.
He was right up there. Broad, halfway through his over. Delivers here to Labuschagne. Wide of the crease, hits the shoulder of the bat. Spits out to point. Wasn't really a catch or into a catching position necessarily, but that's the second time that Labuschagne's had one rear up and hit the shoulder of the bat and not go to hand. He's 18 with the single, lead 70, 1 for 44.
Yeah, there's been a bit of this corridor of confusion, hasn't there, because of the inconsistent bounce. Some are keeping low, but that has gone through the top a little bit. We saw one from Wokes, and Marnus, he took his bottom hand off the bat, but that could have gone anywhere. And talking to some of the Australian players today, they just sense that in the series, that sometimes you just think you're just playing, the pitch is good and all that sort of stuff, and just something happens. You never feel 100% in and trusting of the pitch and its pace and its bounce.
Now Broad to the left-handed Khawaja around the wicket, defends to mid-on, as he's done hundreds and hundreds of times in the series. A few texts coming in based on our conversation.
Okay.
0339 1116. Gents, why do we assume that Marsh will continue playing well? His knock yesterday was extraordinary, but his lack of red ball cricket over the last 4 years doesn't convince me that he can maintain a high standard. That's from Alex.
Just before we get on to what Alex has said there, that Labuschagne delivery came off the shoulder of the bat, then off his shoulder. I think he's lucky it hit his shoulder, because if it hadn't, it would have been going straighter, wouldn't it? And it could well have been taken in the cordon. It's a really good point. We've got very, very excited about one innings from Mitch Musk, but it was a very exciting innings.
Broad finishing to Khawaja, leaving close to the off stump on the angle from Broad. Well bowled and well played. Lead 70 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Australia, 1 for 44.
What a magnificent game this has been here today at the home of football, the MCG, and the Tigers go forward again to try and get the knockout punch. Punt road in, left half forward, Cochin, wonderful pick-up, hand pass to Martin. Dusty's 30 metres out, over the top to re-roll for a goal. And the Tigers are racing away with this game.
Thanks, Rex. So when the final siren sounds, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
We're live at Leeds for Macca's. Get the new barbecue Angus at Macca's. Got Damien Fleming for company. Pete Lalor as well. Text for you here, Flemo too. As Moeen Ali Bowls round the wicket, new over. Defending is Labuschagne under his eyes from Jock in Quirindri in New South Wales. Just wondering, there are lots of discussions about replacing this generation of batters, but who do we have on the horizon of bowlers, specifically pace bowlers? Anyone out there with pace like Wood for us? This game's shown that can be a major advantage. Moeen bowls and Labuschagne tucks it around the corner, no run.
Players with that kind of pace don't.
What are you doing? Oh, sorry, Uzi. Halfway down the pitch.
Halfway down the pitch. Marnus is sending back in time, but
well, Lance Morris.
Yep.
We forgot about him.
Yeah, he would have been handy in these test matches because it's ball speed and he bowls natural reverse.
Moeen bowls, Labuschagne forward, defending. This time the quick singles on because they don't have a cover. Lead 71. Labuschagne joins Khawaja in the 20s, 1 for 45.
And with injuries, you know, straight away we had Hoff for Bolo, you know, Michael Neeser, you know, even though he's in his early 30s.
They don't have that speed, do they?
Spencer Johnson, who also is very tall and bouncy, the left armour.
Moeen bowls, Khawaja defends, provided Italy don't get Spencer Johnson first. You've been following this story?
I think he's playing for them, though.
That's going to be an extraordinary tournament.
Joe Burns, maybe.
Well, not just Joe Burns, but both of the Menenti brothers, I believe. They've gone passport shopping. There's a cricketer over here called Gareth Berg. He plays for Northants. He's in his 40s. He's the coach of Italy. Moeen delivers, and Khawaja goes back to a ball that bounces and bites and turns. That's the first we've seen do that. Now, the football stand end, you're right, but bowling from there throughout the course of this inning so far. Now, that is jagged.
That is tennis ball bounce.
Yeah. What's happened there?
Wow.
It's almost like they use a different ball.
Moeen to finish. Khawaja gets forward and defends from the inside part of the blade. We'll come back to Italy in a sec. 1 for 45, leader 71. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Khawaja 23, Labuschagne 20.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is the Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Yeah, just a segue from the fast bowlers and Spencer Johnson, the Italy storyline. So Gareth Berg's gone out passport shopping, kind of what Ireland used to do, finding anyone with an Irish granny and all the rest of it. And they're putting together a side that can genuinely compete at the World Cup qualifiers for the T20 World Cup next year in America, I think it is. They've got to jump through so many hoops to get there, but you know, Joe Burns, Spencer Johnson, a couple of Menentis and a number of other professional cricketers around the world in the same side, they could shock some sides and run up the ladder very quickly.
What's Diva doing?
Yes, exactly.
Joe Scuderi. Who's already, did play for him.
Sure did.
Them in the heyday.
So sorry, Flem, I took you off topic there, but Spencer Johnson is the left arm quick from South Australia.
Yeah, very exciting.
Is he seriously playing for Italy?
Apparently.
Yeah.
Does that impact his... No.
An associate can move to full member. It's not the other way is the problem. Brought up to Labuschagne, 2 slips at gully, wafts at one. That's back of a length and way outside the off stump. If he nicks that, that is an ugly dismissal.
Sums up Marnus's tour, I reckon. Playing at balls he doesn't need to play at. Well outside, nothing to be gained from hanging that bat out there.
Interesting.
If anyone's looking for passports, I left mine at King's Cross railway station the other morning.
How'd you do that, Pete?
I don't know. I didn't even know it was missing. But apparently it was found on the ground at London King's Cross station.
Oh, wow.
My life.
That's a very Pete Lalor thing to do.
Yeah.
Brought away from us. Kirkstall Lane end. Bit wider to Labuschagne here. Delivers it full.
So what's happening here, though, boys?
Yeah.
The inconsistencies in the pace and bounce are really posing questions.
The minute we
cannot trust. Bowling last, they won't mind seeing it once they get to a decent total.
Just finished saying that teams have been chasing down 400 on this deck, and it's really,
it looks that way,
very
though.
consistent.
Hasn't it?
Yeah.
And England have some belief now, chase it down.
But it's funny, like when we've seen batsmen be super aggressive, you know, Stokes at Lords, Marsh, day one, Ed Wood and Stokes today, when they're super aggressive and just go to one game plan, all of a sudden the bowlers, it doesn't seem to be moving as much. They only have a plan A and they score so quickly. But around that, batsman sort of scratching around the crease.
Broad to Labuschagne, defending.
Look in trouble.
Look, I think that they adjusted reasonably quickly to Stokes' last 2 innings. It's a bit slow at Lords, a little bit quicker here. What really disappointed me was the way they bowled to Wood.
So Wood was setting up like a baseballer, basically.
Yeah.
Every ball.
Yeah.
So after he got one away, you should think straight away, okay, do we go the base of the stump, change of pace? Or even if you bowl wide, once he starts hitting the ball, he's not going to stop trying to do that. And just make it harder for him to hit it for 6.
Broad bowls, Labuschagne, outside part of the bat through the cordon for 4. It burst through the hands of Stokes, who had to go to his left. We know he's not going too well today in terms of his body. So they get the boundary. 24 for Labuschagne, overtakes Khawaja, leader 75, 1 for 49. We watch it back for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off, and it was straight into the turf.
It's probably not that dissimilar to the ball that took the edge of his bat.
Yeah.
That, if anything, that sort of looked like it kept a little bit low.
Mirror image of that ball to Warner to a degree, but that was a newer ball. Stokes, I think he'll be finished this series in a wheelchair. Still making runs.
He'll still go run a ball.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that slow?
So a busy over for Broad. Up to Labuschagne to finish it here, and Labuschagne off his hip. Well played. Out the deep backward square for 1. He wants to, but Khawaja's going to say no to that. So Labuschagne up to 25. Khawaja 23. The lead 76 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now. Australia 1 for 50, and Adam White coming in for me.
Be ready for all the office footy banter with SEN.
Silvani! Jack in the pack!
Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on AFL Nation.
Darcy Moore, moan him down!
SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
SEN Test cricket, thanks to Macca's. Get the new spicy and sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's getting to that time of day where we're thinking about that sort of activity. Damien, Fleming?
4:30, the tea. It was some sandwiches for tea. I was happy with tea.
Did you notice a change between today and yesterday? Or full toss, and Labuschagne belts it, but straight to mid-off.
I didn't go to tea yesterday.
Well, they've gone from the little sort of pots of hot water to an urn, which seems a much more practical situation.
Okay.
Of hot water. Mowing around the wicket and cutting Labuschagne. Nice shot. Used his feet well, rocked back and finds the rope at backward point. One of Marnus's best shots in this second innings. He moves to 29. Australia 1 for 54 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. I've had a lot of Yorkshire tea, Jarrod Kimber, over the last 2 days.
A couple of years ago, for everyone in the press, they gave us our own Yorkshire tea with our names on it.
Oh,
so I think at home I have Jarrod tea.
Oh, that's good.
I think it's something like, maybe it's Kimber tea, I can't remember.
Cutting again, Labuschagne. This time he gets it squarer and out to the protection with just the single there.
And you don't bring it with you every time?
I don't drink any hot drinks, so it's completely wasted on me.
You don't drink any hot drinks?
No, even a soup. If it's too thin.
Well, I'm glad you said that soup was a drink.
Well, in certain situations it is. It can go on both ways.
Lead is 81. Mowing bowls to Khawaja, who pushes into the offside to point. Again, into vacant territory. 56.
Yeah, won't put any liquids in above 35 degrees.
Have you ever attempted it?
Oh, I've had sips of tea and
coffee.
I had one. I had a little bit of tea in Sri Lanka. You'll like this story.
Yep. Mowing bowls and slapping at it, Labuschagne up to mid-off, no run.
So I managed to not have any tea when I got married in Sri Lanka, and the many times I've been to India, I've always done it. But there was one time when I went to the Sri Lankan Football Federation, and the chairman was there, And I had to wait for my accreditation to be printed out. He was very upset that it had taken me too long to get my accreditation.
Moen bowls, cutting again. Labuschagne again gets it into a nice spot, although he doesn't. It was well fielded in the end. Diving away to the right. Is it Harry Brook there in that position? With no run. Looked like it was going to be 4 off the bat. It wasn't. It was a dot ball to complete the over. 1 for 56. Khawaja on 24. Labuschagne on 30. That is on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Thanks to Macca's. Get the new barbecue Angus at Macca's. SEN Test Cricket live from Headingley in Leeds, Australia, going along nicely at the moment. 1 for 56. This partnership between Khawaja and Labuschagne is at 45. The lead is at 82. We've got Jarrod, Kimber and also Damien Fleming with us for Red Energy.
Yeah, sorry, of course, Red Energy. My favourite energy.
You're charged by Red Energy.
Yep, so
I'm in the Sri Lankan Football Federation's office.
Was it match of the day? Who were the teams?
No, the game is incredible. I'll tell you that. But he gets me tea, and I say I don't drink tea, and he goes, "Oh, you really like this tea?" And he sort of held it in front of my mouth and sipped it, and I was okay, thank you.
Mark Wood around the wicket bowling to Khawaja, who jumps and flicks off his hip out into open territory behind square leg, but they're comfortable with just one. And once more, Marnus Labuschagne wanted 2, but Khawaja had his back to him and was happy with 1.
So more than happy to drink a little bit of tea to get my accreditation. And the game was Sri Lanka versus Malaysia. Sri Lanka were ranked 201st in the world in football. So I don't know if you knew there were that many. Sri Lanka was up 1-0. And the crowd was going crazy, but they don't follow. They're not a football nation. Even India and Pakistan a little bit more football.
When it goes into the goal.
Yes, they support it like cricket. So when they kicked the goal, everyone got up and clapped like someone had made 100. There was no noise.